Preface of American Notes for General Circulation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alisson Veldhuis. American Notes for General Circulation by Charles Dickens. Preface to the first cheap edition of American Notes. It is nearly 8 years since this book was first published. I present it unaltered in the cheap edition, and such of my opinions as it expresses are quite unaltered too. My readers have opportunities of judging for themselves whether the influences and tendencies which I distrust in America have any existence not in my imagination. They can examine for themselves whether there has been anything in the public career of that country during these past 8 years, or whether there is anything in its present position, at home or abroad, which suggests that those influences and tendencies really do exist. As they find the fact, they will judge me. If they discern any evidences of wrong-going in any direction that I have indicated, they will acknowledge that I had reason in what I wrote. If they discern no such thing, they will consider me altogether mistaken. Prejudiced I never have been, otherwise than in favour of the United States. No visitor can ever have set foot on those shores with a stronger faith in the Republic than I had when I landed in America. I purposely abstain from extending these observations to any length. I have nothing to defend or to explain away. The truth is the truth, and neither childish absurdities nor unscrupulous contradictions can make it otherwise. The earth would still move round the sun, though the whole Catholic Church said no. I have many friends in America, and feel a grateful interest in the country. To represent me as viewing it with ill nature, animosity, or partisanship, is merely to do a very foolish thing, which is always a very easy one, and which I have disregarded for 8 years, and could disregard for 80 more. London, June 2nd, 1850. Preface to the Charles Dickens edition of American Notes. My readers have opportunities of judging for themselves whether the influences and tendencies which I distrusted in America had at that time any existence but in my imagination. They can examine for themselves whether there has been anything in the public career of that country since, at home or abroad, which suggests that those influences and tendencies really did exist. As they find the fact, they will judge me. If they discern any evidences of wrong-going in any direction that I have indicated, they will acknowledge that I had reason in what I wrote. If they discern no such indications, they will consider me altogether mistaken, but not wilfully. Prejudiced I am not, and never have been, otherwise than in favour of the United States. I have many friends in America. I feel a grateful interest in the country. I hope and believe it will successfully work out a problem of the highest importance to the whole human race. To represent me as viewing America with ill nature, coldness, or animosity, is merely to do a very foolish thing, which is always a very easy one. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter 1. Going Away. I shall never forget the 1/4 serious and 3/4 comical astonishment with which, on the morning of the 3rd of January, 1842, I opened the door of and put my head into a state room on board the Britannia's steam packet, 1,200 tons burthen per register, bound for Halifax and Boston, and carrying Her Majesty's mails. That this state room had been specially engaged for Charles Dickens, Esquire and Lady,
was rendered sufficiently clear even to my scared intellect by a very small manuscript announcing the fact, which was pinned on a very flat quilt, covering a very thin mattress spread like a surgical plaster on a most inaccessible shelf. But that this was the state-room concerning which Charles Dickens, Esquire, and Lady had held daily and nightly conferences for at least 4 months preceding, that this could by any possibility be that small snug chamber of the imagination which Charles Dickens, Esquire, with the spirit of prophecy strong upon him, had always foretold would contain at least one little sofa, and which his lady, with a modest yet most magnificent sense of its limited dimensions, had from the first opined would not hold more than 2 enormous portmanteaus in some odd corner out of sight. Portmanteaus which could now no more be got in at the door, not to say stowed away, than a giraffe could be persuaded or forced into a flower-pot. That this utterly impracticable, thoroughly hopeless, and profoundly preposterous box had the remotest reference to, or connection with, those chaste and pretty, not to say gorgeous little bowers, sketched by a masterly hand, in the highly varnished lithographic plan hanging up in the agent's counting-house in the city of London. That this room of state, in short, could be anything but a pleasant fiction and cheerful jest of the captain's, invented and put in practice for the better relish and enjoyment of the real state-room presently to be disclosed. These were truths which I really could not, for the moment, bring my mind at all to bear upon or comprehend. And I sat down upon a kind of horsehair slab or perch, of which there were 2 within, and looked, without any expression of countenance whatever, at some friends who had come on board with us, and who were crushing their faces in all manner of shapes by endeavouring to squeeze them through the small doorway. We had experienced a pretty smart shock before coming below, which, but that we were the most sanguine people living, might have prepared us for the worst. The imaginative artist, to whom I have already made allusion, has depicted in the same great work a chamber of almost interminable perspective, furnished, as Mr. Robbins would say, in a style of more than Eastern splendour, and filled, but not inconveniently so, with groups of ladies and gentlemen in the very highest state of enjoyment and vivacity. Before descending into the bowels of the ship, we had passed from the deck into a long narrow apartment, not unlike a gigantic hearse, with windows in the sides, having at the upper end a melancholy stove, at which 3 or 4 chilly stewards were warming their hands, while on either side, extending down its whole dreary length, was a long table, over each of which a rack, fixed to the low roof, and stuck full of drinking-glasses and cruet-stands, hinted dismally at rolling seas and heavy weather. I had not at that time seen the ideal presentment of this chamber, which has since gratified me so much, but I observed that one of our friends, who had made the arrangements for our voyage, turned pale on entering, retreated on the friend behind him, smote his forehead involuntarily, and said below his breath, "Impossible! It cannot be!" or words to that effect. He recovered himself, however, by a great effort, and after a preparatory cough or 2, cried with a ghastly smile, which is still before me, looking at the same time round the walls, "Ha! The breakfast-room steward, eh?" We all foresaw what the answer must be. We knew the agony he suffered. He had often spoken of the saloon, had taken in and lived upon the pictorial idea, had usually given us to understand at home that to form a just conception of it, it would be necessary to multiply the size and furniture of an ordinary drawing-room by 7, and then fall short of the reality. When the man in reply avowed the truth, the blunt, remorseless, naked truth, "This is the saloon, sir," he actually reeled beneath the blow. In persons who are so soon to part, and interpose between their else daily communication and formidable barrier of many thousand miles of stormy space, and who were for that reason anxious to cast no other cloud, not even the passing shadow of a moment's disappointment or discomfiture, upon the short interval of happy companionship that yet remained to them, in persons so situated, the natural transition from these first surprises was obviously into peals of hearty laughter, and I can report that I, for one, being still seated upon the slab or perch before mentioned, roared outright until the vessel rang again. Thus, in less than 2 minutes after coming upon it for the first time, we all by common consent agreed that this state-room was the pleasantest and most facetious and capital contrivance possible, and that to have had it 1 inch larger would have been quite a disagreeable and deplorable state of things. And with this, and with showing how, by very nearly closing the door and twining in and out like serpents, and by counting the little washing slab a standing room, we could manage to insinuate 4 people into it all at one time, and entreating each other to observe how very airy it was in dock, and how there was a beautiful port-hole which could be kept open all day, weather permitting, and how there was quite a large bull's-eye just over the looking-glass, which would render shaving a perfectly easy and delightful process when the ship didn't roll too much, we arrived at last at the unanimous conclusion that it was rather spacious than otherwise, though I do verily believe that, deducing the 2 berths one above the other, than which nothing smaller for sleeping in was ever made except coffins, it was no bigger than one of those hackney cabriolets which have the door behind, and shoot their fares out like sacks of coals upon the pavement. Having settled this point to the perfect satisfaction of all parties, concerned and unconcerned, we sat down round the fire in the ladies' cabin, just to try the effect. It was rather dark, certainly, but somebody said, of course it would be light at sea, a proposition to which we all assented, echoing, of course, though it would be exceedingly difficult to say why we thought so. I remember, too, when he had discovered and exhausted another topic of consolation in the circumstance of this ladies' cabin adjoining our state-room, and the consequently immense feasibility of sitting there at all times and seasons, and had fallen into a momentary silence, leaning our faces on our hands and looking at the fire, one of the party said, with the solemn air of a man who had made a discovery, "What a relish mulled claret will have down here!" which appeared to strike us all most forcibly, as though there was something spicy and highly flavoured in cabins, which essentially improved that composition, and rendered it quite incapable of perfection anywhere else. There was a stewardess, too, actively engaged in producing clean sheets and tablecloths from the very entrails of the sofas, and from unexpected lockers, of such artful mechanism that it made one's head ache to see them opened one after another, and rendered it quite a distracting circumstance to follow her proceedings, and to find that every nook and corner and individual piece of furniture was something else besides what it pretended to be, and was a mere trap and deception and place of secret stowage, whose ostensible purpose was its least useful one. God bless that stewardess for her piously fraudulent account of January voyages. God bless her for her clear recollection of the companion passage of last year, when nobody was ill and everybody dancing from morning to night, and it was a run of 12 days, and a piece of the purest frolic and delight and jollity. And happiness be with her for her bright face and her pleasant Scotch tongue, which had sounds of old home in it for my fellow traveller, and for her predictions of fair winds and fine weather, all wrong, or I shouldn't be half so fond of her, and for the 10,000 small fragments of genuine womanly tact, by which, without piecing them elaborately together and patching them up into shape and form and case and pointed application, she nevertheless did plainly show that all young mothers on one side of the Atlantic were near and close at hand to their little children left upon the other, and that what seemed to the uninitiated a serious journey was to those who were in the secret a mere frolic, to be sung about and whistled at. Light be her heart and gay her merry eyes for years. The state-room had grown pretty fast, but by this time it had expanded into something quite bulky, and almost boasted a bay window to view the sea from. So we went upon deck again in high spirits, and there everything was in such a state of bustle and active preparation that the blood quickened its pace and whirled through one's veins on that clear frosty morning with involuntary mirthfulness. For every gallant ship was riding slowly up and down, and every little boat was splashing noisily in the water, and knots of people stood upon the wharf gazing with a kind of dread delight on the far-famed, fast American steamer, and one party of men were "taking in the milk," or, in other words, getting the cow on board, and another were filling the ice houses to the very throat with fresh provisions, with butcher's meat and garden stuff, pails, sucking pigs, calves' heads in scores, beef, veal and pork, and poultry out of all proportion, and others were coiling ropes and busy with oakum yarns, and others were lowering heavy packages into the hold, and the pursuer's head was barely visible as it loomed in a state of exquisite perplexity from the midst of a vast pile of passengers' luggage. And there seemed to be nothing going on anywhere, or uppermost in the mind of everybody, but preparations for this mighty voyage. This, with the bright cold sun, the bracing air, the crisply curling water, the thin white crust of morning ice upon the decks, which crackled with a sharp and cheerful sound beneath the lightest tread, was irresistible. And when, again upon the shore, we turned and saw from the vessel's mast her name signalled in flags of joyous colours, and fluttering by their side the beautiful American banner with its stars and stripes, the long 3,000 miles and more, and longer still the 6 whole months of absence, so dwindled and faded that the ship had gone out and come home again, and it was broad spring already in the Coburg dock at Liverpool. I have not inquired among my medical acquaintance whether turtle and cold punch, with hock, champagne, and claret, and all the slight etc. usually included in an unlimited order for a good dinner, especially when it is left to the liberal construction of my faultless friend Mr. Radley of the Adelphi Hotel, are particularly calculated to suffer a sea change, or whether a plain mutton chop and a glass or two of sherry would be less likely of conversion into foreign and disconcerting material. My own opinion is, that whether one is discreet or indiscreet in these particulars on the eve of a sea voyage, is a matter of little consequence, and that, to use a common phrase, it comes to very much the same thing in the end. Be this as it may, I know that the dinner of that day was undeniably perfect, that it comprehended all these items, and a great many more, and that we all did ample justice to it. And I know too that, bating a certain tacit avoidance of any allusion to to-morrow, such as may be supposed to prevail between delicate-minded turnkeys and the sensitive prisoner who is to be hanged next morning, we got on very well, and all things considered were merry enough. When the morning came, and we met at breakfast, it was curious to see how eager we all were to prevent a moment's pause in the conversation, and how astoundingly gay everybody was, the forced spirits of each member of the little party having as much likeness to his natural mirth as hothouse peas at 5 guineas the quart resemble in flavour the growth of the dews, and air, and rain of heaven. But as 1 o'clock, the hour for going aboard, drew near, this volubility dwindled away by little and little, despite the most persevering efforts to the contrary, until at last, the matter being now quite desperate, we threw off all disguise, openly speculated upon where we should be this time to-morrow, this time next day, and so forth, and entrusted a vast number of messages to those who intended returning to town that night, which were to be delivered at home and elsewhere without fail, within the very shortest possible space of time after the arrival of the railway train at Euston Square. And commissions and remembrances do so crowd upon one at such a time, that we were still busied with this employment when we found ourselves fused, as it were, into a dense conglomeration of passengers and passengers' friends and passengers' luggage, all jumbled together on the deck of a small steamboat, and panting and snorting off to the packet, which had worked out of dock yesterday afternoon, and was now lying at her moorings in the river. And there she is, all eyes are turned to where she lies, dimly discernible through the gathering fog of the early winter afternoon. Every finger is pointed in the same direction, and murmurs of interest and admiration as, "How beautiful she looks! How trim she is!" are heard on every side. Even the lazy gentleman with his hat on one side and his hands in his pockets, who has dispensed so much consolation by inquiring with a yawn of another gentleman whether he is "going across," as if it were a ferry, even he condescends to look that way and nod his head, as who should say, "No mistake about that." And not even the sage Lord Burleigh, in his nod, included half so much as this lazy gentleman of might, who has made the passage, as everybody on board has found out already, it's impossible to say how, 13 times without a single accident. There is another passenger, very much wrapped up, who has been frowned down by the rest, and morally trampled upon and crushed, for presuming to inquire with a timid interest how long it is since the poor President went down. He is standing close to the lazy gentleman, and says with a faint smile that he believes she is a very strong ship. To which the lazy gentleman, looking first in his questioner's eye, and then very hard in the wind's, answers unexpectedly and ominously that she need be. Upon this the lazy gentleman instantly falls very low in the popular estimation, and the passengers, with looks of defiance, whisper to each other that he is an ass and an impostor, and clearly don't know anything at all about it. But we are made fast alongside the packet, whose huge red funnel is smoking bravely, giving rich promise of serious intentions. Packing-cases, portmanteaus, carpet-bags, and boxes are already passed from hand to hand and hauled on board with breathless rapidity. The officers, smartly dressed, are at the gangway, handing the passengers up the side and hurrying the men. In 5 minutes' time the little steamer is utterly deserted, and the packet is beset and overrun by its late freight, who instantly pervade the whole ship, and are to be met with by the dozen in every nook and corner, swarming down below with their own baggage, and stumbling over other people's, disposing themselves comfortably in wrong cabins, and creating a most horrible confusion by having to turn out again, madly bent upon opening locked doors, and on forcing a passage into all kinds of out-of-the-way places where there is no thoroughfare, sending wild stewards with elfin hair to and fro upon the breezy decks on unintelligible errands impossible of execution, and, in short, creating the most extraordinary and bewildering tumult. In the midst of all this, the lazy gentleman, who seems to have no luggage of any kind, not so much as a friend even, lounges up and down the hurricane deck, coolly puffing a cigar, and, as this unconcerned demeanour again exalts him in the opinion of those who have leisure to observe his proceedings, every time he looks up at the masts, or down at the decks, or over the side, they look there too, as wondering whether he sees anything wrong anywhere, and hoping that, in case he should, he will have the goodness to mention it. What have we here? The captain's boat, and yonder the captain himself. Now, by all our hopes and wishes, the very man he ought to be. A well-made, tight-built, dapper little fellow, with a ruddy face, which is a letter of invitation to shake him by both hands at once, and with a clear, blue, honest eye, that it does one good to see one's sparkling image in. Ring the bell! Ding, ding, ding! The very bell is in a hurry. Now for the shore! Who's for the shore? These gentlemen, I am sorry to say. They are away, and never say good-bye. Ah, now they wave it from the little boat. Good-bye! Good-bye! 3 cheers from them, 3 more from us, 3 more from them, and they are gone. To and fro, to and fro, to and fro again 100 times. This waiting for the latest mail-bags is worse than all. If we could have gone off in the midst of that last burst, we should have started triumphantly. But to lie here 2 hours and more in the damp fog, neither staying at home nor going abroad, is letting one gradually down into the very depths of dulness and low spirits. A speck in the mist at last. That's something. It is the boat we wait for. That's more to the purpose. The captain appears on the paddle-box with his speaking trumpet. The officers take their stations. All hands are on the alert. The flagging hopes of the passengers revive. The cooks pause in their savoury work, and look out with faces full of interest. The boat comes alongside. The bags are dragged in anyhow, and flung down for the moment anywhere. 3 cheers move, and as the first one rings upon our ears, the vessel throbs like a strong giant that has just received the breath of life. The 2 great wheels turn fiercely round for the first time, and the noble ship, with wind and tide astern, breaks proudly through the lashed and foaming water. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter II. The Passage Out. We all dined together that day, and a rather formidable party we were, no fewer than 86 strong. The vessel being pretty deep in the water, with all her coals on board and so many passengers, and the weather being calm and quiet, there was but little motion, so that before the dinner was half over, even those passengers who were most distrustful of themselves plucked up amazingly; and those who in the morning had returned to the universal question, "Are you a good sailor?" a very decided negative, now either parried the inquiry with the evasive reply, "Oh, I suppose I'm no worse than anybody else," or, reckless of all moral obligations, answered boldly, "Yes," and with some irritation too, as though they would add, "I should like to know what you see in me, sir, particularly to justify suspicion." Notwithstanding this high tone of courage and confidence, I could not but observe that very few remained long over their wine, and that everybody had an unusual love of the open air, and that the favourite and most coveted seats were invariably those nearest to the door. The tea table, too, was by no means as well attended as the dinner table, and there was less whist playing than might have been expected. Still, with the exception of one lady, who had retired with some precipitation at dinner time, immediately after being assisted to the finest cut of a very yellow boiled leg of mutton with very green capers, there were no invalids as yet; and walking and smoking and drinking of brandy and water, but always in the open air, went on with unabated spirit until 11 o'clock or thereabouts, when, turning in (no sailor of 7 hours' experience talks of going to bed) became the order of the night. The perpetual tramp of boot heels on the decks gave place to a heavy silence, and the whole human freight was stowed away below, excepting a very few stragglers like myself, who were probably, like me, afraid to go there. To one unaccustomed to such scenes, this is a very striking time on shipboard. Afterwards, and when its novelty had long worn off, it never ceased to have a peculiar interest and charm for me. The gloom through which the great black mass holds its direct and certain course, the rushing water plainly heard but dimly seen, the broad, white, glistening track that follows in the vessel's wake, the men on the look-out forward, who would be scarcely visible against the dark sky, but for their blotting out some score of glistening stars, the helmsman at the wheel with the illuminated card before him, shining, a speck of light amidst the darkness, like something sentient and of divine intelligence, the melancholy sighing of the wind through block and rope and chain, the gleaming forth of light from every crevice, nook, and tiny piece of glass about the decks, as though the ship were filled with fire in hiding, ready to burst through any outlet, wild with its resistless power of death and ruin. At first, too, and even when the hour and all the objects it exalts have come to be familiar, it is difficult, alone and thoughtful, to hold them to their proper shapes and forms. They change with a wandering fancy, assume the resemblance of things left far away, put on the well-remembered aspect of favourite places dearly loved, and to even people them with shadows. Streets, houses, rooms, figures so like their usual occupants, that they have startled me by their reality, which far exceeded, as it seemed to me, all power of mine to conjure up the absent, have, many and many a time, at such an hour, grown suddenly out of objects with whose real look, and use, and purpose, I was as well acquainted as with my own two hands. My own two hands and feet likewise, being very cold, however, on this particular occasion, I crept below at midnight. It was not exactly comfortable below. It was decidedly close, and it was impossible to be unconscious of the presence of that extraordinary compound of strange smells, which is to be found nowhere but on board ship, and which is such a subtle perfume that it seems to enter at every pore of the skin, and whisper of the hold. 2 passengers' wives, one of them my own, lay already in silent agonies on the sofa, and one lady's maid, my lady's, was a mere bundle on the floor, execrating her destiny, and pounding her curl papers among the stray boxes. Everything sloped the wrong way, which in itself was an aggravation scarcely to be borne. I had left the door open, a moment before, in the bosom of a gentle declivity, and, when I turned to shut it, it was on the summit of a lofty eminence. Now every plank and timber creaked, as if the ship were made of wicker work, and now crackled like an enormous fire of the driest possible twigs. There was nothing for it but bed, so I went to bed. It was pretty much the same for the next 2 days, with a tolerably fair wind and dry weather. I read in bed, but to this hour I don't know what, a good deal, and reeled on deck a little, drank cold brandy and water with an unspeakable disgust, and ate hard biscuit perseveringly. Not ill, but going to be. It is the 3rd morning. I am awakened out of my sleep by a dismal shriek from my wife, who demands to know whether there is any danger. I rouse myself and look out of bed. The water jug is plunging and leaping like a lively dolphin. All the smaller articles are afloat, except my shoes, which are stranded on a carpet bag, high and dry like a couple of coal barges. Suddenly I see them spring into the air, and behold the looking-glass, which is nailed to the wall, sticking fast upon the ceiling. At the same time the door entirely disappears, and a new one is opened in the floor. Then I begin to comprehend that the state-room is standing on its head. Before it is possible to make any arrangement at all compatible with this novel state of things, the ship rights. Before one can say, "Thank Heaven, she wrongs again." Before one can cry she is wrong, she seems to have started forward, and to be a creature actually running of its own accord, with broken knees and failing legs, through every variety of hole and pitfall, and stumbling constantly. Before one can so much as wonder, she takes a high leap into the air. Before she has well done that, she takes a deep dive into the water. Before she has gained the surface, she throws a somerset. The instant she is on her legs, she rushes backward; and so she goes on staggering, heaving, wrestling, leaping, diving, jumping, pitching, throbbing, rolling, and rocking, and going through all these movements, sometimes by turns, and sometimes all together, until one feels disposed to roar for mercy. A steward passes. "Steward!" "Sir?" "What is the matter? What do you call this?" "Rather a heavy sea on, sir, and a head wind." A head wind! Imagine a human face upon the vessel's prow, with 15,000 Samsons in one bent upon driving her back, and hitting her exactly between the eyes whenever she attempts to advance an inch. Imagine the ship herself, with every pulse and artery in her huge body swollen and bursting under this maltreatment, sworn to go on or die. Imagine the wind howling, the sea roaring, the rain beating, all in furious array against her. Picture the sky both dark and wild, and the clouds, in fearful sympathy with the waves, making another ocean in the air. Add to all this, the clattering on deck and down below, the tread of hurried feet, the loud hoarse shouts of seamen, the gurgling in and out of water through the scuppers, with, every now and then, the striking of a heavy sea upon the planks above, with the deep, dead, heavy sound of thunder heard within a vault. And there is the head wind of that January morning. I say nothing of what may be called the domestic noises of the ship, such as the breaking of glass and crockery, the tumbling down of stewards, the gambols overhead of loose casks and truant dozens of bottled porter, and the very remarkable and far from exhilarating sounds raised in their various state-rooms by the 70 passengers who were too ill to get up to breakfast. I say nothing of them, for although I lay listening to this concert for 3 or 4 days, I don't think I heard it for more than a quarter of a minute, at the expiration of which term I lay down again excessively seasick. Not seasick, be it understood, in the ordinary acceptation of the term. I wish I had been. But in a form which I have never seen or heard described, though I have no doubt it is very common. I lay there all the day long quite coolly and contentedly, with no sense of weariness, with no desire to get up, or get better, or take the air, with no curiosity, or care, or regret, of any sort or degree, saving that I think I can remember in this universal indifference having a kind of lazy joy, a fiendish delight, if anything so lethargic can be dignified with the title, in the fact of my wife being too ill to talk to me. If I may be allowed to illustrate my state of mind by such an example, I should say that I was exactly in the condition of the elder Mr. Willet, after the incursion of the rioters into his bar at Chigwell. Nothing would have surprised me, if, in momentary illumination of any ray of intelligence that may have come upon me in the way of thoughts of home, a goblin postman with a scarlet coat and bell had come into that little kennel before me, broad awake in broad day, and apologizing for being damp through walking in the sea, had handed me a letter directed to myself in familiar characters, I am certain I should not have felt one atom of astonishment. I should have been perfectly satisfied. If Neptune himself had walked in with a toasted shark on his trident, I should have looked upon the event as one of the very commonest everyday occurrences. Once, I found myself on deck. I don't know how I got there, or what possessed me to go there, but there I was, and completely dressed too, with a huge pea coat on, and a pair of boots such as no weak man in his senses could ever have got into. I found myself standing, when a gleam of consciousness came upon me, holding on to something. I don't know what. I think it was the boatswain, or it may have been the pump, or possibly the cow. I can't say how long I had been there, whether a day or a minute. I recollect trying to think about something, about anything in the whole wide world. I was not particular, without the smallest effect. I could not even make out which was the sea and which the sky, for the horizon seemed drunk, and was flying wildly about in all directions. Even in that incapable state, however, I recognized the lazy gentleman standing before me, nautically clad in a suit of shaggy blue, with an oilskin hat. But I was too imbecile, although I knew it to be he, to separate him from his dress, and tried to call him, I remember, Pilot. After another interval of total unconsciousness, I found he had gone, and recognized another figure in its place. It seemed to wave and fluctuate before me, as though I saw it reflected in an unsteady looking-glass. But I knew it for the captain, and such was the cheerful influence of his face, that I tried to smile. Yes, even then I tried to smile. I saw by his gesture that he addressed me, but it was a long time before I could make out that he remonstrated against my standing up to my knees in water, as I was. Of course, I don't know why. I tried to thank him, but couldn't. I could only point to my boots, or wherever I supposed my boots to be, and say in a plaintive voice, "Cork soles," at the same time endeavouring, I am told, to sit down in the pool. Finding that I was quite insensible, and for the time a maniac, he humanely conducted me below. There I remained until I got better, suffering, whenever I was recommended to eat anything, an amount of anguish only second to that which is said to be endured by the apparently drowned in the process of restoration to life. One gentleman on board had a letter of introduction to me from a mutual friend in London. He sent it below with his card, on the morning of the head-wind, and I was long troubled with the idea that he might be up and well in 100 times a day, expecting me to call upon him in the saloon. I imagined him one of those cast-iron images, I will not call them men, who ask, with red faces and lusty voices, what sea-sickness means, and whether it really is as bad as it is represented to be. This was very torturing indeed, and I don't think I ever felt such perfect gratification and gratitude of heart as I did when I heard from the ship's doctor that he had been obliged to put a large mustard poultice on that very gentleman's stomach. I date my recovery from the receipt of that intelligence. It was materially assigned, though, I have no doubt, by a heavy gale of wind, which came slowly up at sunset, when we were about 10 days out, and raged with gradually increasing fury until morning, saving that it lulled for an hour a little before midnight. There was something in the unnatural response of that hour, and in the awful gathering of the storm, so inconceivably awful and tremendous, that its bursting into full violence was almost a relief. The labouring of the ship in the troubled sea on this night I shall never forget. Will it ever be worse than this, was a question I had often heard asked, when everything was sliding and bumping about, and when it certainly did seem difficult to comprehend the possibility of anything afloat being more disturbed, without toppling over and going down. But what the agitation of a steam vessel is, on a bad winter's night in the wild Atlantic, it is impossible for the most vivid imagination to conceive. To say that she is flung down on her side in the waves, with her masts dipping into them, and that, springing up again, she rolls over on the other side, until a heavy sea strikes her with the noise of 100 great guns, and hurls her back, that she stops and staggers, and shivers, as though stunned, and then, with a violent throbbing at her heart, darts onward like a monster goaded into madness, to be beaten down and battered and crushed and leapt on by the angry sea, that thunder, lightning, hail, and rain and wind are all in fierce contention for the mastery, that every plank has its groan, every nail its shriek, and every drop of water in the great ocean its howling voice, is nothing. To say that all is grand, and all appalling and horrible to the last degree, is nothing. Words cannot express it. Thoughts cannot convey it. Only a dream can call it up again in all its fury, rage, and passion. And yet, in the very midst of these terrors, I was placed in a situation so exquisitely ridiculous, that even then I had as strong a sense of its absurdity as I have now, and could no more help laughing than I can at any other comical incident, happening under circumstances the most favourable to its enjoyment. About midnight we shipped a sea which forced its way through the skylights, burst open the doors above, and came raging and roaring down into the ladies' cabin, to the unspeakable consternation of my wife, and a little Scotch lady, who, by the way, had previously sent a message to the captain by the stewardess, requesting him, with her compliments, to have a steel conductor immediately attached to the top of every mast and to the chimney, in order that the ship might not be struck by lightning. They and the handmaid before mentioned being in such ecstasies of fear that I scarcely knew what to do with them, I naturally bethought myself of some restorative or comfortable cordial, and nothing better occurring to me at the moment than hot brandy and water, I procured a tumblerful without delay. It being impossible to stand or sit without holding on, they were all heaped together in one corner of a long sofa, a fixture extending entirely across the cabin, where they clung to each other in momentary expectation of being drowned. When I approached this place with my specific, and was about to administer it, with many consolatory expressions, to the nearest sufferer, what was my dismay to see them all roll slowly down to the other end! And when I staggered to that end, and held out the glass once more, how immensely baffled were my good intentions by the ship giving another lurch, and their all rolling back again. I suppose I dodged them up and down this sofa for at least a quarter of an hour, without reaching them once; and by the time I did catch them, the brandy and water was diminished by constant spilling to a teaspoonful. To complete the group, it is necessary to recognise, in this disconcerted dodger, an individual very pale from sea-sickness, who had shaved his beard and brushed his hair last at Liverpool, and whose only article of dress, linen not included, were a pair of dreadnought trousers, a blue jacket, formerly admired upon the Thames at Richmond, no stockings, and one slipper. of the outrageous antics performed by that ship next morning, which made bed a practical joke, and getting up by any process short of falling out an impossibility, I say nothing. But anything like the utter dreariness and desolation that met my eyes when I literally tumbled up on deck at noon, I never saw. Ocean and sky were all of one dull, heavy, uniform lead colour. There was no extent of prospect, even over the dreary waste that lay around us, for the sea ran high, and the horizon encompassed us like a large black hoop. Viewed from the air, or some tall bluff on shore, it would have been imposing and stupendous, no doubt, but seen from the wet and rolling decks, it only impressed one giddily and painfully. In the gale of last night the lifeboat had been crushed by one blow of the sea like a walnut shell, and there it hung dangling in the air, a mere faggot of crazy boards. The planking of the paddle boxes had been torn sheer away. The wheels were exposed and bare, and they whirled and dashed their spray about the decks at random. Chimney, white with crusted sail, topmasts struck, storm sails set, rigging all knotted, tangled, wet, and drooping, a gloomier picture it would be hard to look upon. I was now comfortably established by courtesy in the ladies' cabin, where, besides ourselves, there were only 4 other passengers. First, the little Scotch lady before mentioned, on her way to join her husband at New York, who had settled there 3 years before. Secondly and thirdly, an honest young Yorkshireman connected with some American house, domiciled in that same city, and carrying thither his beautiful young wife, to whom he had been married but a fortnight, and who was the fairest specimen of a comely English country girl I have ever seen. Fourthly, fifthly, and lastly, another couple, newly married too, if one might judge from the endearments they frequently interchanged, of whom I know no more than that they were rather a mysterious, run-away kind of couple, that the lady had great personal attractions also, and that the gentleman carried more guns with him than Robinson Crusoe, wore a shooting coat, and had 2 great dogs on board. On further consideration, I remember that he tried hot roast pig and bottled ale as a cure for sea-sickness, and that he took these remedies, usually in bed, day after day with astonishing perseverance. I may add, for the information of the curious, that they decidedly failed. The weather continuing obstinately and almost unprecedentedly bad, we usually straggled into this cabin, more or less faint and miserable, about an hour before noon, and lay down on the sofas to recover, during which interval the captain would look in to communicate the state of the wind, the moral certainty of its changing to-morrow (the weather is always going to improve to-morrow at sea), the vessel's rate of sailing, and so forth. Observations there were none to tell us of, for there was no sun to take them by. But a description of one day will serve for all the rest. Here it is. The captain being gone, we compose ourselves to read, if the place be light enough, and if not, we doze and talk alternately. At 1, a bell rings, and the stewardess comes down with a steaming dish of baked potatoes, and another of roasted apples, and plates of pig's face, cold ham, salt beef, or perhaps a smoking mess of rare hot collops. We fall to upon these dainties, eat as much as we can (we have great appetites now), and are as long as possible about it. If the fire will burn (it will sometimes), we are pretty cheerful. If it won't, we all remark to each other that it's very cold, rub our hands, cover ourselves with coats and cloaks, and lie down again to doze, talk, and read, provided as aforesaid, until dinner time. At 5, another bell rings, and the stewardess reappears with another dish of potatoes, boiled this time, and store of hot meat of various kinds, not forgetting the roast pig to be taken medicinally. We sit down at table again, rather more cheerfully than before, prolong the meal with a rather mouldy dessert of apples, grapes, and oranges, and drink our wine and brandy and water. The bottles and glasses are still upon the table, and the oranges and so forth are rolling about according to their fancy and the ship's way, when the doctor comes down by special nightly invitation to join our evening rubber, immediately on whose arrival we make a party at whist; and as it is a rough night, and the cards will not lie on the cloth, We put the tricks in our pockets as we take them. At whist we remain with exemplary gravity, deducting a short time for tea and toast, until 11 o'clock or thereabouts, when the captain comes down again, in a sou'wester hat tied under his chin and a pilot coat, making the ground wet where he stands. By this time the card playing is over, and the bottles and glasses are again upon the table, and after an hour's pleasant conversation about the ship, the passengers, and things in general, the captain, who never goes to bed, and is never out of humour, turns up his coat collar for the deck again, shakes hands all round, and goes laughing out into the weather as merrily as to a birthday party. As to daily news, there is no dearth of that commodity. This passenger is reported to have lost £14 at Vink and Un at the saloon yesterday, and that passenger drinks his bottle of champagne every day, and how he does it, being only a clerk, nobody knows. The head engineer has distinctly said that there never was such times, meaning weather, and 4 good hands are ill, and have given in dead beat. Several berths are full of water, and all the cabins are leaky. The ship's cook, secretly swigging damaged whisky, has been found drunk, and has been played upon by the fire engine until quite sober. All the stewards have fallen downstairs at various dinner times, and go about with plasters in various places. The baker is ill, and so is the pastry cook. A new man, horribly indisposed, has been required to fill the place of the latter officer, and has been propped and jammed up with empty casks in a little house upon deck, and commanded to roll out pie crust, which he protests, being highly bilious, it is death to him to look at. News! A dozen murders on shore would lack the interest of these slight incidents at sea. Divided between our rubber and such topics as these, we were running, as we thought, into Halifax harbour on the 15th night, with little wind and a bright moon. Indeed, we had made the light at its outer entrance, and put the pilot in charge, when suddenly the ship struck upon a bank of mud. An immediate rush on deck took place, of course. The sides were crowded in an instant, and for a few minutes we were in as lively a state of confusion as the greatest lover of disorder would desire to see. The passengers, and guns, and water casks, and other heavy matters, being all huddled together aft, however, to lighten her in the head, she was soon got off, and after some driving on towards an uncomfortable line of objects, whose vicinity had been announced very early in the disaster by a loud cry of "Breakers ahead!" and much backing of paddles and heaving of the lead into a constantly decreasing depth of water, we dropped anchor into a strange outlandish-looking nook, which nobody on board could recognize, although there was land all about us, and so close that we could plainly see the waving branches of the trees. It was strange enough in the silence of midnight, and the dead stillness that seemed to be created by the sudden and unexpected stoppage of the engine, which had been clanking and blasting in our ears incessantly for so many days, to watch the look of blank astonishment expressed in every face, beginning with the officers, tracing it through all the passengers, and descending to the very stokers and furnacemen, who emerged from below one by one, and clustered together in a smoky group about the hatchway of the engine-room, comparing notes in whispers. After throwing up a few rockets and firing signal guns at the hope of being hailed from the land, or at least of seeing a light, but without any other sight or sound presenting itself, it was determined to send a boat on shore. It was amusing to observe how very kind some of the passengers were in volunteering to go ashore in the same boat. For the general good, of course. Not by any means because they thought the ship in an unsafe position, or contemplated the possibility of her heeling over in case the tide were running out. Nor was it less amusing to remark how desperately unpopular the poor pilot became in one short minute. He had had his passage out from Liverpool, and during the whole voyage had been quite a notorious character as a teller of anecdotes and cracker of jokes. Yet here were the very men who had laughed the loudest at his jests, now flourishing their fists in his face, loading him with imprecations, and defying him to his teeth as a villain. The boat soon shoved off, with a lantern and sundry blue lights on board, and in less than an hour returned, the officer in command bringing with him a tolerably tall young tree, which he had plucked up by the roots, to satisfy certain distrustful passengers, whose minds misgave them that they were to be imposed upon and shipwrecked, and who would on no other terms believe that he had been ashore, or had done anything but fraudulently row a little way into the mist, especially to deceive them and compass their deaths. Our captain had foreseen from the first that we must be in a place called the Eastern Passage, and so we were. It was about the last place in the world in which we had any business or reason to be, but a sudden fog, and some error in the pilot's part, were the cause. We were surrounded by banks and rocks, and shoals of all kinds, but had happily drifted, it seemed, upon the only safe speck that was to be found thereabouts. Eased by this report, and by the assurance that the tide was past the ebb, we turned in at 3 o'clock in the morning. I was dressed about 9:30 next day, when the noise above hurried me on deck. When I had left it overnight, it was dark, foggy, and damp, and there were bleak hills all round us. Now, we were gliding down a smooth, broad stream, at the rate of 11 miles an hour, our colours flying gaily, our crew rigged out in their smartest clothes, our officers in uniform again, the sun shining as on a brilliant April day in England, the land stretched out on either side, streaked with light patches of snow, white wooden houses, people at their doors, telegraphs working, flags hoisted, wharves appearing, ships, quays crowded with people, distant noises, shouts, men and boys running down steep places towards the pier, all more bright and gay and fresh to our unused eyes than words can paint them. We came to a wharf paved with uplifted faces, got alongside, and were made fast after some shouting and straining of cables. Darted a score of us along the gangway, almost as soon as it was thrust out to meet us, and before it had reached the ship, and leapt upon the firm glad earth again. I suppose this Halifax would have appeared in Elysium, though it had been a curiosity of ugly dulness. But I carried away with me a most pleasant impression of the town and its inhabitants, and have preserved it to this hour. Nor was it without regret that I came home without having found an opportunity of returning thither, and once more shaking hands with the friends I made that day. It happened to be the opening of the Legislative Council and General Assembly, at which ceremonial the forms observed on the commencement of a new session of Parliament in England were so closely copied, and so gravely presented on a small scale, that it was like looking at Westminster through the wrong end of a telescope. The Governor, as Her Majesty's representative, delivered what may be called the speech from the throne. He said what he had to say manfully and well. The military band outside the building struck up God Save the Queen with great vigour before His Excellency had quite finished. The people shouted, the Ins rubbed their hands, the Outs shook their heads. The Government party said there never was such a good speech. The Opposition declared there never was such a bad one. The Speaker and members of the House of Assembly withdrew from the bar to say a great deal among themselves and do a little. And in short, everything went on, and promised to go on, just as it does at home upon the like occasions. The town is built on the side of a hill, the highest point being commanded by a strong fortress not yet quite finished. Several streets of good breadth and appearance extend from its summit to the water side, and are intersected by cross streets running parallel with the river. The houses are chiefly of wood. The market is abundantly supplied, and provisions are exceedingly cheap. The weather being unusually mild at that time for the season of the year, There was no sleighing, but there were plenty of those vehicles in yards and by-places, and some of them, from the gorgeous quality of their decorations, might have gone on without alteration as triumphal cars in a melodrama at Astley's. The day was uncommonly fine, the air bracing and healthful, the whole aspect of the town cheerful, thriving, and industrious. We lay there 7 hours to deliver and exchange the mails. At length, having collected all our bags and all our passengers, including 2 or 3 choice spirits, who, having indulged too freely in oysters and champagne, were found lying insensible on their backs in unfrequented streets, the engines were again put in motion, and we stood off for Boston. Encountering squally weather again in the Bay of Fundy, we tumbled and rolled about as usual all that night and all next day. On the next afternoon, that is to say, on Saturday, the 22nd of January, an American pilot boat came alongside, and soon afterwards the Britannia steam packet from Liverpool, 18 days out, was telegraphed at Boston. The indescribable interest with which I strained my eyes as the first patches of American soil peeped like molehills from the green sea, and followed them as they swelled, by slow and almost imperceptible degrees, into a continuous line of coast, can hardly be exaggerated. A sharp keen wind blew dead against us, a hard frost prevailed on shore, and the cold was most severe. Yet the air was so intensely clear and dry and bright, that the temperature was not only endurable but delicious. Had I remained on deck staring about me until we came alongside the dock, and how, though I had as many eyes as Argus, I should have had them all wide open and all employed on new objects, are topics which I will not prolong this chapter to discuss. Neither will I more than hint at my foreign-like mistake in supposing that a party of most active persons, who scrambled on board at the peril of their lives as we approached the wharf, were newsmen, answering to that industrious class at home, whereas, despite the leathern wallets of news slung about the necks of some, and the broad sheets in the hands of all, they were editors, who boarded ships in person, as one gentleman in a worsted comforter informed me, because they liked the excitement of it. Suffice it in this place to say, that one of these invaders, with a ready courtesy for which I thank him here most gratefully, went on before to order rooms at the hotel, and that when I followed, as I soon did, I found myself rolling through the long passages with an involuntary imitation of the gait of Mr. T.P. Cook in a new nautical melodrama. "Dinner, if you please," said I to the waiter. "When?" said the waiter. "As quick as possible," said I. "Right away?" said the waiter. After a moment's hesitation, I answered, "No," at hazard. "Not right away!" cried the waiter, with an amount of surprise that made me start. I looked at him doubtfully, and returned, "No. I would rather have it in this private room. I like it very much." At this, I really thought the waiter must have gone out of his mind, as I believe he would have done, but for the interposition of another man, who whispered in his ear, "Directly." "Well, and that's a fact," said the waiter, looking helplessly at me. "Right away." I saw now that right away and directly were one and the same thing. So I reversed my previous answer, and sat down to dinner in 10 minutes afterwards, and a capital dinner it was. The hotel, a very excellent one, is called the Tremont House. It has more galleries, colonnades, piazzas, and passages than I can remember, or the reader would believe. End of chapter 2.
Section 3 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter 3, Part 1. Boston. In all the public establishments of America the utmost courtesy prevails. Most of our departments are susceptible of a considerable improvement in this respect, but the Custom House above all others would do well to take example from the United States, and render itself somewhat less odious and offensive to foreigners. The servile rapacity of the French officials is sufficiently contemptible, but there is a surly, boorish incivility about our men, alike disgusting to all persons who fall into their hands, and discreditable to the nation that keeps such ill-conditioned curs snarling about its gates. When I landed in America, I could not help being strongly impressed with the contrast their custom house presented, and the attention, politeness, and good humour with which its officers discharged their duty. As we did not land at Boston, in consequence of some detention at the wharf, until after dark, I received my first impressions of the city in walking down to the Custom House on the morning after our arrival, which was Sunday. I am afraid to say, by the way, how many offers of pews and seats in church for that morning were made to us, by formal note of invitation, before we had half finished our first dinner in America. But if I may be allowed to make a moderate guess, without going into nicer calculation, I should say that at least as many sittings were proffered us as would have accommodated a score or two of grown-up families. The number of creeds and forms of religion to which the pleasure of our company was requested was in very fair proportion. Not being able, in the absence of any change of clothes, to go to church that day, we were compelled to decline these kindnesses one and all, and I was reluctantly obliged to forego the delight of hearing Dr. Channing, who happened to preach that morning for the first time in a very long interval. I mention the name of this distinguished and accomplished man, with whom I soon afterwards had the pleasure of becoming personally acquainted, that I may have the gratification of recording my humble tribute of admiration and respect for his high abilities and character, and for the bold philanthropy with which he has ever opposed himself to that most hideous blot and foul disgrace, slavery. To return to Boston. When I got into the streets upon this Sunday morning, the air was so clear, the houses were so bright and gay, the signboards were painted in such gaudy colours, the gilded letters were so very golden, the bricks were so very red, the stone was so very white, the blinds and area railings were so very green, the knobs and plates upon the street doors so marvellously bright and twinkling, and all so slight and unsubstantial in appearance, that every thoroughfare in the city looked exactly like a scene in a pantomime. It rarely happens in the business streets that a tradesman, if I may venture to call anybody a tradesman where everybody is a merchant, resides above his store; so that many occupations are often carried on in one house, and the whole front is covered with boards and inscriptions. As I walked along, I kept glancing up at these boards, confidently expecting to see a few of them change into something; and I never turned a corner suddenly without looking out for the clown and the pantaloon, who I had no doubt were hiding in a doorway or behind some pillar close at hand. As to Harlequin and Columbine, I discovered immediately that they lodged (they are always looking after lodgings in a pantomime) at a very small clockmaker's 1 story high, near the hotel, which, in addition to various symbols and devices almost covering the whole front, had a great dial hanging out, to be jumped through, of course. The suburbs are, if possible, even more unsubstantial looking than the city. The white wooden houses, so white that it makes one wink to look at them, with their green jalousie blinds, are so sprinkled and dropped about in all directions, without seeming to have any root at all in the ground, and the small churches and chapels are so prim and bright and highly varnished that I almost believed the whole affair could be taken up piecemeal, like a child's toy, and crammed into a little box. The city is a beautiful one, and cannot fail, I should imagine, to impress all strangers very favourably. The private dwelling houses are for the most part large and elegant, the shops extremely good, and the public buildings handsome. The State House is built upon the summit of a hill, which rises gradually at first, and afterwards by a steep ascent almost from the water's edge. Its front is a green enclosure called the Common. The site is beautiful, and from the top there is a charming panoramic view of the whole town and neighbourhood. In addition to a variety of commodious offices, it contains 2 handsome chambers. In one, the House of Representatives of the State hold their meetings; in the other, the Senate. Such proceedings as I saw here were conducted with perfect gravity and decorum, and were certainly calculated to inspire attention and respect. There is no doubt that much of the intellectual refinement and superiority of Boston is referable to the quiet influence of the University of Cambridge, which is within 3 or 4 miles of the city. The resident professors at that university are gentlemen of learning and varied attainments, and are, without one exception that I can call to mind, men who would shed a grace upon and do honour to any society in the civilized world. Many of the resident gentry in Boston and its neighbourhood, and I think I am not mistaken in adding a large majority of those who are attached to the liberal professions there, have been educated at this same school. Whatever the defects of American universities may be, they disseminate no prejudices, rear no bigots, dig up the buried ashes of no old superstitions, never interpose between the people and their improvement, exclude no man because of his religious opinions; above all, in their whole course of study and instruction, recognize a world, and a broad one too, lying beyond the college walls. It was a source of inexpressible pleasure to me to observe the almost imperceptible but not less certain effect wrought by this institution among the small community of Boston, and to note at every turn the humanizing taste and desires it has engendered, the affectionate friendships to which it has given rise, the amount of vanity and prejudice it has dispelled. The golden calf they worship at Boston is a pygmy compared with the giant effigies set up in other parts of that vast counting house which lies beyond the Atlantic; and the almighty dollar sinks into something comparatively insignificant amidst a whole pantheon of better gods. Above all, I sincerely believe that the public institutions and charities of this capital of Massachusetts are as nearly perfect as the most considerate wisdom, benevolence, and humanity can make them. I never in my life was more affected by the contemplation of happiness under circumstances of privation and bereavement than in my visits to these establishments. It is a great and pleasant feature of all such institutions in America that they are either supported by the State, or assisted by the State, or, in the event of their not needing its helping hand, that they act in concert with it, and are emphatically the people's. I cannot but think, with a view to the principle and its tendency to elevate or depress the character of the industrious classes, that a public charity is immeasurably better than a private foundation, no matter how munificently the latter may be endowed. In our own country, where it has not until within these later days been a very popular fashion with governments to display any extraordinary regard for the great mass of the people, or to recognize their existence as improvable creatures, private charities, unexampled in the history of the earth, have arisen, and do an incalculable amount of good among the destitute and afflicted. But the government of the country, having neither act nor part in them, is not in the receipt of any portion of the gratitude they inspire, and, offering very little shelter or relief beyond that which is to be found in the workhouse and the jail, has come, not unnaturally, to be looked upon by the poor rather as a stern master, quick to correct and punish, than a kind protector, merciful and vigilant in their hour of need. The maxim that out of evil cometh good is strongly illustrated by these establishments at home, as the records of the prerogative office in Doctors' Commons can abundantly prove. Some immensely rich old gentleman or lady, surrounded by needy relatives, makes, upon a low average, a will a week. The old gentleman or lady, never very remarkable in the best of times for good temper, is full of aches and pains from head to foot, full of fancies and caprices, full of spleen, distrust, suspicion, and dislike. To cancel old wills and invent new ones is at last the sole business of such a testator's existence, and relations and friends, some of whom have been bred up distinctly to inherit a large share of the property, and have been from their cradles specially disqualified from devoting themselves to any useful pursuit on that account, are so often and so unexpectedly and summarily cut off, and reinstated, and cut off again, that the whole family, down to the remotest cousin, is kept in a perpetual fever. At length it becomes plain that the old lady or gentleman has not long to live, and the plainer this becomes, the more clearly the old lady or gentleman perceives that everybody is in a conspiracy against their poor old dying relative, wherefore the old lady or gentleman makes another last will, positively the last this time, conceals the same in a china teapot, and expires the next day. Then it turns out that the whole of the real and personal estate is divided between half a dozen charities, and that the dead and gone testator has in pure spite helped to do a great deal of good, at the cost of an immense amount of evil passion and misery. The Perkins Institute and Massachusetts Asylum for the Blind at Boston is superintended by a body of trustees who make an annual report to the corporation. The indigent blind of that state are admitted gratuitously. Those from the adjoining state of Connecticut, or from the states of Maine, Vermont, or New Hampshire, are admitted by a warrant from the state to which they respectively belong, or, failing that, must find security among their friends for the payment of about £20 English for their first year's board and instruction, and 10 for the second. After the first year, say the trustees, an account current will be opened with each pupil. He will be charged with the actual cost of his board, which will not exceed $2 per week, a trifle more than 8 shillings English, and he will be credited with the amount paid for him by the state or by his friends, also with his earnings over and above the cost of the stock which he uses, so that all his earnings over $1 per week will be his own. By the third year it will be known whether his earnings will more than pay the actual cost of his board. If they should, he will have it at his option to remain and receive his earnings, or not. Those who prove unable to earn their own livelihood will not be retained, as it is not desirable to convert the establishment into an almshouse, or to retain any but working bees in the hive. Those who by physical or mental imbecility are disqualified from work are thereby disqualified from being members of an industrious community, and they can be better provided for in establishments fitted for the infirm. I went to see this place one very fine winter morning, an Italian sky above, and the air so clear and bright on every side that even my eyes, which are none of the best, could follow the minute lines and scraps of tracery in distant buildings. Like most other public institutions in America of the same class, it stands a mile or two without the town, in a cheerful healthy spot, and is an airy, spacious, handsome edifice. It is built upon a height commanding the harbour. When I paused for a moment at the door, and marked how fresh and free the whole scene was, What sparkling bubbles glanced upon the waves, and welled up every moment to the surface, as though the world below, like that above, were radiant with the bright day, and gushing over in its fulness of light! When I gazed from sail to sail, away upon a ship at sea, a tiny speck of shining white the only cloud upon the still, deep, distant blue, and turning, saw a blind boy with his sightless face addressed that way, as though he too had some sense within him of the glorious distance, I felt a kind of sorrow that the place should be so very light, and a strange wish that for his sake it were darker. It was but momentary, of course, and a mere fancy, but I felt it keenly for all that. The children were at their daily task in different rooms, except a few who were already dismissed, and were at play. Here, as in many institutions, no uniform is worn, and I was very glad of it, for two reasons. Firstly, because I am sure that nothing but senseless custom and want of thought would reconcile us to the liveries and badges we are so fond of at home. Secondly, because the absence of these things presents each child to the visitor in his or her own proper character, with its individuality unimpaired, not lost in a dull, ugly, monotonous repetition of the same unmeaning garb, which is really an important consideration. The wisdom of encouraging a little harmless pride in personal appearance, even among the blind, or the whimsical absurdity of considering charity and leather breeches inseparable companions, as we do, requires no comment. Good order, cleanliness, and comfort pervaded every corner of the building. The various classes who were gathered round their teachers answered the questions put to them with readiness and intelligence, and in a spirit of cheerful contest for precedence, which pleased me very much. Those who were at play were gleesome and noisy as other children. More spiritual and affectionate friendships appeared to exist among them than would be found among other young persons suffering under no deprivation; but this I expected, and was prepared to find. It is a part of the great scheme of Heaven's merciful consideration for the afflicted. In a portion of the building set apart for that purpose are workshops for blind persons whose education is finished, and who have acquired a trade, but who cannot pursue it in an ordinary manufactory because of their deprivation. Several people were at work here, making brushes, mattresses, and so forth, and the cheerfulness, industry, and good order discernible in every other part of the building extended to this department also. On the ringing of a bell, the pupils all repaired, without any guide or leader, to a spacious music hall, where they took their seats in an orchestra erected for that purpose, and listened with manifest delight to a voluntary on the organ played by one of themselves. At its conclusion, the performer, a boy of 19 or 20, gave place to a girl, and to her accompaniment they all sang a hymn, and afterwards a sort of chorus. It was very sad to look upon and hear them, happy though their condition unquestionably was; and I saw that one blind girl, who, being for the time deprived of the use of her limbs by illness, sat close beside me, with her face toward them, wept silently the while she listened. It is strange to watch the faces of the blind, and see how free they are from all concealment of what is passing in their thoughts; observing which, a man with many eyes may blush to contemplate the mask he wears, allowing for one shade of anxious expression which is never absent from their countenances, and the like of which we may readily detect on our own faces if we try to feel our way in the dark. Every idea, as it rises within them, is expressed with the lightning's speed and nature's truth. If the company at a rout or drawing room at court could only for one time be as unconscious of the eyes upon them as blind men and women are, what secrets would come out, and what a worker of hypocrisy this sight, the loss of which we so much pity, would appear to be. The thought occurred to me as I sat down in another room before a girl, blind, deaf, and dumb, destitute of smell, and nearly so of taste. before a fair young creature with every human faculty of hope and power of goodness and affection enclosed within her delicate frame, and but one outward sense, the sense of touch. There she was, before me, built up as it were in a marble cell, impervious to any ray of light or particle of sound, with her poor white hand peeping through a chink in the wall, beckoning to some good man for help, that an immortal soul might be awakened. Long before I looked upon her, the help had come. Her face was radiant with intelligence and pleasure. Her hair, braided by her own hands, was bound about a head whose intellectual capacity and development were beautifully expressed in its graceful outline; and its broad open brow, her dress arranged by herself, was a pattern of neatness and simplicity. The work she had knitted lay beside her. Her writing book was on the desk she leaned upon. From the mournful ruin of such bereavement there had slowly risen up this gentle, tender, guileless, grateful-hearted being. Like other inmates of that house, she had a green ribbon bound around her eyelids. A doll she had dressed lay near upon the ground. I took it up, and saw that she had made a green fillet such as she wore herself, and fastened it about its mimic eyes. She was seated in a little enclosure made by school desk and forms, writing her daily journal; but soon finishing this pursuit, she engaged in an animated conversation with a teacher who sat beside her. This was a favourite mistress with the poor pupil. If she could see the face of her fair instructress, she would not love her less, I am sure. I have extracted a few disjointed fragments of her history from an account written by that one man who has made her what she is. It is a very beautiful and touching narrative, and I wish I could present it entire. Her name is Laura Bridgman. She was born in Hanover, New Hampshire, on the 21st of December, 1829. She is described as having been a very sprightly and pretty infant, with bright blue eyes. She was, however, so puny and feeble until she was a year and a half old, that her parents hardly hoped to rear her. She was subject to severe fits, which seemed to rack her frame almost beyond her power of endurance, and life was held by the feeblest tenure. But when a year and a half old, she seemed to rally. The dangerous symptoms subsided, and at 20 months old she was perfectly well. Then her mental powers, hitherto stinted in their growth, rapidly developed themselves, and during the 4 months of health which she enjoyed, she appears, making due allowance for a fond mother's account, to have displayed a considerable degree of intelligence. But suddenly she sickened again. Her disease raged with great violence during 5 weeks, when her eyes and ears were inflamed, suppurated, and their contents were discharged. But though sight and hearing were gone for ever, the poor child's sufferings were not ended. The fever raged during 7 weeks. For 5 months she was kept in bed in a darkened room. It was a year before she could walk unsupported, and 2 years before she could sit up all day. It was now observed that her sense of smell was almost entirely destroyed, and consequently that her taste was much blunted. It was not until 4 years of age that the poor child's bodily health seemed restored, and she was able to enter upon her apprenticeship of life and the world. But what a situation was hers! The darkness and silence of the tomb were around her. No mother's smile called forth her answering smile. No father's voice taught her to imitate his sounds. They, brothers and sisters, were but forms of matter which resisted her touch, but which differed not from the furniture of the house, save in warmth and in the power of locomotion, and not even in these respects from the dog and the cat. But the immortal spirit which had been implanted within her could not die, nor be maimed, nor mutilated, though most of its avenues of communication with the world were cut off. It began to manifest itself through the others. As soon as she could walk, she began to explore the room, and then the house. She became familiar with the form, density, weight, and heat of every article she could lay her hands upon. She followed her mother, and felt her hands and arms, as she was occupied about the house, and her disposition to imitate led her to repeat everything herself. She even learned to sew a little, and to knit. The reader will scarcely need to be told, however, that the opportunities of communicating with her were very, very limited, and that the moral effects of her wretched state soon began to appear. Those who cannot be enlightened by reason can only be controlled by force, and this, coupled with her great privations, must soon have reduced her to a worse condition than that of the beasts that perish, but for timely and unhoped-for aid. At this time I was so fortunate as to hear of the child, and immediately hastened to Hanover to see her. I found her with a well-formed figure, a strongly marked, nervous, sanguine temperament, a large and beautifully shaped head, and the whole system in healthy action. The parents were easily induced to consent to her coming to Boston, and on the 4th of October, 1837, they brought her to the institution. For a while she was much bewildered, and after waiting about 2 weeks, until she became acquainted with her new locality, and somewhat familiar with the inmates, the attempt was made to give her knowledge of arbitrary signs, by which she could interchange thoughts with others. There was one of two ways to be adopted: either to go on to build up a language of signs on the basis of the natural language which she had already commenced herself, or to teach her the purely arbitrary language in common use; that is, to give her a sign for every individual thing, or to give her a knowledge of letters, by combination of which she might express her idea of the existence and the mode and condition of existence of anything. The former would have been easy, but very ineffectual. The latter seemed very difficult, but if accomplished, very effectual. I determined, therefore, to try the latter. The first experiments were made by taking articles in common use, such as knives, forks, spoons, keys, etc., and pasting upon them labels with their names printed in raised letters. These she felt very carefully, and soon, of course, distinguished that the crooked lines spoon differed as much from the crooked lines key as the spoon differed from the key in form. Then small detached labels, with the same words printed upon them, were put into her hands, and she soon observed that they were similar to the ones pasted on the articles. She showed her perception of this similarity by laying the label key upon the key, and the label spoon upon the spoon. She was encouraged here by the natural sign of approbation, patting on the head. The same process was then repeated with all the articles which she could handle, and she very easily learned to place the proper labels upon them. It was evident, however, that the only intellectual exercise was that of imitation and memory. She recollected that the label book was placed upon a book, and she repeated the process first from imitation, next from memory, with only the motive of love of approbation, but apparently without the intellectual perception of any relation between the things. After a while, instead of labels, the individual letters were given to her on detached bits of paper. They were arranged side by side so as to spell book, key, etc. Then they were mixed up in a heap, and a sign was made for her to arrange them herself so as to express the words book, key, etc., and she did so. Hitherto the process had been mechanical, and the success about as great as teaching a very knowing dog a variety of tricks. The poor child had sat in mute amazement, and patiently imitated everything her teacher did. But now the truth began to flash upon her. Her intellect began to work. She perceived that here was a way by which she could herself make up a sign of anything that was in her own mind, and show it to another mind, and at once her countenance lighted up with a human expression. It was no longer a dog or parrot, it was an immortal spirit, eagerly seizing upon a new link of union with other spirits. I could almost fix upon the moment when this truth dawned upon her mind, and spread its light to her countenance. I saw that the great obstacle was overcome, and that henceforward nothing but patient and persevering, but plain and straightforward efforts were to be used. The result thus far is quickly related and easily conceived, but not so was the process, for many weeks of apparently unprofitable labour were passed before it was effected. When it was said above that a sign was made, it was intended to say that the action was performed by her teacher, she feeling his hands, and then imitating the motion. The next step was to procure a set of metal types, with different letters of the alphabet cast upon their ends, also a board in which were square holes, into which holes she could set the type, so that the letters on their ends could alone be felt above the surface. Then, on any article being handed to her, for instance a pencil or a watch, she would select the component letters and arrange them on her board, and read them with apparent pleasure. She was exercised for several weeks in this way, until her vocabulary became extensive, and then the important step was taken of teaching her how to represent the different letters by the position of her fingers, instead of the cumbrous apparatus of the board and types. She accomplished this speedily and easily, for her intellect had begun to work in aid of her teacher, and her progress was rapid. This was the period, about 3 months after she had commenced, that the first report of her case was made, in which it was stated that she had just learned the manual alphabet as used by the deaf-mutes, and it is a subject of delight and wonder to see how rapidly, correctly, and eagerly she goes on with her labours. Her teacher gives her a new object, for instance a pencil, first lets her examine it and get an idea of its use, then teaches her how to spell it by making the signs for the letters with her own fingers. The child grasps her hand, feels her fingers, as the different letters are formed. She turns her head a little on one side, like a person listening closely. Her lips are apart, she seems scarcely to breathe, and her countenance, at first anxious, gradually changes to a smile as she comprehends the lesson. She then holds up her tiny fingers and spells the word in the manual alphabet. Next, she takes her types and arranges her letters, and last, to make sure that she is right, she takes the whole of the types composing the word, and places them upon or in contact with the pencil, or whatever the object may be. The whole of the succeeding year was passed in gratifying her eager enquiries for the names of every object which she could possibly handle, in exercising her in the use of the manual alphabet, in extending in every possible way her knowledge of the physical relations of things, and in proper care of her health. At the end of the year a report of her case was made, from which the following is an extract. It has been ascertained beyond the possibility of doubt that she cannot see a ray of light, cannot hear the least sound, and never exercises her sense of smell, if she have any. Thus her mind dwells in darkness and stillness as profound as that of a closed tomb at midnight. Of beautiful sights and sweet sounds and pleasant odours she has no conception. Nevertheless, she seems as happy and playful as a bird or a lamb, and the employment of her intellectual faculties, or the acquirement of a new idea, gives her a vivid pleasure, which is plainly marked in her expressive features. She seems never to repine, but has all the buoyancy and gaiety of childhood. She is fond of fun and frolic, and when playing with the rest of the children, her shrill laugh sounds loudest of the group. When left alone, she seems very happy if she have her knitting or sewing, and will busy herself for hours if she have no occupation. She evidently amuses herself by imaginary dialogues, or by recalling past impressions. She counts with her fingers, or spells out names of things which she has recently learned, in the manual alphabet of the deaf-mutes. In this lonely self-communion she seems to reason, reflect, and argue. If she spell a word wrong with the fingers of her right hand, she instantly strikes it with her left, as her teacher does, in sign of disapprobation. If right, then she pats herself upon the head and looks pleased. She sometimes purposely spells a word wrong with the left hand, looks roguish for a moment, and laughs, and then with the right hand strikes the left as if to correct it. During this year she has attained great dexterity in the use of the manual alphabet of the deaf mutes, and she spells out the words and sentences which she knows so fast and so deftly that only those accustomed to this language can follow with the eye the rapid motions of her fingers. But wonderful as is the rapidity with which she writes her thoughts upon the air, still more so is the ease and accuracy with which she reads the words thus written by another, grasping their hands in hers, and following every movement of their fingers, as letter after letter conveys their meaning to her mind. It is in this way that she converses with her blind playmates, and nothing can more forcibly show the power of mind in forcing matter to its purpose than a meeting between them. For if great talent and skill are necessary for two pantomimes to paint their thoughts and feelings by the movements of the body and the expression of the countenance, how much greater the difficulty when darkness shrouds them both, and the one can hear no sound. When Laura is walking through a passageway with her hands spread before her, she knows instantly every one she meets, and passes them with a sign of recognition. But if it be a girl of her own age, and especially if it be one of her favourites, there is instantly a bright smile of recognition, a twining of arms, a grasping of hands, and a swift telegraphing upon the tiny fingers, whose rapid evolutions convey the thoughts and feelings from the outpost of one mind to those of another. There are questions and answers, exchanges of joy or sorrow. There are kissings and partings, just as between little children with all their senses. During this year and 6 months after she had left home, her mother came to visit her, and the scene of their meeting was an interesting one. The mother stood some time gazing with overflowing eyes upon her unfortunate child, who, all unconscious of her presence, was playing about the room. Presently Laura ran against her, and at once began feeling her hands, examining her dress, and trying to find out if she knew her; but, not succeeding in this, she turned away as from a stranger, and the poor woman could not conceal the pang she felt at finding that her beloved child did not know her. She then gave Laura a string of beads, which she used to wear at home, which were recognized by the child at once, who with much joy put them round her neck, and sought me eagerly to say she understood the string was from her home. The mother now sought to caress her, but poor Laura repelled her, preferring to be with her acquaintances. Another article from home was now given her, and she began to look much interested. She examined the stranger much closer, and gave me to understand that she knew she came from Hanover. She even endured her caresses, but would leave her with indifference at the slightest signal. The distress of the mother was now painful to behold, for although she had feared that she should not be recognized, the painful reality of being treated with cold indifference by a darling child was too much for the woman's nature to bear. After a while, on the mother taking hold of her again, a vague idea seemed to flit across Laura's mind that this could not be a stranger. She therefore felt her hands very eagerly, while her countenance assumed an expression of intense interest. She became very pale, and then suddenly red. Hope seemed struggling with doubt and anxiety, and never were contending emotions more strongly painted upon the human face. At this moment of painful uncertainty the mother drew her close to her side, and kissed her fondly, when at once the truth flashed upon the child, and all mistrust and anxiety disappeared from her face, as with an expression of exceeding joy she eagerly nestled to the bosom of her parent, and yielded herself to her fond embraces. After this the beads were all unheeded, the playthings which were offered to her were utterly disregarded. Her playmates, for whom but a moment before she gladly left the stranger, now vainly strove to pull her from her mother; and though she yielded her usual instantaneous obedience to my signal to follow me, it was evidently with painful reluctance. She clung close to me, as if bewildered and fearful, and when, after a moment, I took her to her mother, she sprang to her arms, and clung to her with eager joy. The subsequent parting between them showed alike the affection, the intelligence, and the resolution of the child. Laura accompanied her mother to the door, clinging close to her all the way, until they arrived at the threshold, where she paused and felt around to ascertain who was near her. Perceiving the matron, of whom she is very fond, she grasped her with one hand, holding on convulsively to her mother with the other, and thus she stood for a moment. Then she dropped her mother's hand, put her handkerchief to her eyes, and turning round, clung sobbing to the matron, while her mother departed with emotions as deep as those of her child. End of Section 3. Chapter 3, Part 1. Reading by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia. Section 4 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia. American Notes by Charles Dickens, Chapter 3, Part 2. It has been remarked in former reports that she can distinguish different degrees of intellect in others, and that she soon regarded almost with contempt a newcomer when, after a few days, she discovered her weakness of mind. This unamiable part of her character has been more strongly developed during the past year. She chooses for her friends and companions those children who are intelligent and can talk best with her, and she evidently dislikes to be with those who are deficient in intellect, unless indeed she can make them serve her purposes, which she is evidently inclined to do. She takes advantage of them and makes them wait upon her in a manner that she knows she could not exact of others, and in various ways shows her Saxon blood. She is fond of having other children noticed and caressed by the teachers and those whom she respects, but this must not be carried too far, or she becomes jealous. She wants to have her share, which, if not the lion's, is the greater part, and if she does not get it, she says, "My mother will love me." Her tendency to imitation is so strong that it leads her to actions which must be entirely incomprehensible to her, and which can give her no other pleasure than the gratification of an internal faculty. She has been known to sit for half an hour holding a book before her sightless eyes, and moving her lips, as she has observed seeing people do when reading. She one day pretended that her doll was sick, and went through all the motions of tending it and giving it medicine. She then put it carefully to bed, and placed a bottle of hot water to its feet, laughing all the time most heartily. When I came home, she insisted upon my going to see it, and feel its pulse, and when I told her to put a blister on its back, she seemed to enjoy it amazingly, and almost screamed with delight. Her social feelings and her affections are very strong, and when she is sitting at work, or at her studies, by the side of one of her little friends, she will break off from her task every few moments to hug and kiss them with an earnestness and warmth that is touching to behold. When left alone, she occupies and apparently amuses herself, and seems quite contented; and so strongly seems to be the natural tendency of thought to put on the garb of language, that she often soliloquizes in the finger language, slow and tedious as it is. But it is only when alone that she is quiet, for if she becomes sensible of the presence of any one near her, she is restless until she can sit close beside them, hold their hand, and converse with them by signs. In her intellectual character it is pleasing to observe an insatiable thirst for knowledge, and a quick perception of the relation of things. In her moral character it is beautiful to behold her continual gladness, her keen enjoyment of existence, her expansive love, her unhesitating confidence, her sympathy with suffering, her conscientiousness, truthfulness, and hopefulness. Such are the fragments from the simple but most interesting and instructive history of Laura Bridgman. The name of her great benefactor and friend who writes it is Dr. Howe. There are not many persons, I hope and believe, who after reading these passages can ever hear that name with indifference. A further account has been published by Dr. Howe since the report from which I have just quoted. It describes her rapid mental growth and improvement during 12 months more, and brings her little history down to the end of last year. It is very remarkable that as we dream in words, and carry on imaginary conversations in which we speak both for ourselves and for the shadows who appear to us in those visions of the night, so she, having no words, uses her finger alphabet in her sleep. And it has been ascertained that when her slumber is broken, and is much disturbed by dreams, she expresses her thoughts in an irregular and confused manner on her fingers, just as we should murmur and mutter them indistinctly in the like circumstances. I turned over the leaves of her diary, and found it written in a fair, legible, square hand, and expressed in terms which were quite intelligible without any explanation. On my saying that I should like to see her write again, the teacher who sat beside her bade her, in their language, sign her name upon a slip of paper twice or thrice. In doing so, I observed that she kept her left hand always touching and following up her right, in which of course she held the pen. No line was indicated by any contrivance, but she wrote straight and freely. She had until now been quite unconscious of the presence of visitors, but having her hand placed in that of the gentleman who accompanied me, she immediately expressed his name upon her teacher's palm. Indeed, her sense of touch is now so exquisite, that having been acquainted with a person once, she can recognize him or her after almost any interval. This gentleman had been in her company, I believe, but very seldom, and certainly had not seen her for many months. My hand she rejected at once, as she does that of any man who is a stranger to her. But she retained my wife's with evident pleasure, kissed her, and examined her dress with a girl's curiosity and interest. She was merry and cheerful, and showed much innocent playfulness in her intercourse with her teacher. Her delight on recognizing a favourite playfellow and companion, herself a blind girl, who silently, and with an equal enjoyment of the coming surprise, took a seat beside her, was beautiful to witness. It elicited from her at first, as other slight circumstances did twice or thrice during my visit, an uncouth noise, which was rather painful to hear; but of her teacher touching her lips, she immediately desisted, and embraced her laughingly and affectionately. I had previously been into another chamber, where a number of blind boys were swinging and climbing, and engaged in various sports. They all clamoured, as we entered, to the assistant master who accompanied us, "Look at me, Mr. Hart! Please, Mr. Hart, look at me!" evincing, I thought, even in this, an anxiety peculiar to their condition, that their little feats of agility should be seen. Among them was a small laughing fellow who stood aloof, entertaining himself with a gymnastic exercise for bringing the arms and chest into play, which he enjoyed mightily, especially when, in thrusting out his right arm, he brought it into contact with another boy. Like Laura Bridgman, this young child was deaf and dumb and blind. Dr. Howe's account of this pupil's first instruction is so very striking, and so intimately connected with Laura herself, that I cannot refrain from a short extract. I may premise that the poor boy's name is Oliver Caswell, that he is 13 years of age, and that he was in full possession of all of his faculties until 3 years and 4 months old. He was then attacked by scarlet fever, in 4 weeks became deaf, in a few weeks more blind, in 6 months dumb. He showed his anxious sense of this last deprivation by often feeling the lips of other persons when they were talking, and then putting his hand upon his own, as if to assure himself that he had them in the right position. His thirst for knowledge, says Dr. Howe, proclaimed itself as soon as he entered the house, by his eager examination of everything he could feel or smell in his new location. For instance, treading upon the register of a furnace, he instantly stooped down and began to feel it, and soon discovered the way in which the upper plate moved upon the lower one. But this was not enough for him, so lying down upon his face, he applied his tongue first to one, then to the other, and seemed to discover that they were of different kinds of metal. His signs were expressive, and the strictly natural language, laughing, crying, sighing, kissing, embracing, etc., was perfect. Some of the analogical signs, which, guided by his faculty of imitation, he had contrived, were comprehensible, such as the waving motion of his hand for the motion of a boat, the circular one for a wheel, etc. The first object was to break up the use of these signs, and to substitute for them the use of purely arbitrary ones. Profiting by the experience I had gained in the other cases, I omitted several steps of the process before employed, and commenced at once with the finger language. Taking, therefore, several articles having short names, such as key, cup, mug, etc., and with Laura for an auxiliary, I sat down, and taking his hand, placed it upon one of them, and then with my own made the letters key. He felt my hands eagerly with both of his, and on my repeating the process, he evidently tried to imitate the motions of my fingers. In a few minutes he contrived to feel the motions of my fingers with one hand, and holding out the other, he tried to imitate them, laughing most heartily when he succeeded. Laura was by, interested even to agitation, and the two presented a singular sight. Her face was flushed and anxious, and her fingers twining in among ours so closely as to follow every motion, but so slightly as not to embarrass them, while Oliver stood attentive, his head a little aside, his face turned up, his left hand grasping mine, and his right held out. At every motion of my fingers his countenance betokened keen attention. There was an expression of anxiety as he tried to imitate the motions, then a smile came stealing out as he thought he could do so, and spread into a joyous laugh the moment he succeeded, and felt me pat his head, and Laura clap him heartily upon the back, and jump up and down in her joy. He learned more than half a dozen letters in half an hour, and seemed delighted with his success, at least in gaining approbation. His attention then began to flag, and I commenced playing with him. It was evident that in all this he had merely been imitating the motions of my fingers, and placing his hand upon the key, cup, etc., as part of the process, without any perception of the relation between the sign and the object. When he was tired with play, I took him back to the table, and he was quite ready to begin again his process of imitation. He soon learned to make the letters for key, pen, pin, and by having the object repeatedly placed in his hand, he at last perceived the relation I wished to establish between them. This was evident, because when I made the letters pin, or pen, or cup, he would select the article. The perception of this relation was not accompanied by that radiant flush of intelligence, and that glow of joy, which marked the delightful moment when Laura first perceived it. I then placed all the articles on the table, and going away a little distance with the children, placed Oliver's fingers in the positions to spell key, on which Laura went and brought the article. The little fellow seemed much amused by this, and looked very attentive and smiling. I then caused him to make the letters bread, and in an instant Laura went and brought him a piece. He smelled at it, put it to his lips, cocked up his head with a most knowing look, seemed to reflect a moment, and then laughed outright, as much as to say, "Aha! I understand now how something may be made out of this." It was now clear that he had the capacity and inclination to learn, that he was a proper subject for instruction, and needing only persevering attention. I therefore put him in the hands of an intelligent teacher, nothing doubting of his rapid progress. Well may this gentleman call that a delightful moment in which some distant promise of her present state first gleamed upon the darkened mind of Laura Bridgman. Throughout his life, the recollection of that moment will be to him a source of pure, unfading happiness, nor will it shine less brightly on the evening of his days of noble usefulness. The affection which exists between these two, the master and the pupil, is as far removed from all ordinary care and regard, as the circumstances in which it has had its growth are apart from the common occurrences of life. He is occupied now in devising means of imparting to her higher knowledge, and of conveying to her some adequate idea of the great Creator of that universe, in which, dark and silent and senseless though it be to her, she has such deep delight and glad enjoyment. Ye who have eyes and see not, and have ears and hear not, ye who are as the hypocrites of sad countenances, and disfigure your faces, that ye may seem unto men to fast, learn healthy cheerfulness and mild contentment from the deaf and dumb and blind. Self-elected saints with gloomy brows, this sightless, earless, voiceless child may teach you lessons you will do well to follow. Let that poor hand of hers lie gently on your hearts, for there may be something in its healing touch akin to that of the great Master whose precepts you misconstrue, whose lessons you pervert, of whose charity and sympathy with all the world not one among you, in his daily practice, knows as much as many of the worst among those fallen sinners, to whom you are liberal in nothing but the preachment of perdition. As I rose to quit the room, a pretty little child of one of the attendants came running in to greet its father. For the moment, a child with eyes among the sightless crowd impressed me almost as painfully as the blind boy in the porch had done 2 hours ago. Ah, how much brighter and more deeply blue, glowing and rich though it had been before, was the scene without, contrasting with the darkness of so many youthful lives within. At South Boston, as it is called, in a situation excellently adapted for the purpose, several charitable institutions are clustered together. One of these is the State Hospital for the Insane, admirably conducted on those enlightened principles of conciliation and kindness which 20 years ago would have been worse than heretical, and which have been acted upon with so much success in our own pauper asylum at Hanwell. Evince a desire to show some confidence and repose, some trust even in mad people, said the resident physician, as we walked among the galleries, his patients flocking round us unrestrained. Of those who deny or doubt the wisdom of this maxim after witnessing its effects, if there be such people still alive, I can only say that I hope I may never be summoned as a juryman on a commission of lunacy whereof they are the subjects, for I should certainly find them out of their senses on such evidence alone. Each ward in this institution is shaped like a long gallery or hall, with the dormitories of the patients opening from it on either hand. Here they work, read, play at skittles and other games, and when the weather does not admit of their taking exercise out of doors, pass the day together. In one of these rooms, seated calmly and quite as a matter of course among the throng of madwomen, black and white, were the physician's wife and another lady, with a couple of children. These ladies were graceful and handsome, and it was not difficult to perceive at a glance that even their presence there had a highly beneficial influence on the patients who were grouped about them. Leaning her head against the chimney-piece, with a great assumption of dignity and refinement of manner, sat an elderly female, in as many scraps of finery as Madge Wildfire herself. Her head in particular was so strewn with scraps of gauze and cotton and bits of paper, and had so many queer odds and ends stuck all about it, that it looked like a bird's nest. She was radiant with imaginary jewels, wore a rich pair of undoubted gold spectacles, and gracefully dropped upon her lap as we approached a very old greasy newspaper, in which I dare say she had been reading an account of her own presentation at some foreign court. I have been thus particular in describing her, because she will serve to exemplify the physician's manner of acquiring and retaining the confidence of his patients. "This," he said aloud, taking me by the hand, and advancing to the fantastic figure with great politeness, not raising her suspicions by the slightest look or whisper, or any kind of aside to me, "this lady is the hostess of this mansion, sir. It belongs to her. Nobody else has anything whatever to do with it. It is a large establishment, as you see, and requires a great number of attendants. She lives, you observe, in the very first style. She is kind enough to receive my visits, and to permit my wife and family to reside here, for which it is hardly necessary to say we are much indebted to her. She is exceedingly courteous, you perceive," on this hint she bowed condescendingly, "and will permit me to have the pleasure of introducing you, a gentleman from England. Ma'am, newly arrived from England, after a very tempestuous passage, Mr. Dickens, the lady of the house." We exchanged the most dignified salutations with profound gravity and respect, and so went on. The rest of the mad women seemed to understand the joke perfectly, not only in this case, but in all the others except their own, and be highly amused by it. The nature of their several kinds of insanity was made known to me in the same way, and we left each of them in high good humour. Not only is a thorough confidence established by those means between physician and patient, in respect of the nature and extent of their hallucinations, but it is easy to understand that opportunities are afforded for seizing any moment of reason, to startle them by placing their own delusion before them in its most incongruous and ridiculous light. Every patient in this asylum sits down to dinner every day with a knife and fork, and in the midst of them sits the gentleman whose manner of dealing with his charges I have just described. At every meal, moral influence alone restrains the more violent among them from cutting the throats of the rest; but the effect of that influence is reduced to an absolute certainty, and is found, even as a means of restraint, to say nothing of it as a means of cure, 100 times more efficacious than all the strait waistcoats, fetters, and handcuffs that ignorance, prejudice, and cruelty have manufactured since the creation of the world. In the Labour Department, every patient is as freely trusted with the tools of his trade as if he were a sane man. In the garden and on the farm they work with spades, rakes, and hoes. For amusement they walk, run, fish, paint, read, and ride out to take the air in carriages provided for the purpose. They have among themselves a sewing society to make clothes for the poor, which holds meetings, passes resolutions, never comes to fisticuffs or bowie knives, as sane assemblies have been known to do elsewhere, and conducts all its proceedings with the greatest decorum. The irritability which would otherwise be expended on their own flesh, clothes, and furniture, is dissipated in these pursuits. They are cheerful, tranquil, and healthy. Once a week they have a ball, in which the doctor and his family, with all the nurses and attendants, take an active part. Dances and marches are performed alternately to the enlivening strains of a piano, and now and then some gentleman or lady, whose proficiency has been previously ascertained, obliges the company with a song; nor does it ever degenerate at a tender crisis into a screech or howl, wherein, I must confess, I should have thought the danger lay. At an early hour they all meet together for these festive purposes. At 8 o'clock refreshments are served, and at 9 they separate. Immense politeness and good breeding are observed throughout. They all take their tone from the doctor, and he moves a very Chesterfield among the company. Like other assemblies, these entertainments afford a fruitful topic of conversation among the ladies for some days; and the gentlemen are so anxious to shine on these occasions, that they have been sometimes found practising their steps in private to cut a more distinguished figure in the dance. It is obvious that one great feature of this system is the inculcation and encouragement, even among such unhappy persons, of a decent self-respect. Something of the same spirit pervades all the institutions at South Boston. There is the House of Industry. In that branch of it which is devoted to the reception of old or otherwise helpless paupers, these words are painted on the walls: worthy of notice, self-government, quietude, and peace are blessings. It is not assumed and taken for granted that being there they must be evil-disposed and wicked people, before whose vicious eyes it is necessary to flourish threats and harsh restraints. They are met at the very threshold with this mild appeal. All within doors is very plain and simple, as it ought to be, but arranged with a view to peace and comfort. It costs no more than any other plan of arrangement, but it speaks an amount of consideration for those who are reduced to seek a shelter there, which puts them at once upon their gratitude and good behaviour. Instead of being parcelled out in great, long, rambling wards, where a certain amount of weazened life may mope and pine and shiver all day long, the building is divided into separate rooms, each with its share of light and air. In these the better kind of paupers live. They have a motive for exertion and becoming pride in the desire to make these little chambers comfortable and decent. I do not remember one but it was clean and neat, and had its plant or two upon the window-sill, or a row of crockery upon the shelf, or some small display of coloured prints upon the whitewashed wall, or perhaps its wooden clock behind the door. The orphans and young children are in an adjoining building, separate from this, but a part of the same institution. Some are such little creatures that the stairs are of Lilliputian measurement fitted to their tiny strides. The same consideration for their years and weakness is expressed in their very seats, which are perfect curiosities, and look like articles of furniture for a pauper's doll's house. I can imagine the glee of our poor law commissioners at the notion of these seats having arms and backs; but small spines being of older date than their occupation of the board room at Somerset House, I thought even this provision very merciful and kind. Here again I was greatly pleased with the inscriptions on the wall, which are scraps of plain morality, easily remembered and understood, such as "Love one another," "God remembers the smallest creatures in His creation," and straightforward advice of that nature. The books and task of these smallest of scholars were adapted in the same judicious manner to their childish powers. When we had examined these lessons, 4 morsels of girls, one of whom was blind, sang a little song about the merry month of May, which I thought, being extremely dismal, would have suited an English November better. That done, we went to see their sleeping rooms on the floor above, in which the arrangements were no less excellent and gentle than those we had seen below; and after observing that the teachers were of a class and character well suited to the spirit of the place, I took leave of the infants with a lighter heart than ever I have taken leave of pauper infants yet. Connected with the House of Industry, there is also a hospital, which was in the best order, and had, I am glad to say, many beds unoccupied. It had one fault, however, which is common to all American interiors: the presence of the eternal, accursed, suffocating, red-hot demon of a stove, whose breath would blight the purest air under heaven. There are 2 establishments for boys in this same neighbourhood. One is called the Boylston School, and is an asylum for neglected and indigent boys, who have committed no crime, but who in the ordinary course of things would very soon be purged of that distinction, if they were not taken from the hungry streets and sent here. The other is a house of reformation for juvenile offenders. They are both under the same roof, but the 2 classes of boys never come in contact. The Boylston boys, as may be readily supposed, have very much the advantage of the others in point of personal appearance. They were in their schoolroom when I came upon them, and answered correctly, without book, such questions as Where was England? How far was it? What was its population, its capital city, its form of government, and so forth. They sang a song, too, about a farmer sowing his seed, with corresponding action at such parts as "'tis thus he sows," "he turns him around," "he claps his hands," which gave it greater interest for them, and accustomed them to act together in an orderly manner. They appeared exceedingly well taught, and not better taught than fed, for a more chubby looking, full waistcoated set of boys I never saw. The juvenile offenders had not such pleasant faces by a great deal, and in this establishment there were many boys of colour. I saw them first at their work, basket making and the manufacture of palm leaf hats; afterwards in their school, where they sang a chorus in praise of liberty. An odd, and one would think rather aggravating theme for prisoners. These boys are divided into 4 classes, each denoted by a numeral worn on a badge upon the arm. On the arrival of a newcomer, he is put into the 4th or lowest class, and left by good behaviour to work his way up into the 1st. The design and object of this institution is to reclaim the youthful criminal by firm but kind and judicious treatment, to make his prison a place of purification and improvement, not of demoralization and corruption; to impress upon him that there is but one path, and that one sober industry, which can ever lead him to happiness; to teach him how it may be trodden, if his footsteps have never yet been led that way, and to lure him back to it if they have strayed; in a word, to snatch him from destruction, and restore him to society, a penitent and useful member. The importance of such an establishment in every point of view, and with reference to every consideration of humanity and social policy, requires no comment. One other establishment closes the catalogue. It is the House of Correction for the State, in which silence is strictly maintained, but where the prisoners have the comfort and mental relief of seeing each other and of working together. This is the improved system of prison discipline which we have imported into England, and which has been in successful operation among us for some years past. America, as a new and not overpopulated country, has in all her prisons the one great advantage of being enabled to find useful and profitable work for the inmates; whereas with us, the prejudice against prison labour is naturally very strong, and almost insurmountable, when honest men, who have not offended against the laws, are frequently doomed to seek employment in vain. Even in the United States, the principle of bringing convict labour and free labour into a competition, which must obviously be to the disadvantage of the latter, has already found many opponents, whose number is not likely to diminish with access of years. For this very reason, though, our best prisons would seem at the first glance to be better conducted than those of America. The treadmill is conducted with little or no noise. 500 men may pick oakum in the same room without a sound, and both kinds of labour admit of such keen and vigilant superintendence as will render even a word of personal communication amongst the prisoners almost impossible. On the other hand, the noise of the loom, the forge, the carpenter's hammer, or the stonemason's saw, greatly favour those opportunities of intercourse, hurried and brief, no doubt, but opportunities still, which these several kinds of work, by rendering it necessary for men to be employed very near to each other, and often side by side, without any barrier or partition between them, in their very nature present. A visitor, too, requires to reason and reflect a little before the sight of a number of men engaged in ordinary labour, such as he is accustomed to out of doors, will impress him half as strongly as the contemplation of the same persons in the same place and garb would, if they were occupied in some task marked and degraded everywhere as belonging only to felons in jails. In an American state prison or house of correction, I found it difficult at first to persuade myself that I was really in a jail, a place of ignominious punishment and endurance; and to this hour I very much question whether the humane boast that it is not like one has its root in the true wisdom or philosophy of the matter. I hope I may not be misunderstood on this subject, for it is one in which I take a strong and deep interest. I incline as little to the sickly feeling which makes every canting lie or maudlin speech of a notorious criminal a subject of newspaper report and general sympathy, as I do to those good old customs of the good old times, which made England, even so recently as in the reign of the third King George, in respect of her criminal code and her prison regulations, one of the most bloody-minded and barbarous countries on the earth. If I thought it would do any good to the rising generation, I would cheerfully give my consent to the disinterment of the bones of any genteel highwaymen, and the more genteel the more cheerfully, and to their exposure piecemeal on any sign-post, gate, or gibbet that might be deemed a good elevation for the purpose. My reason is as well convinced that these gentry were as utterly worthless and debauched villains as it is that the laws and jails hardened them in their evil courses, or that their wonderful escapes were effected by the prison turnkeys, who in those admirable days had always been felons themselves, and were to the last their bosom friends and pot companions. At the same time, I know, as all men do, or should, that the subject of prison discipline is one of the highest importance to any community, and that in her sweeping reform and bright example to other countries on this head, America has shown great wisdom, great benevolence, and exalted policy. In contrasting her systems with that which we have modelled upon it, I merely seek to show that with all its drawbacks, ours has some advantages of its own. The House of Correction, which has led to these remarks, is not walled like other prisons, but is palisaded round about with tall rough stakes, something after the manner of an enclosure for keeping elephants in, as we see it represented in Eastern prints and pictures. The prisoners wear a party-coloured dress, and those who are sentenced to hard labour work at nail-making or stone-cutting. When I was there, the latter class of labourers were employed upon the stone for a new custom house in course of erection at Boston. They appeared to shape it skilfully and with expedition, though there were very few among them, if any, who had not acquired the art within the prison gates. The women, all in one large room, were employed in making light clothing for New Orleans and the Southern States. They did their work in silence, like the men, and like them were overlooked by a person contracting for their labour, or by some agent of his appointment. In addition to this, they are every moment liable to be visited by the prison officers appointed for that purpose. The arrangements for cooking, washing of clothes, and so forth, are much upon the plan of those I have seen at home. Their mode of bestowing the prisoners at night, which is of general adoption, differs from ours, and is both simple and effective. In the centre of a lofty area, lighted by windows in the four walls, are 5 tiers of cells, one above the other, each tier having before it a light iron gallery, attainable by stairs of the same construction and material, excepting the lower one, which is on the ground. Behind these, back to back with them, and facing the opposite wall, are 5 corresponding rows of cells, accessible by similar means; so that supposing the prisoners locked up in their cells, an officer stationed on the ground with his back to the wall has half their number under his eye at once, the remaining half being equally under the observation of another officer on the opposite side, and all in one great apartment. Unless this watch be corrupted, or sleeping on the post, it is impossible for a man to escape; for even in the event of his forcing the iron door of his cell without noise, which is exceedingly improbable, the moment he appears outside and steps into that one of the 5 galleries on which it is situated, he must be plainly and fully visible to the officer below. Each of these cells holds a small truckle bed in which one prisoner sleeps, never more. It is small, of course, and the door being not solid but grated and without blind or curtain, the prisoner within is at all times exposed to the observation and inspection of any guard who may pass along that tier at any hour or minute of the night. Every day the prisoners receive their dinner singly through a trap in the kitchen wall, and each man carries to his sleeping cell to eat it, where he is locked up alone for that purpose, 1 hour. The whole of this arrangement struck me as being admirable, and I hope that the next new prison we erect in England may be built on this plan. I was given to understand that in this prison no swords or firearms or even cudgels are kept, nor is it probable that so long as its present excellent management continues, any weapon, offensive or defensive, will ever be required within its bounds. Such are the institutions at South Boston. In all of them, the unfortunate or degenerate citizens of the state are carefully instructed in their duties both to God and man, are surrounded by all reasonable means of comfort and happiness that their condition will admit of, are appealed to as members of the great human family, however afflicted, indigent, or fallen, are ruled by the strong heart, and not by the strong, though immeasurably weaker, hand. I have described them at some length, firstly because their worth demanded it, and secondly because I mean to take them for a model, and to content myself with saying of others we may come to, whose design and purpose are the same, that in this or that respect they practically fail or differ. I wish by this account of them, imperfect in its execution, but in its just intention honest, I could hope to convey to my readers 1/100th part of the gratification the sights I have described afforded me. End of Section 4. Chapter 3, Part 2. Reading by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia. Section 5 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter 3, Part 3. To an Englishman accustomed to the paraphernalia of Westminster Hall, an American court of law is as odd a sight as, I suppose, an English court of law would be to an American. Except in the Supreme Court at Washington, where judges wear a plain black robe, there is no such thing as a wig or gown connected with the administration of justice. The gentlemen of the bar, being barristers and attorneys too, for there is no division of those functions as in England, are no more removed from their clients than attorneys in our court for the relief of insolvent debtors are from theirs. The jury are quite at home, and make themselves as comfortable as circumstances will permit. The witness is so little elevated above or put aloof from the crowd in the court, that a stranger entering during a pause in the proceedings would find it difficult to pick him out from the rest. And if it chanced to be a criminal trial, his eyes, in 9 cases out of 10, would wander to the dock in search of the prisoner in vain. For that gentleman would most likely be lounging among the most distinguished ornaments of the legal profession, whispering suggestions in his counsel's ear, or making a toothpick out of an old quill with his penknife. I could not but notice these differences when I visited the courts at Boston. I was much surprised at first, too, to observe that the counsel who interrogated the witness under examination at the time did so sitting. But seeing that he was also occupied in writing down the answers, and remembering that he was alone and had no junior, I quickly consoled myself with the reflection that law was not quite so expensive an article here as at home, and that the absence of sundry formalities which we regard as indispensable had doubtless a very favourable influence on the bill of cost. In every court ample and commodious provision is made for the accommodation of the citizens. This is the case all through America. In every public institution the right of the people to attend and to have an interest in the proceedings is most fully and distinctly recognized. There are no grim doorkeepers to dole out their tardy civility by the sixpenny worth, nor is there, I sincerely believe, any insolence of office of any kind. Nothing national is exhibited for money, and no public officer is a showman. We have begun of late years to imitate this good example. I hope we shall continue to do so, and that in the fullness of time even deans and chapters may be converted. In the civil court an action was trying for damages sustained in some accident upon a railway. The witnesses had been examined, and counsel was addressing the jury. The learned gentleman, like a few of his English brethren, was desperately long-winded, and had a remarkable capacity of saying the same thing over and over again. His great theme was Warren the engine driver, whom he pressed into the service of every sentence he uttered. I listened to him for about a quarter of an hour, and coming out of court at the expiration of that time, without the faintest ray of enlightenment as to the merits of the case, felt as if I were at home again. In the prisoner's cell, waiting to be examined by the magistrate on a charge of theft, was a boy. This lad, instead of being committed to a common jail, would be sent to the asylum at South Boston, and there taught a trade, and in the course of time he would be bound apprentice to some respectable master. Thus his detection in this offence, instead of being a prelude to a life of infamy and a miserable death, would lead, there was a reasonable hope, to his being reclaimed from vice, and becoming a worthy member of society. I am by no means a wholesale admirer of our legal solemnities, many of which impress me as being exceedingly ludicrous. Strange as it may seem, too, there is undoubtedly a degree of protection in the wig and gown, a dismissal of individual responsibility in dressing for the part, which encourages that insolent bearing and language, and that gross perversion of the office of a pleader for the truth, so frequent in our courts of law. Still, I cannot help doubting whether America, in her desire to shake off the absurdities and abuses of the old system, may not have gone too far into the opposite extreme, and whether it is not desirable, especially in the small community of a city like this, where each man knows the other, to surround the administration of justice with some artificial barriers against the hail fellow well met deportment of everyday life. All the aid it can have in the very high character and ability of the bench, not only here but elsewhere, it has and well deserves to have, but it may need something more, not to impress the thoughtful and the well-informed, but the ignorant and heedless, a class which includes some prisoners and many witnesses. These institutions were established, no doubt, upon the principle that those who had so large a share in making the laws would certainly respect them. But experience has proved this hope to be fallacious, for no men know better than the judges of America that on the occasion of any great popular excitement the law is powerless, and cannot for the time assert its own supremacy. The tone of society in Boston is one of perfect politeness, courtesy, and good breeding. The ladies are unquestionably very beautiful in face, but there I am compelled to stop. Their education is much as with us, neither better nor worse. I had heard some very marvellous stories in this respect, but not believing them, was not disappointed. Blue ladies there are in Boston, but like philosophers of that colour and sex in most other latitudes, they rather desire to be thought superior than to be so. Evangelical ladies there are, likewise, whose attachment to the forms of religion and horror of theatrical entertainments are most exemplary. Ladies who have a passion for attending lectures are to be found among all classes and all conditions. In the kind of provincial life which prevails in cities such as this, the pulpit has great influence. The peculiar province of the pulpit in New England, always excepting the Unitarian ministry, would appear to be the denouncement of all innocent and rational amusements. The church, the chapel, and the lecture room are the only means of excitement accepted, and to the church, the chapel, and the lecture room the ladies resort in crowds. Wherever religion is resorted to as a strong drink, and as an escape from the dull monotonous round of home, those of its ministers who pepper the highest will be the surest to please. They who strew the eternal path with the greatest amount of brimstone, and who most ruthlessly tread down the flowers and leaves that grow by the wayside, will be voted the most righteous. And they who enlarge with the greatest pertinacity on the difficulty of getting into heaven, will be considered by all true believers certain of going there, though it would be hard to say by what process of reasoning this conclusion is arrived at. It is so at home, and it is so abroad. With regard to the other means of excitement, the lecture, it has at least the merit of being always new. One lecture treads so quickly on the heels of another that none are remembered, and the course of this month may be safely repeated next, with its charm of novelty unbroken, and its interest unabated. The fruits of the earth have their growth in corruption. Out of the rottenness of these things there has sprung up in Boston a sect of philosophers known as Transcendentalists. On inquiring what this appellation might be supposed to signify, I was given to understand that whatever was unintelligible would be certainly transcendental. Not deriving much comfort from this elucidation, I pursued the inquiry still further, and found that the Transcendentalists are followers of my friend Mr. Carlyle, or I should rather say, of a follower of his, Mr. Ralph Waldo Emerson. This gentleman has written a volume of essays, in which, among much that is dreamy and fanciful, if he will pardon me for saying so, there is much more that is true and manly, honest and bold. Transcendentalism has its occasional vagaries, what school has not? But it has good, healthful qualities in spite of them, not least among the number a hearty disgust of cant, and an aptitude to detect her in all the million varieties of her everlasting wardrobe. And therefore, if I were a Bostonian, I think I would be a Transcendentalist. The only preacher I heard in Boston was Mr. Taylor, who addresses himself peculiarly to seamen, and who was once a mariner himself. I found his chapel down among the shipping, in one of the narrow old waterside streets, with a gay blue flag waving freely from its roof. In the gallery opposite to the pulpit were a little choir of male and female singers, a violoncello and a violin. The preacher already sat in the pulpit, which was raised on pillars, and ornamented behind him with painted drapery of a lively and somewhat theatrical appearance. He looked a weather-beaten, hard-featured man, of about 6 or 8 and 50, with deep lines graven as it were into his face, dark hair, and a stern, keen eye. Yet the general character of his countenance was pleasant and agreeable. The service commenced with a hymn, to which succeeded an extemporary prayer. It had the fault of frequent repetition, incidental to all such prayers, but it was plain and comprehensive in its doctrines, and breathed a tone of general sympathy and charity, which is not so commonly a characteristic of this form of address to the Deity as it might be. That done, he opened his discourse, taking for his text a passage from the Song of Solomon, laid upon the desk before the commencement of the service by some unknown member of the congregation. Who is this coming up from the wilderness, leaning on the arm of her beloved? He handled his text in all kinds of ways, and twisted it into all manner of shapes, but always ingeniously, and with a rude eloquence well adapted to the comprehension of his hearers. Indeed, if I be not mistaken, he studied their sympathies and understandings much more than the display of his own powers. His imagery was all drawn from the sea, and from the incidents of a seaman's life, and was often remarkably good. He spoke to them of that glorious man Lord Nelson, and of Collingwood, and drew nothing in, as the saying is, by the head and shoulders, but brought it to bear upon his purpose naturally, and with a sharp mind to its effect. Sometimes, when much excited with his subject, he had an odd way, compounded of John Bunyan and Balfour of Burley, of taking his great quarto Bible under his arm, and pacing up and down the pulpit with it, looking steadily down, meantime, into the midst of the congregation. Thus, when he applied his text to the first assemblage of his hearers, and pictured the wonder of the church at their presumption in forming a congregation among themselves, he stopped short with his Bible under his arm in the manner I have described, and pursued his discourse after this manner. Who are these? Who are they? Who are these fellows? Where do they come from? Where are they going to? Come from? What's the answer? Leaning out from the pulpit and pointing downward with his right hand. From below. Starting back again and looking at the sailors before him. From below, my brethren, from under the hatches of sin, battened down above you by the evil one. That's where you came from. A walk up and down the pulpit. And where are you going? Stopping abruptly. Where are you going? Aloft, very softly and pointing upward. Aloft. Louder. Aloft. Louder still. That's where you are going. With a fair wind, all taut and trim, steering direct for heaven in its glory, where there are no storms or foul weather, and where the wicked cease from troubling, and the weary are at rest. Another walk. That's where you're going to, my friends. That's it. That's the place. That's the port. That's the haven. It's a blessed harbor. Still water there, in all changes of the winds and tides. No driving ashore upon the rocks, or slipping your cables and running out to sea. There, peace, 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 all peace. Another walk, and patting the Bible under his left arm. What? These fellows are coming from the wilderness, are they? Yes, from the dreary, blighted wilderness of iniquity, whose only crop is death. But do they lean upon anything? Do they lean upon nothing, these poor seamen? 3 raps upon the Bible. Oh, yes, yes, they lean upon the arm of their beloved. 3 more raps. Upon the arm of their beloved. 3 more, and a walk. Pilot, guiding star, and compass, all in one. To all hands, here it is. 3 more. Here it is. They can do their seaman's duty manfully, and be easy in their minds, in the utmost peril and danger, with this. 2 more. They can come, even these poor fellows can come, from the wilderness, leaning on the arm of their beloved, and go up, 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 raising his hand higher and higher at every repetition of the word, so that he stood with it at last stretched above his head, regarding them in a strange, rapt manner, and pressing the book triumphantly to his breast, until he gradually subsided into some other portion of his discourse. I have cited this rather as an instance of the preacher's eccentricities than his merits, though taken in connection with his look and manner, and the character of his audience, even this was striking. It is possible, however, that my favourable impression of him may have been greatly influenced and strengthened, firstly, by his impressing upon his hearers that the true observance of religion was not inconsistent with a cheerful deportment and an exact discharge of the duties of their station, which indeed it scrupulously required of them; and secondly, by his cautioning them not to set up any monopoly in paradise and its mercies. I never heard these 2 points so wisely touched, if indeed I have ever heard them touched at all, by any preacher of that kind before. Having passed the time I spent in Boston in making myself acquainted with these things, in settling the course I should take in my future travels, and in mixing constantly with its society, I am not aware that I have any occasion to prolong this chapter. Such of its social customs as I have not mentioned, however, may be told in a very few words. The usual dinner hour is 2 o'clock. A dinner party takes place at 5, and at an evening party they seldom sup later than 11, so that it goes hard but one gets home, even from a rout, by midnight. I never could find out any difference between a party at Boston and a party in London, saving that in the former place all assemblies are held at more rational hours, that the conversation may possibly be a little louder and more cheerful, and a guest is usually expected to ascend to the very top of the house to take his cloak off, that he is certain to see at every dinner an unusual amount of poultry on the table, and at every supper at least 2 mighty bowls of hot stewed oysters, in any one of which a half-grown Duke of Clarence might be smothered easily. There are 2 theatres in Boston of good size and construction, but sadly in want of patronage. The few ladies who resort to them sit, as of right, in the front rows of the boxes. The bar is a large room, with a stone floor, and there people stand and smoke and lounge about all the evening, dropping in and out as the humour takes them. There, too, the stranger is initiated into the mysteries of gin-sling, cocktail, sangaree, mint julep, sherry cobbler, timber-doodle, and other rare drinks. The house is full of boarders, both married and single, many of whom sleep upon the premises, and contract by the week for their board and lodging, the charge for which diminishes as they go nearer the sky to roost. A public table is laid in a very handsome hall for breakfast, and for dinner, and for supper. The parties sitting down together to these meals will vary in number from 1 to 200, sometimes more. The advent of each of these epochs in the day is proclaimed by an awful gong which shakes the very window frames as it reverberates through the house, and horribly disturbs nervous foreigners. There is an ordinary for ladies, and an ordinary for gentlemen. In our private room the cloth could not, for any earthly consideration, have been laid for dinner without a huge glass dish of cranberries in the middle of the table, and breakfast would have been no breakfast unless the principal dish were a deformed beefsteak with a great flat bone in the centre, swimming in hot butter, and sprinkled with the very blackest of all possible pepper. Our bedroom was spacious and airy, but, like every bedroom on this side of the Atlantic, very bare of furniture, having no curtains to the French bedstead or to the window. It had one unusual luxury, however, in the shape of a wardrobe of painted wood, something smaller than an English watch-box. Or if this comparison should be insufficient to convey a just idea of its dimensions, they may be estimated from the fact of my having lived for 14 days and nights in the firm belief that it was a shower bath. End of Section 5, Chapter 3, Part 3. Reading by Bob Srigley, Charlottesville, Virginia, USA.
Section 6 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by EliMarieHK. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter 4. An American Railroad. Lowell and its factory system. Before leaving Boston, I devoted one day to an excursion to Lowell. I assigned a separate chapter to this visit, not because I'm about to describe it at any great length, but because I remember it as a thing by itself, and am desirous that my readers should do the same. I made acquaintance with an American railroad on this occasion for the first time. As these works are pretty much alike all through the States, their general characteristics are easily described. There are no first and second class carriages, as with us, but there is a gentleman's car and a lady's car. The main distinction between which is the first, everybody smokes, and in the second, nobody does. As a black man never travels with a white one, there is also a Negro car, which is a great, blundering, clumsy chest, such as Gulliver put to sea in, from the kingdom of Brobdingnag. There is a great deal of jolting, a great deal of noise, a great deal of wall, not much window, a locomotive engine, a shriek, and a bell. The cars are like shabby omnibuses, but larger, holding 30, 40, 50 people. The seats, instead of stretching from end to end, are placed crosswise. Each seat holds 2 persons. There is a long row of them on each side of the caravan, a narrow passage up the middle, and a door at both ends. In the centre of the carriage there is usually a stove, fed with charcoal or anthracite coal, which is for the most part red hot. It is insufferably close, and you see the hot air fluttering between yourself and any other object you may happen to look at, like the ghost of smoke. In the ladies' car there are a great many gentlemen who have ladies with them. There are also a great many ladies who have nobody with them, for any lady may travel alone from one end of the United States to the other, and be certain of the most courteous and considerate treatment everywhere. The conductor, or check-taker, or guard, or whatever he may be, wears no uniform. He walks up and down the car and in and out of it as his fancy dictates, leans against the door with his hands in his pocket and stares at you. If you chance to be a stranger, or enters into conversation with the passengers about him, a great many newspapers are pulled out and a few of them are read. Everybody talks to you, or to anybody else who hits his fancy. If you're an Englishman, you expect that the railroad is pretty much like an English railroad. If you say no, he says yes, interrogatively, and ask in what respect they differ. You enumerate the heads of difference one by one, and he says yes, still interrogatively to each. Then he guesses that you don't travel faster in England, and on replying that you do, says yes, again, still interrogatively, and it is quite evident, don't believe it. After a long pause he remarks, partly to you and partly to the knob on the top of his stick, that
Yankees are reckoned to be considerable of go-ahead people too.
Upon which you say, yes, and he says,
Yes.
Again, affirmatively this time, and upon you looking out the window, tells you that behind that hill and some 3 miles from the next station, there is a clever town in a smart location, where he expects you have concluded to stop. Your answer, in the negative, naturally leads to more questions in reference to your intended route, always pronounced route, and wherever you are going, you invariably learn that you can't get there without immense difficulty and danger, and that all the great sights are somewhere else. If a lady takes a fancy to any male passenger's seat, the gentleman who accompanies her gives him notice of the fact, and he immediately vacates it with great politeness. Politics are much discussed. So are banks, so is cotton. Quiet people avoid the question of the presidency, for there will be a new election in 3 years and a half, and party feelings runs very high. The great constitutional feature of this institution being that directly the acrimony of the last election is over, the acrimony of the next one begins, which is an unspeakable comfort to all strong politicians and true lovers of their country. That is to say, to 99 men and boys out of every 99 and a quarter. Except when a branch road joins the main one, there is seldom more than one track of rails, so that the road is very narrow, and the view, where there is a deep cutting, by no means extensive. When there is not, the character of the scenery is always the same. Mile after mile of stunted trees, some hewn down by the axe, some blown down by the wind, some half fallen and resting on their neighbours, many mere logs half hidden in the swamp, others mouldered away to spongy crisps. The very soil of the earth is made up of minute fragments, such as these. Each pool of stagnant water has its crust of vegetable rottenness. On every side there are the boughs, and trunks and stumps of trees, in every possible stage of decay, decomposition, and neglect. Now you emerge for a few brief minutes on an open country, glittering with some bright lake or pool, broad as many an English river, but so small here that it scarcely has a name. Now catch hasty glimpses of a distant town with its clean white houses and their cool piazzas, its prim New England church and schoolhouse, when almost before we have seen them comes the same dark screen. The stunted trees, the stumps, the logs, the stagnant water, all so like the last that you seem to have been transported back again by magic. The train calls at stations in the woods, with the wild impossibility of anybody having the smallest reason to get out is only to be equalled by the apparently desperate hopelessness of there being anybody to get in. It rushes across the turnpike road, where there is no gate, no policeman, no signal, nothing but a rough wooden arch, on which is painted, "When the bell rings, look out for the locomotive." On it whirls, headlong, drives through the woods again, emerges in the light, clatters over frail arches, rumbles upon the heavy ground, shoots beneath a wooden bridge, which intercepts the light for a second like a wink, suddenly awakens all the slumbering echoes in the main street of a large town, and dashes on haphazard, pell-mell, neck or nothing, down the middle of the road. There, with mechanics working at their trades, and people leaning from their doors and windows, and boys flying kites and playing marbles, and men smoking, and women talking, and children crawling, and pigs burrowing, an unaccustomed horse plunging and rearing, close to the very rails, there, on, tears the mad dragon of an engine with its train of cars, scattering in all directions a shower of burning spark from its wood fire, screeching, hissing, yelling, panting, until at last the thirsty monster stops beneath the covered way to drink. The people cluster round, and you have time to breathe again. I was met at the station at Lowell by a gentleman intimately connected with the management of the factories there, and gladly putting myself under his guidance, drove off at once to that quarter of the town in which the works, the object of my visit, were situated. Although only just of age, for if my recollections serve me, it has been a manufacturing town barely 21 years. Lowell is a large, populous, thriving place. Those indications of its youth, which first attract the eye, gives it a quaintness and oddity of character which, to a visitor from the old country, is amusing enough. It was a very dirty winter's day, and nothing in the whole town looked old to me except the mud, which in some parts was almost knee-deep, and might have been deposited there on the subsiding of the water after the deluge. In one place there was a new wooden church, which, having no steeple and being yet unpainted, looked like an enormous packing-case, without any direction upon it. In another there was a large hotel, whose walls and colonnades were so crisp and thin and slight that it had exactly the appearance of being built with cards. I was careful not to draw my breath as we passed, and trembled when I saw a workman come out upon the roof, lest with one thoughtless stamp of his foot he should crush the structure beneath him and bring it rattling down. The very river that moves the machinery in the mills, for they are all worked by water power, seems to acquire a new character from the fresh buildings of bright red bricks and painted wood, among which it takes its course, and to be as light-headed, thoughtless, and brisk a young river in its murmurings and tumblings, as one would desire to see. One would swear that every bakery, grocery, and book-bindery, and other kind of store, took its shutter down for the first time, and started in business yesterday. The golden pestles and mortars, fixed as sign upon the sun-blind frames outside the druggist, appear to have been just turned out of the United States Mint. And when I saw a baby of some weeks or 10 days old in a woman's arms at a street corner, I found myself unconsciously wondering where it came from, never supposing for an instant that it could have been born in such a young town as that. There are several factories in Lowell, each of which belong to what we should term a company of proprietors, but what they call in America a corporation. I went over several of these, such as a woollen factory, a carpet factory, and a cotton factory, examined them in every part, and saw them in their ordinary working aspect, with no preparation of any kind, or departure from their ordinary everyday proceedings. I may add that I am well acquainted with all manufacturing towns in England, and have visited many mills in Manchester and elsewhere in the same manner. I happened to arrive at the first factory just as the dinner hour was over, and the girls were returning to their work. Indeed, the stairs of the mill were thronged with them as I ascended. They were all well dressed, but not to my thinking above their condition, for I like to see the humble classes of society careful of their dress and appearance, and even, if they please, decorated with such little trinkets as comes within the compass of their means. Supposing it confined with reasonable limits, I would always encourage this kind of pride as a worthy element of self-respect in any person I employed, and should no more be deterred from doing so, because some wretched female referred her fool to a love of dress, that I would allow my construction of the real intent and meaning of the Sabbath to be influenced by any warning to the well-disposed, founded on his backslingings on that particular day, which might emanate from the rather doubtful authority of a murder in Newgate. These girls, as I have said, were all well dressed, and that phrase necessarily includes extreme cleanliness. They had serviceable bonnets, good warm cloaks and shawls, and were not above clogs and pattens. Moreover, there were places in the mill in which they could deposit these things without injury, and there were convenience for washing. They were healthy in appearance, many of them remarkably so, and had the manners and deportments of young women, not of degraded brutes of burden. If I had seen in one of those mills, but I did not, though I looked for something of this kind with a sharp eye, the most lisping, mincing, affected, and ridiculous young creature that my imagination could suggest, I should have thought of the careless, moping, slatternly, degraded, dull reverse. I have seen that, and should have been still well pleased to look upon her. The rooms in which they worked were as well ordered as themselves. In the windows of some there were green plants, which were trained to shade the glass. In all, there was as much fresh air, cleanliness, and comfort as the nature of the occupation would possibly admit of. Out of so large a number of females, many of whom were only then just verging upon womanhood, it may be reasonably supposed that some were delicate and fragile in appearance. No doubt there were, but I solemnly declare that from all the crowd I saw in the different factories that day, I cannot recall or separate one young face that gave me a painful impression, not one young girl whom, assuming it to be a matter of necessity that she should gain her daily bread by the labour of her hands, I would have removed from those works if I had the power. They reside in various boarding houses near at hand. The owner of the mills are particularly careful to allow no persons to enter upon the possessions of these houses, whose characters have not undergone the most searching and thorough inquiry. Any complaint that is made against them, by the boarders, or by anyone else, is fully investigated, and if good grounds of the complaint be shown to exist against them, they are removed, and their occupation is handed over to some more deserving person. There are few children employed in these factories, but not many. The laws of the states forbid their working more than 9 months in the year, and require that they will be educated during the other 3. For this purpose, there are schools in Lowell, and there are churches and chapels of various persuasions, in which the young women may observe that form of worship in which they have been educated. At some distance from the factories, and on the highest and pleasantest ground in the neighbourhood, stands their hospital, or boarding house for the sick. It is the best house in those parts, and was built by an eminent merchant for his own residence. Like that institution at Boston, which I have before described, it is not parcelled out into wards, but is divided into convenient chambers, each of which has all the comforts of a very comfortable home. The principal medical attendant resides under the same roof, and were the patient member of his own family, they could not be better cared for, or attended with greater gentleness and consideration. The weekly charge in his establishment for each female patient is $3, or 12 shillings English, but no girl employed by any of the corporations is ever excluded for want of the means of payment. That they do not very often want the means may be gathered from the fact that in July 1841 no fewer than 978 of these girls were depositors in Lowell Saving Bank, the amount of whose joint saving was estimated at $100,000 or 20,000 English pounds. I'm now going to state 3 facts, which will startle a large class of the readers on this side of the Atlantic very much. Firstly, there is a joint stock piano in a great many of the boarding houses. Secondly, nearly all these young ladies subscribe to circulating libraries. Thirdly, they have got up among themselves a periodical called the Lowell Offering, a repository of original articles written exclusively by females actively employed in the mills, which is duly printed, published, and sold, and whereof I brought away from Lowell 400 good solid pages, which I have read from beginning to end. The large class of readers, startled by these facts, will exclaim, with one voice, "How very preposterous!" On my deferential inquiry why, they will answer, "These things are above their station." In reply to that objection, I would beg to ask what their station is. It is their station to work, and they do work. They labour in these mills upon an average 12 hours a day, which is unquestionably work, and pretty tight work too. Perhaps it is above their station to indulge in such amusements, on any terms. Are we quite sure that we in England have not formed our ideas of the station of working people, from accustoming ourselves to the contemplation of that class as they are, and not as they might be? I think that, if we examine our own feelings, we shall find that the pianos, and the circulating libraries, and even the Lowell Offering, startled us by their novelty, and not by their bearing upon any abstract question of right and wrong. For myself, I know no station in which, the occupation of today cheerfully done, and the occupation of tomorrow cheerfully looked to, any one of these pursuits is not most humanizing and laudable. I know no station which is rendered more endurable to the person in it, or more safe to the person out of it, by having ignorance for its associate. I know no station which has a right to monopolize the means of mutual instructions, improvement, and rational entertainment, or which has ever continued to be a station very long after seeking to do so. Of the merits of the Lowell offerings as a literary production, I will only observe, putting entirely out of sight the fact of these articles having been written by these girls, after the arduous labours of the day, that it will compare advantageously with a great many English annuals. It is pleasant to find that many of its tales are of the mills and of those who work in them, that they inculcate habits of self-denial and contentment, and teach good doctrines of enlarged benevolence. A strong feeling for the beauties of nature, as displayed in the solitudes the writers have left at home, breathes through its pages like wholesome village air, and through its circulating library is a favourable school for the study of such topics. It has very scant allusions to fine clothes, fine marriages, fine houses, or fine life. Some persons might object to the papers being signed occasionally with rather fine names, but this is an American fashion. One of the provinces of the state legislature of Massachusetts is to alter ugly names into pretty ones, as the children improve upon the taste of their parents. These changes costing little or nothing, scores of Mary Anns are solemnly converted into Bevelinas every session. It is said that on the occasion of a visit from General Jackson or General Harrison to this town, I forget which, but it is not to the purpose, he walked through 3.5 miles of these young ladies, all dressed out with parasols and silk stockings. But as I am not aware that any worse consequence ensued, that a sudden looking up of all the parasols and silk stockings in the market, and perhaps the bankruptcy of some speculative New Englander who brought them all up at any price, in expectation of a demand that never came, I set no great store by the circumstance. In this brief account of Lowell, and inadequate expression of the gratification it yielded me, and cannot fail to afford to any foreigner whom the condition of such people at home is a subject of interest and anxious speculation, I have carefully abstained from drawing a comparison between these factories and those of our own land. Many of the circumstances whose strong influence has been at work for years in our manufacturing towns have not arisen here, and there is no manufacturing population in Lowell, so to speak. For these girls, often the daughters of small farmers, come from other states, remain a few years in the mills, and then go home for good. The contrast would be a strong one, for it would be between the good and evil, the living light and the deepest shadow. I abstained from it, because I deem it just to do so. But I only the more earnestly adjure all those whose eyes may rest on these pages, to pause and reflect upon the difference between this town and those great haunts of desperate misery, to call to mind, if they can, in the midst of party strife and squabble, the efforts that must be made to purge them of their suffering and danger, and last and foremost, to remember how the precious time is rushing by. I returned at night by the same railroad, and in the same kind of car, one of the passengers being exceedingly anxious to expound at great length to my companion, not to me, of course, the true principles on which books of travelling in America should be written by Englishmen. I feigned to fall asleep, but glancing all the way out the window from the corners of my eyes, I found abundance of entertainment for the rest of the ride, in watching the effect of the wood fire, which had been invisible in the morning, but were now brought out in full relief by the darkness. For we were travelling in a whirlwind of bright sparks, which showered about us like a storm of fiery snow. End of Chapter 4. An American Railroad, Lowell and Its Factory System. Recording by EliMarieHK.
Section 7 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denny Sayers. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter 5. Worcester, the Connecticut River, Hartford, New Haven, to New York. Leaving Boston on the afternoon of Saturday, the 5th of February, we proceeded by another railroad to Worcester, a pretty New England town where we had arranged to remain under the hospitable roof of the governor of the state until Monday morning. These towns and cities of New England, many of which would be villages in Old England, are as favorable specimens of rural America as their people are of rural Americans. The well-trimmed lawns and green meadows of home are not there, and the grass, compared with our ornamental plots and pastures, is rank and rough and wild. But delicate slopes of land, gently swelling hills, wooded valleys, and slender streams abound. Every little colony of houses has its church and schoolhouse peeping from among the white roofs and shady trees. Every house is the whitest of the white, every Venetian blind the greenest of the green, every fine day sky the bluest of the blue. A sharp dry wind and a slight frost had so hardened the roads when we alighted at Worcester that their furrowed tracks were like ridges of granite. There was the usual aspect of newness on every object, of course. All the buildings looked as if they had been built and painted that morning, and could be taken down on Monday with very little trouble. In the keen evening air, every sharp outline looked 100 times sharper than ever. The clean cardboard colonnades had no more perspective than a Chinese bridge on a teacup, and appeared equally well calculated for use. The razor-like edges of the detached cottages seemed to cut the very wind as it whistled against them, and to send it smarting on its way with a shriller cry than before. Those slightly built wooden dwellings, behind which the sun was setting with a brilliant lustre, could be so looked through and through that the idea of any inhabitant being able to hide himself from the public gaze, or to have any secrets from the public eye, was not entertainable for a moment. Even where a blazing fire shone through the uncurtained windows of some distant house, it had the air of being newly lighted and of lacking warmth, and instead of awakening thoughts of a snug chamber, bright with faces that first saw the light round the same hearth, and ruddy with warm hangings, it came upon one suggestive of the smell of new mortar and damp walls. So I thought, at least that evening. Next morning, when the sun was shining brightly, and the clear church bells were ringing, and sedate people in their best clothes enlivened the pathway near at hand and dotted the distant thread of road, there was a pleasant Sabbath peacefulness on everything, which it was good to feel. It would have been the better for an old church, better still for some old graves, but as it was, A wholesome repose and tranquillity pervaded the scene, which after the restless ocean and the hurried city had a doubly grateful influence on the spirits. We went on next morning, still by railroad, to Springfield. From that place to Hartford, whither we were bound, is a distance of only 25 miles, but at that time of the year the roads were so bad that the journey would probably have occupied 10 or 12 hours. Fortunately, however, the winter having been unusually mild, the Connecticut River was open, or, in other words, not frozen. The captain of a small steamboat was going to make his first trip for the season that day, the second February trip, I believe, within the memory of man, and only waited for us to go on board. Accordingly, we went on board, with as little delay as might be. He was as good as his word, and started directly. It certainly was not called a small steamboat without reason. I omitted to ask the question, but I should think it must have been of about half a pony power. Mr. Pap, the celebrated dwarf, might have lived and died happily in the cabin, which was fitted with common sash windows like an ordinary dwelling house. These windows had bright red curtains, too, hung on slack strings across the lower panes, so that it looked like the parlor of a Lilliputian public house, which had got afloat in a flood, or some other water accident, and was drifting nobody knew where. But even in this chamber there was a rocking chair. It would be impossible to get on anywhere in America without a rocking chair. I'm afraid to tell how many feet short this vessel was, or how many feet narrow. To apply the words length and width to such measurement would be a contradiction in terms. But I may say that we all kept the middle of the deck, lest the boat should unexpectedly tip over, and that the machinery, by some surprising process of condensation, worked between it and the keel, the whole forming a warm sandwich about 3 feet thick. It rained all day, as I once thought it never did rain anywhere but in the Highlands of Scotland. The river was full of floating blocks of ice, which were constantly crunching and cracking under us, and the depth of water, in the course we took to avoid the larger masses, carried down the middle of the river by the current, did not exceed a few inches. Nevertheless, we moved onward dexterously, and, being well wrapped up, bade defiance to the weather, and enjoyed the journey. The Connecticut River is a fine stream, and the banks in summertime are, I have no doubt, beautiful. At all events, I was told so by a young lady in the cabin, and she should be a judge of beauty, if the possession of a quality include the appreciation of it, for a more beautiful creature I never looked upon. After 2 hours and a half of this odd travelling, including a stoppage at a small town where we were saluted by a gun considerably bigger than our own chimney, we reached Hartford, and straightway repaired to an extremely comfortable hotel, except, as usual, in the article of bedrooms, which in almost every place we visited were very conducive to early rising. We tarried here 4 days. The town is beautifully situated in a basin of green hills. The soil is rich, well wooded, and carefully improved. It is the seat of the local Legislature of Connecticut, which sage body enacted, in bygone times, the renowned code of blue laws, in virtue whereof, among other enlightened provisions, any citizen who could be proved to have kissed his wife on Sunday was punishable, I believe, with the stocks. Too much of the old Puritan spirit exists in these parts to the present hour, but its influence has not tended, that I know, to make the people less hard in their bargains, or more equal in their dealings. As I never heard of its working that effect anywhere else, I infer that it never will here. Indeed, I am accustomed, with reference to great professions and severe faces, to judge of the goods of the other world pretty much as I judge of the goods of this, and whenever I see a dealer in such commodities, with too great a display of them in his window, I doubt the quality of the article within. In Hartford stands the famous oak in which the charter of King Charles was hidden. It is now enclosed in a gentleman's garden. In the State House is the charter itself. I found the courts of law here just the same as at Boston, the public institutions almost as good. The insane asylum is admirably conducted, and so is the institution for the deaf and dumb. I very much questioned within myself as I walked through the insane asylum whether I should have known the attendants from the patients, but for the few words which passed between the former and the doctor in reference to the persons under his charge. Of course, I limit this remark merely to their looks, for the conversation of the mad people was mad enough. There was one little prim old lady of very smiling and good-humored appearance, who came sidling up to me from the edge of a long passage, and with a curtsy of inexpressible condescension propounded this unaccountable inquiry: "Does Pontefract still flourish, sir, upon the soil of England?" "He does, ma'am," I rejoined. "When you last saw him, sir, he was—" "Well, ma'am," said I, "extremely well. He begged me to present his compliments. I never saw him looking better." At this the old lady was very much delighted. After glancing at me for a moment, as if to be quite sure that I was serious in my respectful air, she sidled back some paces, sidled forward again, made a sudden skip, at which I precipitately retreated a step or two, and said, "I am an antediluvian, sir." I thought the best to say was that I had suspected as much from the first. Therefore I said so. "It is an extremely proud and pleasant thing, sir, to be an antediluvian," said the old lady. "I should think it was, ma'am," I rejoined. The old lady kissed her hand, gave another step, smirked and sidled down the gallery in a most extraordinary manner, and ambled gracefully into her own bedchamber. In another part of the building there was a male patient in bed, very much flushed and heated. "Well," said he, starting up and pulling off his nightcap, "it's all settled at last. I have arranged it with Queen Victoria." "Arranged what?" asked the doctor. "Why, that business," passing his hand wearily across his forehead, "about the siege of New York." "Oh," said I, like a man suddenly enlightened, for he looked at me for an answer. "Yes, every house without a signal will be fired upon by the British troops. No harm will be done to the others, no harm at all. Those that all want to be safe must hoist flags. That's all they have to do. They must hoist flags." Even while he was speaking, he seemed, I thought, to have some faint idea that his talk was incoherent. Directly he had said these words, he lay down again, and gave a kind of groan, and covered his hot head with the blankets. There was another, a young man, whose madness was love and music. After playing on the accordion a march he had composed, he was very anxious that I should walk into his chamber, which I immediately did. By way of being very knowing, and humouring him to the top of his bent, I went to the window, which commanded a beautiful prospect, and remarked with an address upon which I greatly plumed myself, "What a delicious country you have about these lodgings of yours!" "Poh!" said he, moving his finger carelessly over the notes of his instrument. "Well enough for such an institution as this." I don't think I was ever so taken aback in all my life. "I come here just for a whim," he said coolly. "That's all." "Oh, that's all," said I. "Yes, that's all. The doctor's a smart man. He quite enters into it. It's a joke of mine. I like it for a time. You needn't mention it, but I think I shall go out next Tuesday." I assured him that I would consider our interview perfectly confidential, and rejoined the doctor. As we were passing through a gallery on our way, a well-dressed lady, of quiet and composed manners, came up, and proffering a slip of paper and a pen, begged that I would oblige her with an autograph. I complied, and we parted. I think I remember having had a few interviews like that, with ladies out of doors. I hope she is not mad. Yes. On what subjects? Autographs? No, she hears voices in the air. Well, thought I, it would be well if we could shut up a few false prophets of these later times who have professed to do the same, and I should like to try the experiment on a Mormonist or two, to begin with. In this place there is the best jail for untried offenders in the world. There is also a very well-ordered state prison, arranged upon the same plan as that at Boston, except that here there is always a sentry on the wall with a loaded gun. It contained at that time about 200 prisoners. A spot was shown me in the sleeping ward where a watchman was murdered some years since, in the dead of night, in a desperate attempt to escape, made by a prisoner who had broken from his cell. A woman, too, was pointed out to me, who, for the murder of her husband, had been a close prisoner for 16 years. "Do you think," I asked of my conductor, "that after so very long an imprisonment she has any thought or hope of ever regaining her liberty?" "Oh dear, yes," he answered, "to be sure, she has. And she has no chance of obtaining it, I suppose." "Well, I don't know," which, by the by, is a national answer. "Her friends mistrust her." "Why have they to do with it?" I naturally inquired. "Well, they won't petition." "But if they did, they couldn't get her out, I suppose." "Well, not the first time, perhaps, nor yet the second, but tiring and wearying for a few years might do it." "Does that ever do it?" "Well, yes, that'll do it sometimes. Political friends'll do it sometimes. It's pretty often done, one way or another. I shall always entertain a very pleasant and grateful recollection of Hartford. It is a lovely place, and I had many friends there whom I can never remember with indifference. We left it with no little regret on the evening of Friday the 11th, and traveled that night by railroad to New Haven. Upon the way, the guard and I were formally introduced to each other, as we usually were on such occasions, and exchanged a variety of small talk. We reached New Haven at about 8 o'clock, after a journey of 3 hours, and put up for the night at the best inn. New Haven, known also as the City of Elms, is a fine town. Many of its streets, as its alias sufficiently imports, are planted with rows of grand old elm trees, and the same ornaments surround Yale College, an establishment of considerable eminence and reputation. The various departments of this institution are erected in a kind of park or common in the middle of the town, where they are dimly visible among the shadowing trees. The effect is very like that of an old cathedral yard in England, and when their branches are in full leaf, must be extremely picturesque. Even in the winter time, these groups of well-grown trees, clustering among the busy streets and towns of a thriving city, have a very quaint appearance, seeming to bring about a kind of compromise between town and country, as if each had met the other halfway, and shaken hands upon it, which is at once novel and pleasant. After a night's rest, we rose early, and in good time went down to the wharf, and on board the packet New York for New York. This was the first American steamboat of any size that I had seen, and certainly to an English eye it was infinitely less like a steamboat than a huge floating bath. I could hardly persuade myself, indeed, but that the bathing establishment off Westminster Bridge, which I left a baby, had suddenly grown to an enormous size, run away from home, and set up in foreign parts as a steamer. Being in America, too, which our vagabonds do so particularly favor, it seemed the more probable. The great difference in appearance between these packets and ours is that there is so much of them out of the water, the main deck being enclosed on all sides and filled with casks and goods, like any second or third floor in a stack of warehouses, and the promenade, or hurricane deck, being atop of that again. A part of the machinery is always above this deck, where the connecting rod, in a strong and lofty frame, is seen working away like an iron top-sawyer. There is seldom any mast or tackle, nothing aloft but two tall black chimneys. The man at the helm is shut up in a little house in the fore part of the boat, the wheel being connected with the rudder by iron chains, working the whole length of the deck, and the passengers, unless the weather be very fine indeed, usually congregate below. Directly you have left the wharf, all the life and stir and bustle of a packet cease. You wonder for a long time how she goes on, for there seems to be nobody in charge of her, and when another of these dull machines comes splashing by, you feel quite indignant with it, as a sullen, cumbrous, ungraceful, unshiplike leviathan, quite forgetting that the vessel you are on board of is its very counterpart. There is always a clerk's office on the lower deck where you pay your fare, a ladies' cabin, baggage and stowage rooms, engineer's room, and, in short, a great variety of perplexities, which render the discovery of the gentleman's cabin a matter of some difficulty. It often occupies the whole length of the boat, as it did in this case, and has 3 or 4 tiers of berths on each side. When I first descended into the cabin of the New York, it looked, in my unaccustomed eyes, about as long as the Burlington Arcade. The Sound, which has to be crossed on this passage, is not always a very safe or pleasant navigation, and has been the scene of some unfortunate accidents. It was a wet morning and very misty, and we soon lost sight of land. The day was calm, however, and brightened towards noon. After exhausting, with good help from a friend, the larder, and the stock of bottled beer, I lay down to sleep, being very much tired with the fatigues of yesterday. But I woke up from my nap in time to hurry up and see Hell Gate, the Hog's Back, the Frying Pan, and other notorious localities, attractive to all readers of famous Diedrich Knickerbocker's history. We were now in a narrow channel, with sloping banks on either side, besprinkled with pleasant villas, and made refreshing to the sight by turf and trees. Soon we shot, in quick succession, past a lighthouse, a madhouse. How the lunatics flung up their caps and roared in sympathy with the headlong engine and the driving tide, a jail, and other buildings, and so emerged into a noble bay, whose waters sparkled in the now cloudless sunshine like nature's eyes turned up to heaven. Then there lay stretched out before us, to the right, confused heaps of buildings, where here and there a spire or steeple, looking down upon the herd below, and here and there, again, a cloud of lazy smoke, and in the foreground a forest of ships' masts, cheery with flapping sails and waving flags. Crossing from among them to the opposite shore were steam ferry boats laden with people, coaches, horses, wagons, baskets, boxes, crossed and recrossed by other ferry boats, all traveling to and fro, and never idle. Stately among these restless insects were 2 or 3 large ships, moving with slow, majestic pace, as creatures of a prouder kind, disdainful of their puny journeys, and making for the broad sea. Beyond were shining heights and islands in the glancing river, in a distance scarcely less blue and bright than the sky it seemed to meet. The city's hum and buzz, the clicking of capstans, the ringing of bells, the barking of dogs, the clattering of wheels, tingled in the listening ear, all of which life and stir, coming across the stirring water, caught new life and animation from its free companionship, and sympathizing with its buoyant spirits, glistened, as it seemed, in sport upon its surface, and hemmed the vessel round, and plashed the water high about her sides, and floating her gallantly into the dock, flew off again to welcome other comers, and speed before them to the busy port. End of section 7. Section 8 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Denny Sayers. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter 6. New York. The beautiful metropolis of America is by no means so clean a city as Boston, but many of its streets have the same characteristics, except that the houses are not quite so fresh-colored, the signboards are not quite so gaudy, the gilded letters not quite so golden, the bricks not quite so red, the stone not quite so white, the blinds and area railings not quite so green, the knobs and plates upon the street doors not quite so bright and twinkling. There are many by-streets, almost as neutral in clean colors and positive in dirty ones as by-streets in London, and there is one quarter, commonly called the 5 Points, which in respect of filth and wretchedness may be safely backed against 7 Dials, or any other part of famed St. Giles. The great promenade and thoroughfare, as most people know, is Broadway, a wide and bustling street, which, from the Battery Gardens to its opposite termination in a country road, may be 4 miles long. Shall we sit down in an upper floor of the Carlton House Hotel, situated in the best part of this main artery of New York, and when we are tired of looking down upon the life below, sally forth arm in arm and mingle with the stream? Warm weather. The sun strikes upon our heads at this open window, as though its rays were concentrated through a burning glass, but the day is in its zenith, and the season an unusual one. Was there ever such a sunny street as this Broadway? The pavement stones are polished with the tread of feet until they shine again. The red bricks of the houses might be yet in the dry, hot kilns, and the roofs of these omnibuses look as though, if water were poured on them, they would hiss and smoke, and smell like half-quenched fires. No stint of omnibuses here. Half a dozen have gone by within as many minutes. Plenty of hackney cabs, and coaches too. Gigs, phaetons, large-wheeled tilburys, and private carriages, rather of a clumsy make, and not very different from the public vehicles, but built for the heavy roads beyond the city pavement. Negro coachmen and white, in straw hats, black hats, white hats, glazed caps, fur caps, in coats of drab, black, brown, green, blue, nankeen, striped jean, and linen. And there, in that one instance, look while it passes, or it will be too late, in suits of livery. Some Southern Republican that who puts his blacks in uniform and swells with sultan pomp and power. Yonder, where that phaeton with the well-clipped pair of greys has stopped, standing at their heads now, is a Yorkshire groom, who has not been very long in these parts, and looks sorrowfully round for a companion pair of top boots, which he may traverse the city half a year without meeting. Heaven save the ladies! How they dress! We have seen more colors in these 10 minutes than we should have seen elsewhere in as many days. What various parasols, what rainbow silks and satins, what pinking of thin stockings, and pinching of thin shoes, and fluttering of ribbons and silk tassels, and display of rich cloaks with gaudy hoods and linings. The young gentlemen are fond, you see, of turning down their shirt collars and cultivating their whiskers, especially under the chin, but they cannot approach the ladies in their dress or bearing, being, to say the truth, humanity of quite another sort. Byrons of the desk and counter, pass on, and let us see what kind of men those are behind ye, those two laborers in holiday clothes, of whom one carries in his hand a crumpled scrap of paper, from which he tries to spell out a hard name, while the other looks about for it on all the doors and windows. Irishmen both. You might know them, if they were masked, by their long-tailed blue coats and bright buttons, for their drab trousers, which they wear like men well used to working dresses, who are easy in no others. It would be hard to keep your model republics going without the countrymen and countrywomen of those two laborers, for who else would dig and delve and drudge and do domestic work and make canals and roads and execute great lines of internal improvement? Irishmen both, and sorely puzzled too, to find out what they seek. Let us go down and help them, for the love of home, and that spirit of liberty which admits of honest service to honest men, and honest work for honest bread, no matter what it be. That's well. We have got at the right address at last, though it is written in strange characters, truly, and might have been scrawled with the blunt handle of the spade the writer better knows the use of than a pen. Their way lies yonder, but what business takes them there? They carry savings to hoard up? No, they are brothers, those men. One crossed the sea alone, and working very hard for 1/2 year, and living harder, saved funds enough to bring the other out. That done, they worked together side by side, contentedly sharing hard labor and hard living for another term, and then their sisters came, and then another brother, and lastly their old mother. And what now? Why, the poor old crone is restless in a strange land, and yearns to lay her bones, she says, among her people in the old graveyard at home, and so they go to pay her passage back. And God help her and them, and every simple heart, and all who turn to the Jerusalem of their younger days, and have an altar fire upon the cold hearth of their fathers. This narrow thoroughfare, baking and blistering in the sun, is Wall Street, the Stock Exchange, and Lombard Street of New York. Many a rapid fortune has been made in this street, and many a no less rapid ruin. Some of these very merchants whom you see hanging about here now have locked up money in their strong boxes, like the man in the Arabian Nights, and opening them again have found but withered leaves. Below, here by the waterside, where the bowsprits of ships stretch across the footway, and almost thrust themselves into the windows, lie the noble American vessels which have made their packet service the finest in the world. They have brought hither the foreigners who abound in all the streets. Not perhaps that there are more here than in other commercial cities, but elsewhere they have particular haunts, and you must find them out. Here they pervade the town. We must cross Broadway again, gaining some refreshment from the heat in the sight of the great blocks of clean ice which are being carried into shops and bar-rooms, and the pineapples and watermelons displayed profusely for sale. Fine streets of spacious houses here, you see. Wall Street has furnished and dismantled many of them, very often, and here a deep green leafy square. Be sure that is a hospitable house, with inmates to be affectionately remembered always, where they have the open door and pretty show of plants within, and where the child, with laughing eyes, is peeping out of a window at the little dog below. You may wonder what may be the use of this tall flagstaff in the by-street, with something like Liberty's headdress on its top. So do I. But there is a passion for tall flagstaffs hereabout, and you may see its twin brother in 5 minutes, if you have a mind. Again across Broadway, and so passing from the many-colored crowd and glittering shops into another long main street, the Bowery. A railroad yonder, see, where the 2 stout horses trot along, drawing a score or 2 of people, and a great wooden ark, with ease. The stores are poorer here, the passengers less gay. Clothes ready-made, and meat ready-cooked are to be bought in these parts, and the lively whirl of carriages is exchanged for the deep rumble of carts and wagons. These signs, which are so plentiful, and shaped like river buoys, or small balloons, hoisted by cords to poles, and dangling there, announce, as you may see by looking up, oysters in every style. They tempt the hungry most at night, for then dull candles glimmering inside illuminate these dainty words, and make the mouths of idlers water as they read and linger. What is this dismal front piled of bastard Egyptian, like an enchanter's palace in a melodrama? A famous prison, called the Tombs. Shall we go in? So, a long, narrow, lofty building, stove-heated, as usual, with 4 galleries, one above the other, going round it, and communicating by stairs. Between the 2 sides of each gallery, and in its centre, a bridge for the greater convenience of crossing. On each of these bridges sits a man, dozing or reading, or talking to an idle companion. On each tier are 2 opposite rows of small iron doors. They look like furnace doors, but are cold and black, as though the fires within had all gone out. Some 2 or 3 are open, and women with drooping heads bent down are talking to the inmates. The whole is lighted by a skylight, but it is fast closed, and from the roof there dangle, limp and drooping, 2 useless wind-sails. A man with keys appears to show us round, a good-looking fellow, and in his way civil and obliging. Are those black doors the cells? Yes. Are they all full? Well, they're pretty nigh full, and that's a fact, and no 2 ways about it. Those at the bottom are unwholesome, surely. Why, we do put only colored people in 'em. That's the truth. When do the prisoners take exercise? Well, they do without it, pretty much. Do they never walk in the yard? Considerable seldom. Sometimes, I suppose. Well, it's rare they do. They keep pretty bright without it. But suppose a man were here for a 12-month. I know this is only a prison for criminals who are charged with grave offenses, while they are awaiting their trial or under remand. But the law here affords criminals many means of delay. What with motions for new trials and an arrest of judgment and what not, a prisoner might be here for 12 months, I take it. Might he not? Well, I guess he might. Do you mean to say that in all that time he would never come out at that little iron door for exercise? He might walk some, perhaps. Not much. Will you open one of the doors? All, if you like. The fastenings jar and rattle, and one of the doors turns slowly on its hinges. Let us look in. A small bare cell, into which the light enters through a high chink in the wall. There is a rude means of washing, a table, and a bedstead. Upon the latter sits a man of 60, reading. He looks up for a moment, gives an impatient, dogged shake, and fixes his eyes upon his book again. As we withdraw our heads, the door closes on him, and is fastened as before. This man has murdered his wife, and will probably be hanged. How long has he been here? A month. When will he be tried? Next term. When is that? Next month. In England, if a man be under sentence of death, even he has air and exercise at certain periods of the day. Possible? With what stupendous and untranslatable coolness he says this, and how loungingly he leads on to the women's side, making, as he goes, a kind of cast-iron castanet of the key and the stair-rail. Each cell door on this side has a square aperture in it. Some of the women peep anxiously through it at the sound of footsteps. Others shrink away in shame. For what offense can that lonely child of 10 or 12 years old be shut up here? Oh, that boy, he is the son of the prisoner we saw just now, is a witness against his father, and is detained here for safe keeping until the trial. That's all. But it is a dreadful place for the child to pass the long days and nights in. This is rather hard treatment for a young witness, is it not? What says our conductor? Well, it an't a very rowdy life, and that's a fact. Again he clinks his metal castanet, and leads us leisurely away. I have a question to ask him as we go. Pray, why do they call this place the Tombs? Well, it's the cant name. I know it is. Why? Some suicides happened here when it was first built. I expect it come about from that. I saw just now that this man's clothes were scattered about the floor of his cell. Don't you oblige the prisoners to be orderly and put such things away? Where should they put 'em? Not on the ground, surely. What do you say to hanging them up? He stops and looks round to emphasize his answer. Well, I say that's just it. When they had hooks, they would hang themselves. So they're taken out of every cell, and there's only the marks left where they used to be. The prison yard in which he pauses now has been the scene of terrible performances. Into this narrow, grave-like place men are brought out to die. The wretched creature stands beneath the gibbet on the ground, the rope about his neck, and when the sign is given, a weight at its other end comes running down and swings him up into the air, a corpse. The law requires that there be present at this dismal spectacle the judge, the jury, and citizens to the amount of 25. From the community it is hidden. To the dissolute and bad the thing remains a frightful mystery. Between the criminal and them the prison wall is interposed as a thick, gloomy veil. It is the curtain to his bed of death, his winding sheet and grave. From him it shuts out life, and all the motives to unrepenting hardihood in that last hour when its mere sight and presence is often all sufficient to sustain. There are no bold eyes to make him bold, no ruffians to uphold a ruffian's name before. All beyond the pitiless stone wall is unknown space. Let us go forth again into the cheerful streets. Once more in Broadway. Here are the same ladies in bright colors walking to and fro, in pairs and singly, yonder the very same blue light parasol which passed and repassed the hotel window 20 times while we were sitting there. We are going to cross here. Take care of the pigs. 2 portly sows are trotting up behind this carriage, and a select party of half a dozen gentlemen hogs have just now turned the corner. Here is a solitary swine lounging homeward by himself. He has only one ear, having parted with the other to vagrant dogs in the course of his city rambles. But he gets on very well without it, and leads a roving, gentlemanly, vagabond kind of life, somewhat answering to that of our clubmen at home. He leaves his lodgings every morning at a certain hour, throws himself upon the town, gets through his day in some manner quite satisfactory to himself, and regularly appears at the door of his own house again at night, like the mysterious master of Gil Blas. He is a free and easy, careless, indifferent kind of pig, having a very large acquaintance among other pigs of the same character, whom he rather knows by sight than conversation, as he seldom troubles himself to stop and exchange civilities, but goes grunting down the kennel, turning up the news and small talk of the city, in the shape of cabbage stalks and offal, and bearing no tales but his own, which is a very short one, for his old enemies, the dogs, have been at that too, and have left him hardly enough to swear by. He is in every respect a republican pig, going wherever he pleases, and mingling with the best society on an equal, if not superior, footing, for every one makes way when he appears, and the haughtiest give him the wall, if he prefer it. He is a great philosopher, and seldom moved unless by the dogs before mentioned. Sometimes, indeed, you may see his small eye twinkling on a slaughtered friend, whose carcass garnishes a butcher's door-post, but he grunts out, "Such is life, all flesh is pork," buries his nose in the mire again, and waddles down the gutter, comforting himself with the reflection that there is one snout the less to anticipate stray cabbage stalks, at any rate. These are the city scavengers, these pigs. Ugly brutes they are, having for the most part scanty brown backs like the lids of old horsehair trunks, spotted with unwholesome black blotches. They have long gaunt legs too, and such peaked snouts that if one of them could be persuaded to sit for his profile, nobody would recognize it for a pig's likeness. They are never attended upon, or fed, or driven, or caught, but are thrown upon their own resources in early life, and become preternaturally knowing in consequence. Every pig knows where he lives much better than anybody could tell him. At this hour, just as evening is closing in, you will see them roaming towards bed by scores, eating their way to the last. Occasionally, some youth among them, who has overeaten himself, or has been worried by dogs, trots shrinkingly homeward, like a prodigal son, but this is a rare case. Perfect self-possession and self-reliance, and immovable composure being their foremost attributes. The streets and shops are lighted now, and as the eye travels down the long thoroughfare, dotted with bright jets of gas, it is reminded of Oxford Street or Piccadilly. Here and there a flight of broad stone cellar steps appears, and a painted lamp directs you to the bowling saloon, or 10-pin alley. 10 pins being a game of mingled chance and skill, invented when the Legislature passed an act forbidding 9 pins. At other downward flights of steps are other lamps, marking the whereabouts of oyster sellers, pleasant retreats, say I, not only by reason of their wonderful cookery of oysters, pretty nigh as large as cheese plates, or for thy dear sake, hardiest of Greek professors, but because of all kinds of caters of fish or flesh or fowl in these latitudes. The swallowers of oysters alone are not gregarious, but subduing themselves, as it were, to the nature of what they work with, and copying the coyness of the thing they eat, do sit apart in curtained boxes, and consort by twos, not by 200s. But how quiet the streets are! Are there no itinerant bands, no wind or stringed instruments? No, not one. By day there are no punches, fantoccini, dancing dogs, jugglers, conjurers, orchestrinas, or even barrel organs. No, not one. Yes, I remember one. One barrel organ and a dancing monkey, sportive by nature, but fast fading into a dull, lumpish monkey of the utilitarian school. Beyond that, nothing lively. No, not so much as a white mouse in a twirling cage. Are there no amusements? There is a lecture room across the way, from which that glare of light proceeds, and there may be evening service for the ladies thrice a week, or oftener. For the young gentlemen there is the counting-house, the store, the bar-room, the latter, as you may see through these windows, pretty full. Hark to the clinking sound of hammers breaking lumps of ice, and to the cool gurgling of the pounded bits, as, in the process of mixing, they are poured from glass to glass. No amusements? What are these suckers of cigars and swallowers of strong drinks, whose hats and legs we see in every possible variety of twist, doing but amusing themselves? What are the 50 newspapers which those precocious urchins are bawling down the street, and which are kept filled within? What are they but amusements? Not vapid, waterish amusements, but good strong stuff, dealing in round abuse and blackguard names, pulling off the roofs of private houses, as the halting devil did in Spain, pimping and pandering for all degrees of vicious taste, and gorging with coined lies the most voracious maw, imputing to every man in public life the coarsest and the vilest motives, scaring away from the stabbed and prostrate body politic every Samaritan of clear conscience and good deeds, and setting on, with yell and whistle, and the clapping of foul hands, the vilest vermin and worst birds of prey. No amusements? Let us go on again, and passing this wilderness of an hotel with stores about its base, like some continental theatre, or the London Opera House, shorn of its colonnade, plunge into the 5 Points. But it is needful, first, that we take as our escort these 2 heads of police, whom you would know for sharp and well-trained officers if you met them in the great desert. So true it is that certain pursuits, wherever carried on, will stamp men with the same character. These 2 might have been begotten, born, and bred in Bow Street. We have seen no beggars in the streets by night or day, but of other kinds of strollers, plenty. Poverty, wretchedness, and vice are rife enough where we are going now. This is the place. These narrow ways, diverging to the right and left, and reeking everywhere with dirt and filth. Such lives as are led here bear the same fruits here as elsewhere. The coarse and bloated faces at the doors have counterparts at home, and all the wide world over. Debauchery has made the very houses prematurely old. See how the rotten beams are tumbling down, and how the patched and broken windows seem to scowl dimly, like eyes that have been hurt in drunken frays. Many of those pigs live here. Do they ever wonder why their masters walk upright in lieu of going on all fours, and why they talk instead of grunting? So far, nearly every house is a low tavern, and on the bar-room walls are colored prints of Washington and Queen Victoria and the American eagle. Among the pigeonholes that hold the bottles are pieces of plate glass and colored paper, for there is, in some sort, a taste for decoration, even here. And as seamen frequent these haunts, there are maritime pictures by the dozen, of partings between sailors and their lady loves, portraits of William of the Ballad and his black-eyed Susan, of Will Watch, the bold smuggler, of Paul Jones, the pirate, and the like, on which the painted eyes of Queen Victoria and of Washington to boot rest in as strange companionship as on most of the scenes that are enacted in their wondering presence. What place is this, to which the squalid street conducts us? A kind of square of leprous houses, some of which are attainable only by crazy wooden stairs without. What lies beyond this tottering flight of steps that creak beneath our tread? A miserable room, lighted by one dim candle, and destitute of all comfort, save that which may be hidden in a wretched bed. Beside it sits a man, his elbows on his knees, his forehead hidden in his hands. "What ails that man?" asks the foremost officer. "Fever," he sullenly replies, without looking up. Conceive the fancies of a feverish brain in such a place as this. Ascend these pitch-dark stairs, heedful of a false footing on the trembling boards, and grope your way with me into this wolfish den, where neither ray of light nor breath of air appears to come. A negro lad, startled from his sleep by the officer's voice, he knows it well, but comforted by his assurance that he has not come on business, officiously bestirs himself to light a candle. The match flickers for a moment, and shows great mounds of dusty rags upon the ground, then dies away and leaves a denser darkness than before, if there can be degrees in such extremes. He stumbles down the stairs, and presently comes back, shading a flaring taper with his hand. Then the mounds of rags are seen to be astir, and rise slowly up, and the floor is covered with heaps of negro women, waking from their sleep, their white teeth chattering, and their bright eyes glistening and winking on all sides with surprise and fear, like the countless repetition of one astonished African face in some strange mirror. Mount up these other stairs with no less caution. There are traps and pitfalls here, for those who are not so well escorted as ours, into the housetop, where the bare beams and rafters meet overhead, and calm night looks down through the crevices in the roof. Open the door of one of these crumpled hutches full of sleeping negroes. Pah! They have a charcoal fire within. There is a smell of singeing clothes, or flesh, so close they gather round the brazier, and vapors issue forth that blind and suffocate. From every corner, as you glance about you in these dark retreats, some figure crawls half awakened, as if the judgment hour were near at hand, and every obscene grave were giving up its dead. Where dogs would howl to lie, women and men and boys slink off to sleep, forcing the dislodged rats to move away in quest of better lodgings. Here, too, are lanes and alleys paved with mud knee-deep, underground chambers where they dance and game, the walls bedecked with rough designs of ships and forts and flags and American eagles out of number, ruined houses open to the streets, whence, through wide gaps in the walls, other ruins loom upon the eye, as though the world of vice and misery had nothing else to show. Hideous tenements which take their name from robbery and murder, all that is loathsome, drooping, and decayed, is here. Our leader has his hand upon the latch of Almack's, and calls to us from the bottom of the steps, for the assembly room of the 5 Point fashionables is approached by a descent. Shall we go in? It is but a moment. Heyday! The landlady of Almack's thrives, a buxom, fat mulatto woman with sparkling eyes, whose head is daintily ornamented with a handkerchief of many colors, nor is the landlord much behind her in his finery, being attired in a smart blue jacket, like a ship's steward, with a thick gold ring upon his little finger, and round his neck a gleaming golden watch-guard. How glad he is to see us! What will we please to call for? A dance? It shall be done directly, sir. A regular breakdown. The corpulent black fiddler and his friend, who plays the tambourine, stamp upon the boarding of the small raised orchestra in which they sit, and play a lively measure. 5 or 6 couple come upon the floor, and marshalled by a lively young negro, who is the wit of the assembly and the greatest dancer known. He never leaves off making queer faces, and is the delight of all the rest, who grin from ear to ear incessantly. Among the dancers are 2 young mulatto girls, with large, black, drooping eyes, and headgear after the fashion of the hostess, who are as shy, or feign to be, as though they never danced before, and so look down before the visitors, that their partners can see nothing but the long fringed lashes. But the dance commences. Every gentleman sets as long as he likes to the opposite lady, and the opposite lady to him, and all are so long about it that the sport begins to languish, when suddenly the lively hero dashes in to the rescue. Instantly the fiddler grins, and goes at it tooth and nail. There is new energy in the tambourine, new laughter in the dancers, new smiles in the landlady, new confidence in the landlord, new brightness in the very candles. Single shuffle, double shuffle, cut and cross-cut, snapping his fingers, rolling his eyes, turning in his knees, presenting the backs of his legs in front, spinning about on his toes and heels like nothing but the man's fingers on the tambourine, dancing with 2 left legs, 2 right legs, 2 wooden legs, 2 wire legs, 2 spring legs, all sorts of legs, and no legs. What is this to him? And in what walk of life, or dance of life, does man ever get such stimulating applause as thunders about him, when, having danced his partner off her feet, and himself too, he finishes by leaping gloriously on the bar counter, and calling for something to drink, with the chuckle of a million of counterfeit Jim Crows, in one inimitable sound. The air, even in these distempered parts, is fresh after the stifling atmosphere of the houses, and now, as we emerge into a broader street, it blows upon us with a purer breath, and the stars look bright again. Here are the tombs once more. The city watch-house is a part of the building. It follows naturally on the sights we have just left. Let us see that, and then to bed. What, do you thrust your common offenders against the police discipline of the town, into such holes as these? Do men and women, against whom no crime is proved, lie here all night in perfect darkness, surrounded by the noisome vapours which encircle that flagging lamp you light us with, and breathing this filthy and offensive stench, why, such indecent and disgusting dungeons as these cells would bring disgrace upon the most despotic empire in the world. Look at them, man. You who see them every night, and keep the keys. Do you see what they are? Do you know how drains are made below the streets, and wherein these human sewers differ, except in being always stagnant? Well, he don't know. He has had 25 young women locked up in this very cell at one time, and you'd hardly realize what handsome faces there were among them. In God's name, shut the door upon the wretched creature who is in it now, and put its screen before a place quite unsurpassed in all the vice, neglect, and devilry of the worst old town in Europe. Are people really left all night, untried, in those black sights? Every night? The watch is set at 7 in the evening. The magistrate opens his court at 5 in the morning. That is the earliest hour at which the first prisoner can be released. And if an officer appear against him, he is not taken out till 9 o'clock or 10. But if any one among them die in the interval, as one man did not long ago, then he is half eaten by the rats in an hour's time, as that man was, and there an end. What is this intolerable tolling of great bells, and crashing of wheels, and shouting in the distance? A fire! And what that deep red light in the opposite direction? Another fire! And what these charred and blackened walls we stand before? A dwelling where a fire has been. It was more than hinted in an official report not long ago that some of these conflagrations were not wholly accidental, and that speculation and enterprise found a field of exertion, even in flames. But be this as it may, there was a fire last night, there are 2 tonight, and you may lay a wager there will be at least 1 tomorrow. So, carrying that with us for our comfort, let us say good night, and climb upstairs to bed. One day during my stay in New York, I paid a visit to the different public institutions on Long Island, or Rhode Island, I forget which. One of them is a lunatic asylum. The building is handsome, and is remarkable for a spacious and elegant staircase. The whole structure is not yet finished, but it is already one of considerable size and extent, and is capable of accommodating a very large number of patients. I cannot say that I derived much comfort from the inspection of this charity. The different wards might have been cleaner and better ordered. I saw nothing of that salutary system which had impressed me so favorably elsewhere, and everything had a lounging, listless, madhouse air, which was very painful. The moping idiot, cowering down with long dishevelled hair, the gibbering maniac with his hideous laugh and pointed finger, the vacant eye, the fierce wild face, the gloomy picking of the hands and lips, and munching of the nails. There they were, all, without disguise, in naked ugliness and horror. In the dining room, a bare, dull, dreary place, with nothing for the eye to rest on but the empty walls. A woman was locked up alone. She was bent, they told me, on committing suicide. If anything could have strengthened her in her resolution, it would certainly have been the insupportable monotony of such an existence. The terrible crowd with which these halls and galleries were filled so shocked me that I abridged my stay within the shortest limits, and declined to see that portion of the building in which the refractory and violent were under closer restraint. I have no doubt that the gentleman who presided over this establishment at the time I write of, was competent to manage it, and had done all in his power to promote its usefulness. But will it be believed that the miserable strife of party feeling is carried even into this sad refuge of afflicted and degraded humanity? Will it be believed that the eyes which are to watch over and control the wanderings of minds on which the most dreadful visitation to which our nature is exposed has fallen, must wear the glasses of some wretched side in politics? Will it be believed that the governor of such a house as this is appointed and deposed and changed perpetually, as parties fluctuate and vary, and as their despicable weathercocks are blown this way or that? 100 times in every week some new, most paltry exhibition of that narrow-minded and injurious party spirit which is the simoom of America, sickening and blighting everything of wholesome life within its reach, was forced upon my notice. But I never turned my back upon it with feelings of such deep disgust and measureless contempt as when I crossed the threshold of this madhouse. At a short distance from this building is another called the Alms House, that is to say, the Workhouse of New York. This is a large institution also, lodging, I believe, when I was there, nearly 1,000 poor. It was badly ventilated and badly lighted, was not too clean, and impressed me on the whole very uncomfortably. But it must be remembered that New York, as a great emporium of commerce, and as a place of general resort, not only from all parts of the States, but from most parts of the world, has always a large pauper population to provide for, and labors, therefore, under peculiar difficulties in this respect. Nor must it be forgotten that New York is a large town, and that in all large towns a vast amount of good and evil is intermixed and jumbled up together. In the same neighborhood is the farm, where young orphans are nursed and bred. I did not see it, but I believe it is well conducted, and I can the more easily credit it from knowing how mindfully they usually are in America of that beautiful passage in the Litany which remembers all sick persons and young children. I was taken to these institutions by water, in a boat belonging to the island jail, and rowed by a crew of prisoners, who were dressed in a striped uniform of black and buff, in which they looked like faded tigers. They took me, by the same conveyance, to the jail itself. It is an old prison, and quite a pioneer establishment, on the plan I have already described. I was glad to hear this, for it is unquestionably a very indifferent one. The most is made, however, of the means it possesses, and it is as well regulated as such a place can be. The women work in covered sheds, erected for that purpose. If I remember right, there are no shops for the men, but be that as it may, the greater part of them labor in certain stone quarries near at hand. The day being very wet indeed, this labor was suspended, and the prisoners were in their cells. Imagine these cells, some 200 or 300 in number, and in every one a man locked up. This one at his door for air, with his hands thrust through the grate. This one in bed, in the middle of day, remember, and this one flung down in a heap upon the ground, with his head against the bars, like a wild beast. Make the rain pour down outside in torrents. Put the everlasting stove in the midst, hot and suffocating and vaporous as a witch's cauldron. Add a collection of gentle odors, such as would arise from 1,000 mildewed umbrellas wet through, and 1,000 buck-baskets full of half-washed linen, and there is the prison, as it was that day. The prison for the state at Sing Sing is, on the other hand, a model jail. That and Auburn are, I believe, the largest and best examples of the silent system. In another part of the city is the Refuge for the Destitute, an institution whose object is to reclaim youthful offenders, male and female, black and white, without distinction, to teach them useful trades, apprentice them to respectable masters, and make them worthy members of society. Its design, it will be seen, is similar to that at Boston, and it is a no less meritorious and admirable establishment. A suspicion crossed my mind during my inspection of this noble charity, whether the superintendent had quite sufficient the knowledge of the world and worldly characters, and whether he did not commit a great mistake in treating some young girls, who were to all intents and purposes, by their years and their past lives, women, as though they were little children, which certainly had a ludicrous effect on my eyes, and, or I am much mistaken, in theirs also. As the institution, however, is always under a vigilant examination of a body of gentlemen of great intelligence and experience, it cannot fail to be well conducted, and whether I am right or wrong in this slight particular is unimportant to its deserts and character, which it would be difficult to estimate too highly. In addition to these establishments, there are in New York excellent hospitals and schools, literary institutions and libraries, an admirable fire department, as indeed it should be, having constant practice, and charities of every sort and kind. In the suburbs there is a spacious cemetery, unfinished yet, but every day improving. The saddest tomb I saw there was the stranger's grave, dedicated to the different hotels in this city. There are 3 principal theaters. 2 of them, the Park and the Bowery, are large, elegant, and handsome buildings, and are, I grieve to write it, generally deserted. The third, the Olympic, is a tiny show-box for vaudevilles and burlesques. It is singularly well conducted by Mr. Mitchell, a comic actor of great quiet humor and originality, who is well remembered and esteemed by London playgoers. I am happy to report of this deserving gentleman that his benches are usually well filled, and that his theatre rings with merriment every night. I had almost forgotten a small summer theatre called Niblo's, with gardens and open-air amusements attached, but I believe it is not exempt from the general depression under which theatrical property, or what is humorously called by that name, unfortunately labors. The country round New York is surpassingly and exquisitely picturesque. The climate, as I have already intimated, is somewhat of the warmest. What it would be without the sea breezes which come from its beautiful bay in the evening time, I will not throw myself or my readers into a fever by inquiring. The tone of the best society in this city is like that of Boston. Here and there, it may be, with a greater infusion of the mercantile spirit, but generally polished and refined, and always most hospitable. The houses and tables are elegant, the hours later and more rakish, and there is perhaps a greater spirit of contention in reference to appearances and the display of wealth and costly living. The ladies are singularly beautiful. Before I left New York, I made arrangements for securing a passage home in the George Washington packet ship, which was advertised to sail in June, that being the month in which I had determined, if prevented by no accident in the course of my ramblings, to leave America. I never thought that going back to England, returning to all who are dear to me, and to pursuits that have insensibly grown to be a part of my nature, I could have felt so much sorrow as I endured when I parted at last on board this ship with the friends who had accompanied me from this city. I never thought the name of any place so far away and so lately known could ever associate itself in my mind with the crowd of affectionate remembrances that now cluster about it. There are those in this city who would brighten, to me, the darkest winter day that ever glimmered and went out in Lapland, and before whose presence even home grew dim, when they and I exchanged that painful word which mingles with our every thought and deed, which haunts our cradle heads in infancy, and closes up the vista of our lives in age. End of section 8.
Section 9 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter 7. Philadelphia and its Solitary Prison. The journey from New York to Philadelphia is made by railroad and 2 ferries, and usually occupies between 5 and 6 hours. It was a fine evening when we were passengers in the train, and watching the bright sunset from a little window near the door by which we sat, my attention was attracted to a remarkable appearance issuing from the windows of the gentlemen's car immediately in front of us, which I suppose for some time was occasioned by a number of industrious persons inside, ripping open feather beds and giving the feathers to the wind. At length it occurred to me that they were only spitting, which was indeed the case, though how any number of passengers which it was possible for that car to contain could have maintained such a playful and incessant shower of expectoration, I am still at a loss to understand, notwithstanding the experience in all salivatory phenomena which I afterwards acquired. I made acquaintance on this journey with a mild and modest young Quaker, who opened the discourse by informing me in a grave whisper that his grandfather was the inventor of cold-drawn castor oil. I mention the circumstance here, thinking it probable that this is the first occasion on which the valuable medicine in question was ever used as a conversational aperient. We reached the city late that night. Looking out of my chamber window before going to bed, I saw on the opposite side of the way a handsome building of white marble, which had a mournful, ghost-like aspect, dreary to behold. I attributed this to the sombre influence of the night, and on rising in the morning looked out again, expecting to see its steps and portico thronged with groups of people passing in and out. The door was still tight shut, however, the same cold, cheerless air prevailed, and the building looked as if the marble statue of Don Guzman could have had any business to transact within its gloomy walls. I hastened to inquire its name and purpose, and then my surprise vanished. It was the tomb of many fortunes, the great catacomb of investment, the Memorial United States Bank. The stoppage of this bank, with all its ruinous consequences, had cast, as I was told on every side, a gloom on Philadelphia, under the depressing effect of which it yet laboured. It certainly did seem rather dull and out of spirits. It is a handsome city, but distractingly regular. After walking about it for an hour or two, I felt that I would have given the world for a crooked street. The collar of my coat appeared to stiffen, and the brim of my hat to expand, beneath its Quakery influence. My hair shrunk into a sleek, short crop. My hands folded themselves upon my breast of their own calm accord, and thoughts of taking lodgings in Mark Lane over against the market-place, and of making a large fortune by speculations in corn, came over me involuntarily. Philadelphia is most bountifully provided with fresh water, which is showered and jerked about, and turned on and poured off everywhere. The waterworks, which were on a height near the city, are no less ornamental than useful, being tastefully laid out as a public garden, and kept in the best and neatest order. The river is dammed at this point, and forced by its own power into certain high tanks or reservoirs, whence the whole city, to the top stories of the houses, is supplied at a very trifling expense. There are various public institutions, among them a most excellent hospital, a Quaker establishment, but not sectarian in the great benefits it confers; a quiet, quaint old library named after Franklin; a handsome exchange and post office; and so forth. In connection with the Quaker hospital, there is a picture by West, which is exhibited for the benefit of the funds of the institution. The subject is Our Saviour healing the sick, and it is perhaps as favourable a specimen of the Master as can be seen anywhere. Whether this be high or low praise depends upon the reader's taste. In the same room there is a very characteristic and lifelike portrait by Mr. Sully, a distinguished American artist. My stay in Philadelphia was very short, but what I saw of its society I greatly liked. Treating of its general characteristics, I should be disposed to say that it is more provincial than Boston or New York, and that there is afloat in the fair city an assumption of taste and circumstance, savouring rather of those genteel discussions upon the same themes, in connection with Shakespeare and the musical glasses, of which we read in the Vicar of Wakefield. Near the city is a most splendid unfinished marble structure for the Girard College, founded by a deceased gentleman of that name and of enormous wealth, which, if completed according to the original design, will be perhaps the richest edifice of modern times. But the bequest is involved in legal disputes, and pending them the work has stopped, so that, like many other great undertakings in America, even this is rather going to be done one of these days than doing now. In the outskirts stands a great prison, called the Eastern Penitentiary, conducted on a plan peculiar to the state of Pennsylvania. The system here is rigid, strict, and hopeless solitary confinement. I believe it, in its effect, to be cruel and wrong. In its intention, I am well convinced that it is kind, humane, and meant for reformation. But I am persuaded that those who devise this system of prison discipline, and those benevolent gentlemen who carry it into execution, do not know what it is that they are doing. I believe that very few men are capable of estimating the immense amount of torture and agony which this dreadful punishment, prolonged for years, inflicts upon the sufferers. And in guessing at it myself, and in reasoning from what I have seen written upon their faces, and what to my certain knowledge they feel within, I am only the more convinced that there is a depth of terrible endurance in it which none but the sufferers themselves can fathom, and which no man has a right to inflict upon his fellow creature. I hold this slow and daily tampering with the mysteries of the brain to be immeasurably worse than any torture of the body, and because its ghastly signs and tokens are not so palpable to the eye and the sense of touch as scars upon the flesh, because its wounds are not upon the surface, and it extorts few cries the human ears can hear. Therefore I the more denounce it as a secret punishment which slumbering humanity is not roused up to stay. I hesitated once, debating with myself whether, if I had the power of saying yes or no, I would allow it to be tried in certain cases, where the terms of imprisonment were short. But now I solemnly declare that with no rewards or honours could I walk a happy man beneath the open sky by day, or lie me down upon my bed at night, with the conscience that one human creature, for any length of time, no matter what, lay suffering this unknown punishment in his silent cell, and I the cause, or I consenting to it in the least degree. I was accompanied to this prison by two gentlemen officially connected with its management, and passed the day in going from cell to cell and talking with the inmates. Every facility was afforded me that the utmost courtesy could suggest. Nothing was concealed or hidden from my view, and every piece of information that I sought was openly and frankly given. The perfect order of the building cannot be praised too highly, and of the excellent motives of all who are immediately concerned in the administration of the system, there can be no kind of question. Between the body of the prison and the outer wall there is a spacious garden. Entering it by a wicket in the massive gate, we pursue the path before us to its other termination, and pass into a large chamber, from which 7 long passages radiate. On either side of each is a long, long row of low cell doors, with a certain number over every one. Above, a gallery of cells like those below, except that they have no narrow yard attached, as those in the ground tier have, and are somewhat smaller. The possession of 2 of these is supposed to compensate for the absence of so much air and exercise as can be had in the dull strip attached to each of the others, in an hour's time every day. And therefore every prisoner in this upper story has 2 cells adjoining and communicating with each other. Standing at the central point and looking down these dreary passages, the dull repose and quiet that prevails is awful. Occasionally there is a drowsy sound from some lone weaver's shuttle, or shoemaker's last, but it is stifled by the thick walls and heavy dungeon door, and only serves to make the general stillness more profound. Over the head and face of every prisoner who comes into this melancholy house, a black hood is drawn, and in this dark shroud, an emblem of the curtain dropped between him and the living world, He is led to the cell from which he never again comes forth until his whole term of imprisonment has expired. He never hears of wife and children, home or friends, the life or death of any single creature. He sees the prison officers, but with that exception he never looks upon a human countenance, or hears a human voice. He is a man buried alive, to be dug out in the slow round of years, and in the meantime dead to everything but torturing anxieties and horrible despair. His name and crime and term of suffering are unknown even to the officer who delivers him his daily food. There is a number over his cell door, and in a book of which the governor of the prison has one copy, and the moral instructor another. This is the index of his history. Beyond these pages the prison has no record of his existence, and though he lived to be in the same cell 10 weary years, he has no means of knowing, down to the very last hour, in which part of the building it is situated, what kind of men there are about him, whether in the long winter nights there are living people near, or he is in some lonely corner of the great jail, with walls and passages and iron doors between him and the nearest sharer in its solitary horrors. Every cell has double doors, the outer one of sturdy oak, the other of grated iron, wherein there is a trap through which his food is handed. He has a Bible and a slate and pencil, and under certain restrictions has sometimes other books provided for the purpose, and pen and ink and paper. His razor, plate, and can and basin hang upon the wall, or shine upon the little shelf. Fresh water is laid on in every cell, and he can draw it at his pleasure. During the day his bedstead turns up against the wall, and leaves more space for him to work in. His loom, or bench, or wheel is there, and there he labours, sleeps, and wakes, and counts the seasons as they change, and grows old. The first man I saw was seated at his loom, at work. He had been there 6 years, and was to remain, I think, 3 more. He had been convicted as a receiver of stolen goods, but even after his long imprisonment denied his guilt, and said he had been hardly dealt by. It was his second offence. He stopped his work when we went in, took off his spectacles, and answered freely to everything that was said to him, but always with a strange kind of pause first, and in a low, thoughtful voice. He wore a paper hat of his own making, and was pleased to have it noticed and commanded. He had very ingeniously manufactured a sort of Dutch clock from some disregarded odds and ends, and his vinegar bottle served for the pendulum. Seeing me interested in this contrivance, he looked up at it with a great deal of pride, and said that he had been thinking of improving it, and that he hoped the hammer and a little piece of broken glass beside it would play music before long. He had extracted some colours from the yarn from which he worked, and painted a few poor figures on the wall. One of a female over the door he called the Lady of the Lake. He smiled as I looked at these contrivances to while away the time. But when I looked from them to him, I saw that his lip trembled, and could have counted the beating of his heart. I forgot how it came about, but some allusion was made to his having a wife. He shook his head at the word, turned aside, and covered his face with his hands. "But you are resigned now," said one of the gentlemen, after a short pause, during which he had resumed his former manner. He answered with a sigh that seemed quite reckless in its hopelessness, oh yes, I'm resigned to it. And are you a better man, you think?" "Well, I hope so. I hope I may be." "And time goes pretty quickly?" "Time is very long, gentlemen, within these 4 walls." He gazed about him, heaven only knows how wearily, as he said these words, and in the act of doing so fell into a strange stare as if he had forgotten something. A moment afterwards he sighed heavily, put on his spectacles, and went back about his work again. In another cell there was a German, sentenced to 5 years' imprisonment for larceny, 2 of which had just expired. With colours procured in the same manner, he had painted every inch of the walls and ceiling quite beautifully. He had laid out the few feet of ground behind with exquisite neatness, and had made a little bed in the centre, that looked, by the by, like a grave. The taste and ingenuity he had displayed in everything were most extraordinary, and yet a more dejected, heartbroken, wretched creature it would be difficult to imagine. I never saw such a picture of forlorn affliction and distress of mind. My heart bled for him, and when the tears ran down his cheeks, and he took one of the visitors aside to ask, with his trembling hands nervously clutching at his coat to detain him, whether there was no hope of his dismissal sentence being commuted, the spectacle was really too painful to witness. I never saw or heard of any kind of misery that impressed me more than the wretchedness of this man. In a third cell was a tall, strong black, a burglar, working at his proper trade of making screws and the like. His time was nearly out. He was not only a very dexterous thief, but was notorious for his boldness and hardihood, and for the number of his previous convictions. He entertained us with a long account of his achievements, which he narrated with such infinite relish that he actually seemed to lick his lips as he told us racy anecdotes of stolen plate, and of old ladies whom he had watched as they sat at the windows in silver spectacles. He had plainly had an eye to their mettle, even from the other side of the street, and had afterwards robbed. This fellow, upon the slightest encouragement, would have mingled with his professional recollections the most detestable cant. But I am very much mistaken if he could have surpassed the unmitigated hypocrisy with which he declared that he blessed the day on which he came into that prison, and that he never would commit another robbery as long as he lived. There was one man who was allowed, as an indulgence, to keep rabbits. His room having rather a close smell in consequence, they called to him at the door to come out into the passage. He complied, of course, and stood shading his haggard face in the unwonted sunlight of the great window, looking as wan and unearthly as if he had been summoned from the grave. He had a white rabbit in his breast, and when the little creature, getting down upon the ground, stole back into the cell, and he, being dismissed, crept timidly after it, I thought it would have been very hard to say in what respect the man was the nobler animal of the two. There was an English thief who had been there but a few days out of 7 years, a villainous, low-browed, thin-lipped fellow with a white face, who had as yet no relish for visitors, and who, but for the additional penalty, would have gladly stabbed me with his shoemaker's knife. There was another German who had entered the jail but yesterday, and who started from his bed when we looked in, and pleaded, in his broken English, very hard for work. There was a poet who, after doing 2 days' work in every 24 hours, one for himself and one for the prison, wrote verses about ships. He was, by trade, a mariner. And the maddening wine-cup, and his friends at home. There were very many of them. Some reddened at the sight of visitors, and some turned very pale. Some 2 or 3 had prisoner nurses with them, for they were very sick, and one, a fat old negro whose leg had been taken off within the jail, had for his attendants a classical scholar and an accomplished surgeon, himself a prisoner likewise. Sitting upon the stairs, engaged in some slight work, was a pretty coloured boy. "Is there no refuge for young criminals in Philadelphia, then?" said I. "Yes, but only for white children. Noble aristocracy in crime." There was a sailor who had been there upwards of 11 years, and who in a few months' time would be free. 11 years of solitary confinement. "I am very glad to hear your time is nearly out." What does he say? Nothing. Why does he stare at his hands, and pick the flesh upon his fingers, and raise his eyes for an instant, every now and then, to those bare walls which have seen his head turn grey? It is a way he has sometimes. Does he never look men in the face, and does he always pluck at those hands of his, as though he were bent on parting skin and bone? It is his humour, nothing more. It is his humour, too, to say that he does not look forward to going out, that he is not glad the time is drawing near, that he did look forward to it once, but that was very long ago, that he has lost all care for everything. It is his humour to be a helpless, crushed, and broken man, and Heaven be his witness that he has his humour thoroughly gratified. There were 3 young women in adjoining cells, all convicted at the same time of a conspiracy to rob their prosecutor. In the silence and solitude of their lives they had grown to be quite beautiful. Their looks were very sad, and might have moved the sternest visitor to tears, but not to that kind of sorrow which the contemplation of the men awakens. One was a young girl, not 20 as I recollect, whose snow-white room was hung with the work of some former prisoner, and upon whose downcast face the sun in all its splendour shone down through the high chink in the wall, where one narrow strip of bright blue sky was visible. She was very penitent and quiet, had come to be resigned, she said, and I believe her, and had a mind of peace. "In a word, you are happy here?" said one of my companions. She struggled, she did struggle very hard, to answer, "Yes," but raising her eyes and meeting that glimpse of freedom overhead, she burst into tears, and said, she tried to be, she uttered no complaint, but it was natural that she should sometimes long to go out of that one cell, She could not help that. She sobbed, poor thing. I went from cell to cell that day, and every face I saw, or word I heard, or incident I noted, is present to my mind in all its painfulness. But let me pass them by for one more pleasant glance of a prison on the same plan which I afterwards saw at Pittsburg. When I had gone over that in the same manner, I asked the governor if he had any person in his charge who was shortly going out. He had one, he said, whose time was up next day, but he had only been a prisoner 2 years. 2 years! I looked back through 2 years of my life, out of jail, prosperous, happy, surrounded by blessings, comforts, good fortune, and thought how wide a gap it was, and how long these 2 years passed in solitary confinement would have been. I have the face of this man, who is going to be released next day, before me now. It is almost more memorable in its happiness than the other faces in their misery. How easy and how natural it was for him to say that the system was a good one, and that the time went pretty quick, considering; and that when a man once felt that he had offended the law and must satisfy it, he got along somehow, and so forth. "What did he call you back to say to you in that strange flutter?" I asked of my conductor, when he had locked the door and joined me in the passage. "Oh, that he was afraid the soles of his boots were not fit for walking, as they were a good deal worn when he came in, and that he would thank me very much to have them mended ready. Those boots had been taken off his feet and put away with the rest of his clothes 2 years before." I took that opportunity of inquiring how they conducted themselves immediately before going out, adding that I presumed they trembled very much. "Well, it's not so much a trembling," was the answer, "though they do quiver, as a complete derangement of the nervous system. They can't sign their names to the books; sometimes can't even hold the pen; look about 'em without appearing to know why or where they are; and sometimes get up and sit down again 20 times in a minute. This is when they're in the office, where they are taken with the hood on as they were brought in. When they get outside the gate they stop and look first one way and then the other, not knowing which to take. Sometimes they stagger as if they were drunk, and sometimes are forced to lean against the fence. They're so bad, but they clear off in course of time. As I walked among those solitary cells and looked at the faces of the men within them, I tried to picture to myself the thoughts and feelings natural to their condition. I imagined the hood just taken off, and the scene of their captivity disclosed to them in all its dismal monotony. At first the man is stunned. His confinement is a hideous vision, and his old life a reality. He throws himself upon his bed and lies there abandoned to despair. By degrees the insupportable solitude and barrenness of the place arouses him from this stupor, and when the trap in his grated door is open, he humbly begs and prays for work. "Give me some work to do, or I shall go raving mad." He has it, and by fits and starts applies himself to labour. But every now and then there comes upon him a burning sense of the years that must be wasted in that stone coffin, and an agony so piercing in the recollection of those who are hidden from his view and knowledge, that he starts from his seat, and striding up and down the narrow room with both hands clasped on his unlifted head, hears spirits tempting him to beat his brains out on the wall. Again he falls upon his bed and lies there moaning. Suddenly he starts up, wondering whether any other man is near, whether there is another cell like that on either side of him, and listens keenly. There is no sound, but other prisoners may be near for all that. He remembers to have heard once, when he little thought of coming here himself, that the cells were so constructed that the prisoners could not hear each other, though the officers could hear them. Where is the nearest man, upon the right or on the left? Or is there one in both directions? Where is he sitting now, with his face to the light? Or is he walking to and fro? How is he dressed? Has he been here long? Is he much worn away? Is he very white and spectre-like? Does he think of his neighbour too? Scarcely venturing to breathe, and listening while he thinks, he conjures up a figure with his back towards him, and imagines it moving about in his next cell. He has no idea of the face, but he is certain of the dark form of a stooping man. In the cell upon the other side he puts another figure, whose face is hidden from him also. Day after day, and often when he wakes up in the middle of the night, he thinks of these two men until he is almost distracted. He never changes them. There they are, always as he first imagined them. An old man on the right, a younger man on the left, whose hidden features torture him to death, and have a mystery that makes him tremble. The weary days pass on with solemn pace, like mourners at a funeral, and slowly he begins to feel that the white walls of the cell have something dreadful in them, that their colour is horrible, that their smooth surface chills his blood, that there is one hateful corner which torments him. Every morning when he wakes he hides his head beneath the coverlet, and shudders to see the ghastly ceiling looking down upon him. The blessed light of day itself peeps in, an ugly phantom face, through the unchangeable crevice which is his prison window. By slow but sure degrees the terrors of that hateful corner swell until they beset him at all times, invade his rest, make his dreams hideous and his nights dreadful. At first he took a strange dislike to it, feeling as though it gave birth in his brain to something of corresponding shape which ought not to be there, and racked his head with pains. Then he began to fear it, then dream of it, and of men whispering its name and pointing to it. Then he could not bear to look at it, nor yet to turn his back upon it. Now it is every night the lurking place of a ghost, a shadow, a silent something, horrible to see, but whether bird or beast or muffled human shape he cannot tell. When he is in his cell by day he fears the little yard without. When he is in the yard he dreads to re-enter the cell. When night comes there stands the phantom in the corner. If he have the courage to stand in its place and drive it out (he had once, being desperate), it broods upon his bed. In the twilight, and always at the same hour, a voice calls to him by name. As the darkness thickens, his loom begins to live, and even that, his comfort, is a hideous figure, watching him till daybreak. Again, by slow degrees, those horrible fancies depart from him one by one, returning sometimes unexpectedly, but at longer intervals, and in less alarming shapes. He has talked upon religious matters with the gentleman who visits him, and has read his Bible, and has written a prayer upon his slate, and hung it up as a kind of protection, and an assurance of heavenly companionship. He dreams now sometimes of his children or his wife, but is sure that they are dead or have deserted him. He is easily moved to tears, is gentle, submissive, and broken-spirited. Occasionally the old agony comes back, a very little thing will revive it, even a familiar sound, or the scent of summer flowers in the air. But it does not last long now, for the world without has come to be the vision, and this solitary life the sad reality. If his dream of imprisonment be short, I mean comparatively, for short it cannot be, the last half year is almost worse than all. For then he thinks the prison will take fire and be burnt in the ruins, or that he is doomed to die within the walls, or that he will be detained on some false charge, and sentenced for another term, or that something, no matter what, must happen to prevent his going at large. And this is natural and impossible to be reasoned against, because, after his long separation from human life, and his great suffering, any event will appear to be more probable in the contemplation than the being restored to liberty and his fellow creatures. If his period of confinement have been very long, the prospect of release bewilders and confuses him. His broken heart may flutter for a moment when he thinks of the world outside and what it might have been to him all these lonely years, but that is all. The cell door has been closed too long on all its hopes and cares. Better to have hanged him in the beginning than bring him to this pass, and send him forth to mingle with his kind, who are his kind no more. On the haggard face of every man among these prisoners the same expression sat. I know not what to liken it to. It had something of that strained attention which we see upon the faces of the blind and deaf, mingled with a kind of horror, as though they had been all secretly terrified. In every little chamber that I entered, and at every grate through which I looked, I seemed to see the same appalling countenance. It lives in my memory with the fascination of a remarkable picture. Parade before my eyes 100 men, with one among them newly released from this solitary suffering, and I would point him out. The faces of the women, as I have said, it humanizes and refines. Whether this be because of their better nature, which is elicited in solitude, or because of their being gentler creatures, of greater patience and longer suffering, I do not know, but so it is. That the punishment is nevertheless to my thinking fully as cruel and as wrong in their case as in that of the men, I need scarcely add. My firm conviction is that, independent of the mental anguish it occasions, an anguish so acute and so tremendous, that all imagination of it must fall far short of the reality, it wears the mind into a morbid state, which renders it unfit for the rough contact and busy action of the world. It is my fixed opinion that those who have undergone this punishment must pass into society again morally unhealthy and diseased. There are many instances on record of men who have chosen, or who have been condemned, to lives of perfect solitude, but I scarcely remember one, even among sages of strong and vigorous intellect, where its effect has not become apparent, in some distorted train of thought, or some gloomy hallucination. What monstrous phantoms, bred of despondency and doubt, and born and reared in solitude, have stalked upon the earth, making creation ugly, and darkening the face of heaven! Suicides are rare among these prisoners, are almost indeed unknown. But no argument in favour of the system can reasonably be deduced from this circumstance, although it is very often urged. All men who have made diseases of the mind their study know perfectly well that such extreme depression and despair as will change the whole character and beat down all its powers of elasticity and self-resistance may be at work within a man, and yet stop short of self-destruction. This is a common case. That it makes the senses dull, and by degrees impairs the body faculties, I am quite sure. I remarked to those who were with me in this very establishment at Philadelphia that the criminals who had been there long were deaf. They, who were in the habit of seeing these men constantly, were perfectly amazed at the idea, which they regarded as groundless and fanciful. And yet the very first prisoner to whom they appealed, one of their own selection, confirmed my impression, which was unknown to him, instantly, and said with a genuine air it was impossible to doubt, that he couldn't think how it happened, but he was growing very dull of hearing. That it is a singularly unequal punishment, and affects the worst man least, there is no doubt. In its superior efficiency as a means of reformation compared with other code of regulations which allows the prisoners to work in company without communicating together, I have not the smallest faith. All the instances of reformation that were mentioned to me were of a kind that might have been, and I have no doubt whatever in my mind, would have been, equally well brought about by the silent system. With regard to such men as the negro burglar and the English thief, even the most enthusiastic have scarcely any hope of their conversion. It seems to me that the objection that nothing wholesome or good has ever had its growth in such unnatural solitude, and that even a dog or any of the more intelligent among beasts would pine, and mope, and rust away, beneath its influence, would be in itself a sufficient argument against this system. But when we recollect in addition how very cruel and severe it is, and that a solitary life is always liable to peculiar and distinct objections of a most deplorable nature, which have arisen here, and call to mind, moreover, that the choice is not between this system and a bad or ill-considered one, but between it and another which has worked well, and is, in its whole design and practice, excellent, there is surely more than sufficient reason for abandoning a mode of punishment attended by so little hope of promise, and fraught beyond dispute with such a host of evils. As a relief to its contemplation, I will close this chapter with a curious story arising out of the same theme, which was related to me, on the occasion of this visit, by some of the gentlemen concerned. At one of the periodical meetings of the inspectors of this prison, a working man of Philadelphia presented himself before the board, and earnestly requested to be placed in solitary confinement. On being asked what motive could possibly prompt him to make this strange demand, he answered that he had an irresistible propensity to get drunk, that he was constantly indulging it, to his great misery and ruin, that he had no power of resistance, that he wished to be put beyond the reach of temptation, and that he could think of no better way than this. It was pointed out to him, in reply, that the prison was for criminals who had been tried and sentenced by the law, and could not be made available for any such fanciful purposes. He was exhorted to abstain from intoxicating drinks, as he surely might if he would, and received other very good advice, with which he retired, exceedingly dissatisfied with the result of his application. He came again, and again, and again, and was so very earnest and importunate, that at last they took counsel together, and said, "He will certainly qualify himself for admission if we reject him any more. Let us shut him up. He will soon be glad to go away, and then we shall get rid of him." So they made him sign a statement which would prevent his ever sustaining an action for false imprisonment, to the effect that this incarceration was voluntary and of his own seeking. They requested him to take notice that the officer in attendance had orders to release him at any hour of the day or night, when he might knock upon his door for that purpose, but desired him to understand that once going out he would not be admitted any more. These conditions agreed upon, and he still remaining in the same mind, he was conducted to the prison and shut up in one of the cells. In this cell the man, who had not the firmness to leave a glass of liquor standing untasted on the table before him, in this cell in solitary confinement, and working every day at his trade of shoemaking, this man remained nearly 2 years. His health beginning to fail at the expiration of that time, the surgeon recommended that he should work occasionally in the garden, and as he liked the notion very much, he went about this new occupation with great cheerfulness. He was digging there one summer day very industriously, when the wicket in the outer gate chanced to be left open, showing beyond the well-remembered dusty road and sunburnt fields. The way was as free to him as any man living, but he no sooner raised his head and caught sight of it, all shining in the light, than, with the involuntary instinct of a prisoner, he cast away his spade, scampered off as fast as his legs would carry him, and never once looked back. End of chapter 7. Recording by Rick Cornwall.
Section 10 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter 8. Washington, the Legislature, and the President's House. We left Philadelphia by steamboat at 6 o'clock one very cold morning, and turned our faces towards Washington. In the course of this day's journey, as on subsequent occasions, we encountered some Englishmen, small farmers perhaps, or country publicans at home, who were settled in America, and were travelling on their own affairs. Of all grades and kinds of men that jostle one in the public conveyances of the States, these are often the most intolerable and the most insufferable companions. United to every disagreeable characteristic that the worst kind of American travellers possess, these countrymen of ours display an amount of insolent conceit and cool assumption of superiority, quite monstrous to behold. In the coarse familiarity of their approach, and the effrontery of their inquisitiveness, which they are in great haste to assert, as if they panted to revenge themselves upon the decent old restraints of home, they surpass any native specimens that came within my range of observation, and I often grow so patriotic when I saw and heard them, that I would cheerfully have submitted to a reasonable fine, if I could have given any other country in the whole world the honor of claiming them for its children. As Washington may be called the headquarters of tobacco-tinctured saliva, the time has come when I must confess, without any disguise, that the prevalence of those two odious practices of chewing and expectorating began about this time to be anything but agreeable, and soon became most offensive and sickening. In all the public places of America this filthy custom is recognized. In the courts of law, the judge has his spittoon, the crier his, the witness his, and the prisoner his, while the jurymen and spectators are provided for, as so many men in the course of nature must desire to spit incessantly. In the hospitals, the students of medicine are requested, by notices upon the wall, to eject their tobacco juice into the boxes provided for that purpose, and not to discolor the stairs. In public buildings, visitors are implored, through the same agency, to squirt the essence of their quids, or plugs, as I have heard them called by gentlemen learned in this kind of sweetmeat, into the national spittoons, and not about the bases of the marble columns. But in some parts this custom is inseparably mixed up with every meal and morning call, and with all the transactions of social life. The stranger, who follows in the track I took myself, will find it in its full bloom and glory, luxuriant in all its alarming recklessness, at Washington, and let him not persuade himself, as I once did to my shame, that previous tourists have exaggerated its extent. The thing itself is an exaggeration of nastiness, which cannot be outdone. On board this steamboat there were two young gentlemen, with shirt collars reversed as usual, and armed with very big walking sticks, who planted 2 seats in the middle of the deck, at a distance of some 4 paces apart, took out their tobacco boxes, and sat down opposite each other to chew. In less than a quarter of an hour's time these hopeful youths had shed about them on the clean boards a copious shower of yellow rain, clearing by that means a kind of magic circle, within whose limits no intruders dared to come, and which they never failed to refresh and refresh before a spot was dry. This being before breakfast rather disposed me, I confess, to nausea. But looking attentively at one of the expectorators, I plainly saw that he was young in chewing, and felt inwardly uneasy himself. A glow of delight came over me at this discovery, and as I marked his face turned paler and paler, and saw the ball of tobacco in his left cheek quiver with his suppressed agony, while yet he spat and chewed and spat again, in emulation of his older friend, I could have fallen on his neck and implored him to go on for hours. We all sat down to a comfortable breakfast in the cabin below, where there was no more hurry or confusion than at such a meal in England, and where there was certainly greater politeness exhibited than at most of our stage-coach banquets. At about 9 o'clock we arrived at the railroad station, and went on by the cars. At noon we turned out again, to cross a wide river in another steamboat, landed at a continuation of the railroad on the opposite shore, and went on by other cars, in which, in the course of the next hour or so, we crossed by wooden bridges, each a mile in length, 2 creeks, called respectively Great and Little Gunpowder. The water in both was blackened with flights of canvas-backed ducks, which are most delicious eating, and abound hereabouts at that season of the year. These bridges are of wood, have no parapet, and are only just wide enough for the passage of the trains, which in the event of the smallest accident would inevitably be plunged into the river. They are startling contrivances, and are most agreeable when passed. We stopped to dine at Baltimore, and being now in Maryland, were waited on for the first time by slaves. The sensation of exacting any service from human creatures who are bought and sold, and being for the time a party as it were to their condition, is not an enviable one. The institution exists, perhaps, in its least repulsive and most mitigated form in such a town as this, but it is slavery, and though I was, with respect to it, an innocent man, its presence filled me with a sense of shame and self-reproach. After dinner we went down to the railroad again, and took our seats in the cars for Washington. Being rather early, those men and boys who happened to have nothing particular to do, and were curious in foreigners, came, according to custom, round the carriage in which I sat, let down all the windows, thrust in their heads and shoulders, hooked themselves on conveniently by their elbows, and fell to comparing notes on the subject of my personal appearance, with as much indifference as if I were a stuffed figure. I never gained so much uncompromising information with reference to my own nose and eyes, and various impressions wrought by my mouth and chin on different minds, and how my head looks when it is viewed from behind, as on these occasions. Some gentlemen were only satisfied by exercising their sense of touch, and the boys, who are surprisingly precocious in America, were seldom satisfied even by that, but would return to the charge over and over again. Many a budding president has walked into my room with his cap on his head and his hands in his pockets, and stared at me for 2 whole hours, occasionally refreshing himself with a tweak of his nose, or a draught from the water jug, or by walking to the windows and inviting other boys in the street below to come up and do likewise, crying, "Here he is! Come on! Bring all your brothers!" with other hospitable entreaties of that nature. We reached Washington at about 6:30 that evening, and had upon the way a beautiful view of the Capitol, which is a fine building of the Corinthian order, placed upon a noble and commanding eminence. Arrived at the hotel, I saw no more of the place that night, being very tired, and glad to go to bed. Breakfast over next morning, I walked about the streets for an hour or two, and coming home, throw up in the window in the front and back and look out. Here is Washington, fresh in my mind and under my eye. Take the worst parts of the City Road and Pentonville, or the straggling outskirts of Paris, where the houses are smallest, preserving all their oddities, but especially the small shops and dwellings, occupied in Pentonville, but not in Washington, by furniture brokers, keepers of poor eating houses, and fanciers of birds. Burn the whole down, build it up again in wood and plaster, widen it a little, throw in part of St. John's Wood, put green blinds outside all the private houses, with a red curtain and a white one in every window, plough up all the roads, plant a great deal of coarse turf in every place where it ought not to be, erect 3 handsome buildings in stone and marble anywhere but the more entirely out of everybody's way the better, call one the post office, one the patent office, and one the treasury, make it scorching hot in the morning and freezing cold in the afternoon, with an occasional tornado of wind and dust. Leave a brick field without the bricks in all central places where a street may naturally be expected, and that's Washington. The hotel in which we live is a long row of small houses fronting on the street, and opening at the back upon a common yard in which hangs a great triangle. Whenever a servant is wanted, somebody beats on this triangle from 1 stroke up to 7, according to the number of the house in which his presence is required. And as all the servants are always being wanted, and none of them ever come, this enlivening engine is in full performance the whole day through. Clothes are drying in the same yard. Female slaves, with cotton handkerchiefs twisted around their necks, are running to and fro on the hotel business. Black waiters cross and recross with dishes in their hands. 2 great dogs are playing upon a mound of loose bricks in the center of the little square. A pig is turning up his stomach to the sun, and grunting, "That's comfortable," and neither the men nor the women, nor the dogs, nor the pig, nor any created creature, takes the smallest notice of the triangle, which is tingling madly all the time. I walk to the front window, and look across the road upon a long, straggling row of houses, 1 story high, terminating nearly opposite, but a little to the left, in a melancholy piece of waste ground with frowsy grass, which looks like a small piece of country that has taken to drinking, and has quite lost itself. Standing anyhow and all wrong, upon the open space, like something meteoric that has fallen down from the moon, is an odd, lopsided, one-eyed kind of wooden building that looks like a church, with a flag-staff as long as itself, sticking out of a steeple something larger than a tea-chest. Under the window is a small stand of coaches, whose slave-drivers are sunning themselves on the steps of our door, and talking idly together. The 3 most obtrusive houses near at hand are the 3 meanest. On one, a shop, which never has anything in the window, and never has the door open, is painted in large characters, "The City Lunch." At another, which looks like a back way to somewhere else, but is an independent building in itself, oysters are procurable in every style. At the third, which is a very, very little tailor's shop, pants are fixed to order, or in other words, pantaloons are made to measure, and that is our street in Washington. It is sometimes called the City of Magnificent Distances, but it might with greater propriety be termed the City of Magnificent Intentions, for it is only on taking a bird's-eye view of it from the top of the Capitol that one can at all comprehend the vast designs of its projector, an aspiring Frenchman. Spacious avenues that begin in nothing and lead nowhere, streets mile long that only want houses, roads, and inhabitants, public buildings that need but a public to be complete, and ornaments of great thoroughfares which only lack great thoroughfares to ornament, are its leading features. One might fancy the season over, and most of the houses gone out of town for ever with their masters. To the admirers of cities it is a Barmecide fest, a pleasant field for the imagination to rove in, a monument raised to a deceased project, with not even a legible inscription to record its departed greatness. Such as it is likely to remain. It was originally chosen for the seat of government as a means of averting the conflicting jealousies and interests of the different states, and very probably, too, as being remote from mobs, a consideration not to be slighted even in America. It has no trade or commerce of its own, having little or no population beyond the President and his establishment, the members of the Legislature who reside there during the session, the government clerks and officers employed in the various departments, the keepers of the hotels and boarding houses, and the tradesmen who supply their tables. It is very unhealthy. Few people would live in Washington, I take it, who were not obliged to reside there. And the tides of emigration and speculation, those rapid and regardless currents, are little likely to flow at any time towards such dull and sluggish water. The principal features of the Capitol are, of course, the two houses of assembly, but there is, besides, in the center of the building, a fine rotunda, 96 feet in diameter, and 96 high, whose circular wall is divided into compartments, ornamented by historical pictures. 4 of these have for their subjects prominent events in the Revolutionary struggle. They were painted by Colonel Trumbull, himself a member of Washington's staff at the time of their occurrence, from which circumstance they derive a peculiar interest of their own. In this small hall, Mr. Greenough's large statue of Washington has been lately placed. It has great merits, of course, but it struck me as being rather strained and violent for its subject. I could wish, however, to have seen it in a better light than it can ever be viewed in, where it stands. There is a very pleasant and commodious library in the Capitol, and from a balcony in front, the bird's-eye view of which I have just spoken may be had, together with a beautiful prospect of the adjacent country. In one of the ornamented portions of the building there is a figure of Justice, whereunto the guide-book says, "The artist at first contemplated giving more of nudity, but he was warned that the public sentiment in this country would not admit of it, and in his caution he has gone, perhaps into the opposite extreme. Poor Justice, she has been made to wear stranger garments in America than those she pines in the Capitol. Let us hope that she has changed her dressmaker since they were fashioned, and that the public sentiment of the country did not cut out the clothes she hides her lovely figure in, just now." The House of Representatives is a beautiful and spacious hall, of semicircular shape, supported by handsome pillars. One part of the gallery is appropriated to the ladies, and there they sit in front rows, and come in and go out, as at a play or concert. The chair is canopied, and raised considerably above the floor of the house, and every member has an easy chair and a writing desk to himself, which is denounced by some people out of doors as a most unfortunate and injudicious arrangement, tending to long sittings and prosaic speeches. It is an elegant chamber to look at, but a singularly bad one for all purposes of hearing. The Senate, which is smaller, is free from this objection, and is exceedingly well adapted to the uses for which it is designed. The sittings, I need hardly add, take place in the day, and the parliamentary forms are modelled on those of the old country. I was sometimes asked, in my progress through other places, whether I had not been very much impressed by the heads of the lawmakers at Washington, meaning not their chiefs and leaders, but literally their individual and personal heads, whereon their hair grew, and whereby the phrenological character of each legislator was expressed. And I almost as often struck my questioner dumb with indignant consternation by answering, "No, that I didn't remember being at all overcome." As I must, at whatever hazard, repeat the avowal here, I will follow it up by relating my impressions on this subject in as few words as possible. In the first place, it may be from some imperfect development of my organ of veneration. I do not remember having ever fainted away, or having even been moved to tears or joyful pride at sight of any legislative body. I have borne the House of Commons like a man, and have yielded to no weakness but slumber in the House of Lords. I have seen elections for borough and country, and have never been impelled, no matter which party won, to damage my hat by throwing it up in the air in triumph, or to crack my voice by shouting forth any reference to our glorious Constitution, to the noble purity of our independent voters, or the impeachable integrity of our independent members. Having withstood such strong attacks upon my fortitude, it is possible that I may be of a cold and insensible temperament, amounting to iciness in such matters, and therefore my impressions of the live pillars of the Capitol at Washington must be received with such grains of allowance as this free confession may seem to demand. Did I see in this public body an assemblage of men bound together in the sacred names of liberty and freedom, and so asserting the chaste dignity of those twin goddesses in all their discussions, as to exalt at once the eternal principles to which their names are given, and their own character and the character of their countrymen in the admiring eyes of the whole world? It was but a week since an aged gray-haired man, a lasting honor to the land that gave him birth, who has done good service to his country as his forefathers did, and who will be remembered scores upon scores of years after the worms bred in its corruption are but so many grains of dust. It was but a week since this old man had stood for days upon his trial before this very body, charged with having dared to assert the infamy of that traffic which has for its accursed merchandise men and women and their unborn children. Yes, and publicly exhibited in the same city all the while, gilded, framed, and glazed hung up for general admiration, shown to strangers not with shame but pride, its face not turned towards the wall, itself not taken down and burned, is the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America, which solemnly declares that all men are created equal, and are endowed by their Creator with the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It was not a month since this same body had sat calmly by, and heard a man, one of themselves, with oaths which beggars in their drink reject, threaten to cut another man's throat from ear to ear. There he sat among them, not crushed by the general feeling of the assembly, but as good a man as any. There was but a week to come, and another of that body, for doing his duty to those who sent him there, for claiming in a republic the liberty and freedom of expressing their sentiments and making known their prayer, would be tried, found guilty, and have strong censure passed upon him by the rest. His was a grave offense indeed, for years before he had risen up and said, "A gang of male and female slaves for sale, warranted to breed like cattle, linked to each other by iron fetters, are passing now along the open street beneath the windows of your temple of equality. Look!" But there are many kinds of hunters engaged in the pursuit of happiness, and they go variously armed. It is the inalienable right of some among them to take the field after their happiness equipped with cat and cart-whip, stocks and iron collar, and to shout their view holloa, always in praise of liberty, to the music of clanking chains and bloody stripes. Where sat the many legislators of coarse threats, of words and blows such as coal-heavers deal upon each other when they forget their breeding? On every side. Every session had its anecdotes of that kind, and the actors were all there. Did I recognize in this assembly a body of men, who, applying themselves in a new world to correct some of the falsehoods and vices of the old, purified the avenues to public life, paved the dirty ways to place and power, debated and made laws for the common good, and had no party but their country? I saw in them the wheels that move the meanest perversion of virtuous political machinery that the worst tools ever wrought. Despicable trickery at elections, underhanded tamperings with public officers, cowardly attacks upon opponents with scurrilous newspapers for shields, and hired pens for daggers, shameful trucklings to mercenary knaves whose claim to be considered is that every day and week they sow new crops of ruin with their venal types, which are the dragon's teeth of yore, in everything but sharpness. Aidings and abettings of every bad inclination in the popular mind, and artful suppressions of all its good influences. Such things as these, and in a word, dishonest faction in its most depraved and most unblushing form, stared out from every corner of the crowded hall. Did I see among them the intelligence and refinement, the true, honest, patriotic heart of America? Here and there were drops of its blood and life, but they scarcely colored the stream of desperate adventurers which sets that way for profit and for pay. It is the game of these men, and of their profligate organs, to make the strife of politics so fierce and brutal, and so destructive of all self-respect in worthy men, that sensitive and delicate-minded persons shall be kept aloof, and they, and such as they, be left to battle out their selfish views unchecked. And thus, this lowest of all scrambling fights goes on, and they who in other countries would, from their intelligence and station, most aspire to make the laws, do here recoil the farthest from that degradation. That there are among the representatives of the people in both houses, and among all parties, some men of high character and great abilities, I need not say. The foremost among those politicians who are known in Europe have been already described, and I see no reason to depart from the rule I have laid down for my guidance, of abstaining from all mention of individuals. It will be sufficient to add that to the most favorable accounts that have been written of them, I more than fully and most heartily subscribe, and that personal intercourse and free communication have bred within me, not the result predicted in the very doubtful proverb, but increased admiration and respect. They are striking men to look at, hard to deceive, prompt to act, lions in energy, Crichtons in varied accomplishments, Indians in fire of eye and gesture, Americans in strong and generous impulse, and they as well represent the honor and wisdom of their country at home as the distinguished gentleman who is now its minister at the British court sustains its highest character abroad. I visited both houses nearly every day during my stay in Washington. On my initiatory visit to the House of Representatives, they divided against a decision of the chair, but the chair won. The second time I went, the member who was speaking, being interrupted by a laugh, mimicked it, as one child would in quarrelling with another, and added, that he would make honorable gentlemen opposite sing out a little more on the other side of their mouths presently. But interruptions are rare, the speaker being usually heard in silence. There are more quarrels than with us, and more threatenings than gentlemen are accustomed to exchange in any civilized society of which we have record. But farmyard imitations have not as yet been imported from the Parliament of the United Kingdom. The feature in oratory which appears to be the most practised and most relished is the constant repetition of the same idea or shadow of an idea in fresh words, and the inquiry out of doors is not, "What did he say?" but, "How long did he speak?" These, however, are but enlargements of a principle which prevails elsewhere. The Senate is a dignified and decorous body, and its proceedings are conducted with much gravity and order. Both houses are handsomely carpeted, but the state to which these carpets are reduced by the universal disregard of the spittoon with which every honorable member is accommodated, and the extraordinary improvements on the pattern which are squirted and dabbled upon it in every direction, do not admit of being described. I will merely observe that I strongly recommend all strangers not to look at the floor, and if they happen to drop anything, though it be their purse, not to pick it up with an ungloved hand on any account. It is somewhat remarkable too, at first, to say the least, to see so many honourable members with swelled faces, and it is scarcely less remarkable to discover that this appearance is caused by the quantity of tobacco they contrive to stow within the hollow of the cheek. It is strange enough, too, to see an honourable gentleman leaning back in his tilted chair, with his legs on the desk before him, shaping a convenient plug with his penknife, and when it is quite ready for use, shooting the old one from his mouth, as from a pop-gun, and clamping the new one in its place. I was surprised to observe that even steady old chewers of great experience are not always good marksmen, which has rather inclined me to doubt that general proficiency with the rifle, of which we have heard so much in England. Several gentlemen called upon me who, in the course of conversation, frequently missed the spittoon at 5 paces, and one, but he was certainly short-sighted, mistook the closed sash for the open window at 3. On another occasion, when I dined out, and was sitting with 2 ladies and some gentlemen round a fire before dinner, one of the company fell short of the fireplace 6 distinct times. I am disposed to think, however, that this was occasioned by his not aiming at that object, as there was a white marble hearth before the fender, which was more convenient, and may have suited his purpose better. The Patent Office at Washington furnishes an extraordinary example of American enterprise and ingenuity, for the immense number of models it contains are the accumulated inventions of only 5 years, the whole of the previous collection having been destroyed by fire. The elegant structure in which they are arranged is one of design rather than execution, for there is but one side erected out of 4, though the works are stopped. The post office is a very compact and very beautiful building. In one of the departments, among a collection of rare and curious articles, are deposited the presents which have been made from time to time to the American ambassadors at foreign courts by the various potentates to whom they were the accredited agents of the Republic, gifts which by the law they are not permitted to retain. I confess that I looked upon this as a very painful exhibition, and one by no means flattering to the national standard of honesty and honor. That can scarcely be a high state of moral feeling which imagines a gentleman of repute and station likely to be corrupted, in the discharge of his duty, by the present of a snuff-box or a richly mounted sword, or an Eastern shawl. And surely the nation who reposes confidence in her appointed servants is likely to be better served than she who makes them the subject of such very mean and paltry suspicions. At Georgetown, in the suburbs, there is a Jesuit college, delightfully situated, and, so far as I had an opportunity of seeing, well managed. Many persons who are not members of the Romish Church avail themselves, I believe, of these institutions, and of the advantageous opportunities they afford for the education of their children. The heights of this neighborhood above the Potomac River are very picturesque, and are free, I should conceive, from some of the insalubrities of Washington. The air at that elevation was quite cool and refreshing, when in the city it was burning hot. The President's mansion is more like an English clubhouse, both within and without, than any other kind of establishment with which I can compare it. The ornamental ground about it has been laid out in garden walks. They are pretty, and agreeable to the eye, though they have that uncomfortable air of having been made yesterday, which is far from favorable to the display of such beauties. My first visit to this house was on the morning after my arrival, when I was carried thither by an official gentleman, who was so kind as to charge himself with my presentation to the President. We entered a large hall, and having twice or thrice rung a bell which nobody answered, walked without further ceremony through the rooms on the ground floor, as divers other gentlemen, mostly with their hats on and their hands in their pockets, were doing very leisurely. Some of these had ladies with them, to whom they were showing the premises. Others were lounging on the chairs and sofas. Others, in a perfect state of exhaustion from listlessness, were yawning drearily. The greater portion of this assemblage were rather asserting their supremacy than doing anything else, as they had no particular business there, that anybody knew of. A few were closely eyeing the movables, as if to make quite sure that the President, who was far from popular, had not made away with any of the furniture, or sold the fixtures for his private benefit. After glancing at these loungers, who were scattered over a pretty drawing-room, opening upon a terrace which commanded a beautiful prospect of the river and the adjacent country, and who were sauntering, too, about a larger state-room called the Eastern Drawing-room, we went upstairs into another chamber, where were certain visitors waiting for audiences. At sight of my conductor, a black, in plain clothes and yellow slippers, who was gliding noiselessly about, and whispering messages in the ears of the more important, made a sign of recognition, and glided off to announce him. We had previously looked into another chamber fitted all around with a great bare wooden desk or counter, whereon lay files of newspapers, to which sundry gentlemen were referring. But there were no such means of beguiling the time in this apartment, which was as unpromising and tiresome as any waiting-room in one of our public establishments, or any physician's dining-room during his hours of consultation at home. There were some 15 or 20 persons in the room. One a tall, wiry, muscular old man from the West, sunburnt and swarthy, with a brown-white hat on his knees, and a giant umbrella resting between his legs, who sat bolt upright in his chair, frowning steadily at the carpet, and twitching the hard lines about his mouth, as if he had made up his mind to fix the President on what he had to say, and wouldn't bate him a grain. Another a Kentucky farmer, 6 feet 6 in height, with his hat on, and his hands under his coat-tails, who leaned against the wall and kicked the floor with his heel, as though he had Time's head under his shoe, and were literally killing him. A third, an oval-faced, bilious-looking man, with sleek black hair cropped close, and whiskers and beard shaved down to blue dots, who sucked the head of a thick stick, and from time to time took it out of his mouth to see how it was getting on. A fourth did nothing but whistle. A fifth did nothing but spit. And indeed all these gentlemen were so very persevering and energetic in this latter particular, and bestowed their favours so abundantly upon the carpet, that I take it for granted the presidential housemaids have high wages, or, to speak more genteelly, an ample amount of compensation, which is the American word for salary, in the case of all public servants. We had not waited in this room many minutes before the black messenger returned, and conducted us into another of smaller dimensions, where, at a business-like table covered with papers, sat the President himself. He looked somewhat worn and anxious, and well he might be, being at war with everybody, but the expression of his face was mild and pleasant, and his manner was remarkably unaffected, gentlemanly, and agreeable. I thought that in his whole carriage and demeanour he became his station singularly well. Being advised that the sensible etiquette of the Republican court admitted of a traveller, like myself, declining without any impropriety an invitation to dinner, which did not reach me until I had concluded my arrangements for leaving Washington some days before that to which it referred, I only returned to this house once. It was on the occasion of one of those general assemblies which are held on certain nights, between the hours of 9 and 12 o'clock, and are called, rather oddly, levees. I went, with my wife, at about 10. There was a pretty dense crowd of carriages and people in the courtyard, and so far as I could make out, there were no very clear regulations for the taking up or setting down of company. There were certainly no policemen to soothe startled horses, either by sawing at their bridles or flourishing truncheons in their eyes, and I am ready to make oath that no offensive persons were knocked violently on the head, or poked acutely in their backs or stomachs, or brought to a standstill by any such gentle means, and then taken into custody for not moving on. But there was no confusion or disorder. Our carriage reached the porch in its turn, without any blustering, swearing, shouting, backing, or other disturbance, and we dismounted with as much ease and comfort as though we had been escorted by the whole metropolitan force, from A to Z inclusive. The suite of rooms on the ground floor were lighted up, and a military band was playing in the hall. In the smaller drawing-room, the centre of a circle of company, were the President and his daughter-in-law, who acted as the lady of the mansion, and a very interesting, graceful, and accomplished lady too. One gentleman, who stood among this group, appeared to take upon himself the functions of a master of the ceremonies. I saw no other officers or attendants, and none were needed. The great drawing-room, which I have already mentioned, and the other chambers on the ground floor, were crowded to excess. The company was not, in our sense of the term, select, for it comprehended persons of very many grades and classes, nor was there any great display of costly attire. Indeed, some of the costumes may have been, for aught I know, grotesque enough. But the decorum and propriety of behavior which prevailed were unbroken by any rude or disagreeable incident, and every man, even among the miscellaneous crowd in the hall who were admitted without any orders or tickets to look on, appeared to feel that he was part of the institution, and was responsible for its preserving a becoming character, and appearing to the best advantage. That these visitors, too, whatever their station, were not without some refinement of taste and appreciation of intellectual gifts, and gratitude to those men who, by the peaceful exercise of great abilities, shed new charms and associations upon the homes of their countrymen, and elevate their character in other lands, was most earnestly testified by the reception of Washington Irving, my dear friend, who had recently been appointed minister at the court of Spain, and who was among them that night, in his new character, for the first and last time before going abroad. I sincerely believe that in all the madness of American politics, few public men would have been so earnestly, devotedly, and affectionately caressed as this most charming writer, and I have seldom respected a public assembly more than I did this eager throng, when I saw them turning with one mind from noisy orators and officers of state, and flocking with a generous and honest impulse round the man of quiet pursuits, proud in his promotion as reflecting back upon their country, and grateful to him with their whole hearts for the store of graceful fancies he had poured out among them. Long may he dispense such treasures with unsparing hand, and long may they remember him as worthily. The term we had assigned for the duration of our stay in Washington was now at an end, and we were to begin to travel, for the railroad distances we had traversed yet, in journeying among these older towns, are on that great continent looked upon as nothing. I had at first intended going south, to Charleston, but when I came to consider the length of time which this journey would occupy, and the premature heat of the season, which even at Washington had been often very trying, and weighed moreover in my own mind the pain of living in the constant contemplation of slavery, against the more doubtful chances of my ever seeing it in the time I had to spare, stripped of the disguises in which it would certainly be dressed, and so adding any item to the host of facts already heaped together on the subject, I began to listen to old whisperings, which had often been present to me at home in England, when I little thought of ever being here, and to dream again of cities growing up, like palaces in fairy tales, among the wilds and forests of the West. The advice I received in most quarters, when I began to yield to my desire of travelling towards that point of the compass, was, according to custom, sufficiently cheerless. My companion being threatened with more perils, dangers, and discomforts than I can remember or would catalogue if I could, but of which it will be sufficient to remark, that blowings up in steamboats and breakings down in coaches were among the least. But, having a western route sketched out for me by the best and kindest authority to which I could have resorted, and putting no great faith in these discouragements, I soon determined on my plan of action. This was to travel south, only to Richmond in Virginia, and then to turn and shape our course for the far west, whither I beseech the reader's company in a new chapter. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter 9. A night steamer on the Potomac River, Virginia Road and a black driver, Richmond, Baltimore, the Harrisburg mail, and a glimpse of the city, a canal boat. We were to proceed, in the first instance, by steamboat, and as it is usual to sleep on board in consequence of the starting hour being 4 o'clock in the morning, we went down to where she lay, at that very uncomfortable time, for such expeditions when slippers are most valuable, and a familiar bed, in the perspective of an hour or two, looks uncommonly pleasant. It is 10 o'clock at night, say 10:30, moonlight warm and dull enough. The steamer, not unlike a child's Noah's Ark in form, with the machinery on the top of the roof, is riding lazily up and down, and bumping clumsily against the wooden pier, as the ripple of the river trifles with its unwieldy carcass. The wharf is some distance from the city. There is nobody down here, and one or two dull lamps upon the steamer's decks are the only signs of life remaining when our coach is driven away. As soon as our footsteps are heard upon the planks, a fat negress, particularly favoured by nature in respect of bustle, emerges from some dark stairs and marshals my wife towards the ladies' cabin, to which retreat she goes, followed by a mighty bale of cloaks and greatcoats. I valiantly resolve not to go to bed at all, but to walk up and down the pier till morning. I begin my promenade, thinking of all kinds of distant things and persons, and of nothing near, and pace up and down for half an hour. Then I go on board again, and getting into the light of one of the lamps, look at my watch, and think it must have stopped, and wonder what has become of the faithful secretary whom I brought along with me from Boston. He is supping with our late landlord, a field marshal at least, no doubt, in honour of our departure, and may be 2 hours longer. I walk again, but it gets duller and duller. The moon goes down. Next June seems farther off in the dark, and the echoes of my footsteps make me nervous. It has turned cold too, and walking up and down without my companion in such lonely circumstances is but poor amusement. So I break my staunch resolution, and think it may be perhaps as well to go to bed. I go on board again, open the door of the gentleman's cabin, and walk in. Somehow or other, from its being so quiet I suppose, I have taken it into my head that there is nobody there. To my horror and amazement, it is full of sleepers in every stage, shape, attitude, and variety of slumber. In the berths, on the chairs, on the floors, on the tables, and particularly round the stove, my detested enemy. I take another step forward, and slip on the shining face of a black steward, who lies rolled in a blanket on the floor. He jumps up, grins, half in pain and half in hospitality, whispers my own name in my ear, and groping among the sleepers leads me to my berth. Standing beside it, I count these slumbering passengers, and get past 40. There is no use in going further, so I begin to undress. As the chairs are all occupied, and there is nothing else to put my clothes on, I deposit them upon the ground, not without soiling my hands,
for it is in the same condition as the carpets in the Capitol, and from the same cause. Having but partially undressed, I clamber on my shelf, and hold the curtain open for a few minutes, while I look round on all my fellow travellers again. That done, I let it fall on them and on the world, turn round, and go to sleep. I wake, of course, when we get under way, for there is a good deal of noise. The day is then just breaking. Everybody wakes at the same time. Some are self-possessed directly, and some are much perplexed to make out where they are, until they have rubbed their eyes, and leaning on one elbow looked about them. Some yawn, some groan, nearly all spit, and a few get up. I am among the risers, for it is easy to feel, without going into the fresh air, that the atmosphere of the cabin is vile in the last degree. I huddle on my clothes, go down into the fore cabin, get shaved by the barber, and wash myself. The washing and dressing apparatus for the passengers generally consists of 2 jack towels, 3 small wooden basins, a keg of water, and a ladle to serve it out with, 6 square inches of looking-glass, 2 ditto of yellow soap, a comb and brush for the head, and nothing for the teeth. Everybody uses the comb and brush, except myself. Everybody stares to see me using my own, and 2 or 3 gentlemen are strongly disposed to banter me on my prejudices, but don't. When I have made my toilette, I go upon the hurricane deck, and set in for 2 hours of hard walking up and down. The sun is rising brilliantly. We are passing Mount Vernon, where Washington lies buried. The river is wide and rapid, and its banks are beautiful. All the glory and splendour of the day are coming on, and growing brighter every minute. At 8 o'clock we breakfast in the cabin where I passed the night, but the windows and doors are all thrown open, and now it is fresh enough. There is no hurry or greediness apparent in the dispatch of the meal. It is longer than a travelling breakfast with us, more orderly and more polite. Soon after 9 o'clock we come to Potomac Creek, where we are to land, and then comes the oddest part of the journey. 7 stage coaches are prepared to carry us on. Some of them are ready, and some of them are not ready. Some of the drivers are blacks, some whites. There are 4 horses to each coach, and all the horses, harnessed or unharnessed, are there. The passengers are getting out of the steamboat and into the coaches. The luggage is being transferred in noisy wheelbarrows. The horses are frightened and impatient to start. The black drivers are chattering to them like so many monkeys, and the white ones whooping like so many drovers. For the main thing to be done in all kinds of hostlering there is to make as much noise as possible. The coaches are something like the French coaches, but not nearly so good. In lieu of springs, they are hung on bands of the strongest leather. There is very little choice or difference between them, and they may be likened to the car portion of the swings at an English fair, roofed, put upon axle-trees and wheels, and curtained with painted canvas. They are covered with mud from the roof to the wheel tire, and never been cleaned since they were first built. The tickets we have received on board the steamboat are marked No. 1, so we belong to coach No. 1. I throw my coat on the box and hoist my wife and her maid into the inside. It has only 1 step, and that, being about a yard from the ground, is usually approached by a chair. When there is no chair, ladies trust in Providence. The coach holds 9 inside, having a seat across from door to door, where we in England put our legs, so that there is only 1 feat more difficult in the performance than getting in, and that is getting out again. There is only 1 outside passenger, and he sits upon the box. As I am that one, I climb up, and while they are strapping the luggage on the roof, and heaping it into a kind of tray behind, have a good opportunity of looking at the driver. He is a negro, very black indeed. He is dressed in a coarse pepper and salt suit, excessively patched and darned, particularly at the knees, grey stockings, enormous unblacked high-low shoes, and very short trousers. He has 2 odd gloves, one of parti-coloured worsted, and one of leather. He has a very short whip, broken in the middle and bandaged up with string,
and yet he wears a low-crowned, broad-brimmed black hat, faintly shadowing forth a kind of insane imitation of an English coachman. But somebody in authority cries, "Go ahead!" as I am making these observations. The mail takes the lead in a 4-horse waggon, and all the coaches follow in procession, headed by number 1. By the way, whenever an Englishman would cry, "All right," an American cries, "Go ahead," which is somewhat expressive of the national character of the two countries. The first half mile of the road is over bridges made of loose planks laid across 2 parallel poles, which tilt up as the wheels roll over them, and in the river. The river has a clayey bottom and is full of holes, so that half a horse is constantly disappearing unexpectedly, and can't be found again for some time. But we get past even this, and come to the road itself, which is a series of alternate swamps and gravel pits. A tremendous place is close before us. The black driver rolls his eyes, screws his mouth up very round, and looks straight between the 2 leaders, as if he were saying to himself, "We have done this often before, but now I think we shall have a crash." He takes a rein in each hand, jerks and pulls at both, and dances on the splashboard with both feet, keeping his seat of course, like the late demented Ducrow on 2 of his fiery coursers. We come to the spot, sink down in the mire nearly to the coach windows, tilt on one side at an angle of 45 degrees, and stick there. The insides scream dismally. The coach stops. The horses flounder. All the other 6 coaches stop, and their 24 horses flounder likewise, but merely for company and in sympathy with ours. Then the following circumstances occur. Black driver to the horses, "Hi!" Nothing happens. Insides scream again. Black driver to the horses, "Ho!" Horses plunge and splash the black driver. Gentleman inside looking out, "Why, what on earth?" Gentleman receives a variety of splashes, and draws his head in again, without finishing his question or waiting for an answer. Black driver still to the horses, "Jiddy, jiddy!" Horses pull violently, drag the coach out of the hole, and draw it up a bank, so steep that the black driver's legs fly up into the air, and he goes back among the luggage on the roof. But he immediately recovers himself and cries, still to the horses, "Pill!" No effect. On the contrary, the coach begins to roll back upon number 2, which rolls back upon number 3, which rolls back upon number 4, and so on, until number 7 is heard to curse and swear nearly a quarter of a mile behind. Black driver, louder than before, "Pill!" Horses make another struggle to get up the bank, and again the coach rolls backward. Black driver, louder than before, "Peel!" Horses make a desperate struggle. Black driver, recovering spirits, "Hi, Jiddy! Jiddy Pill!" Horses make another effort. Black driver with great vigour, "Alloo! Hi! Jiddy, Jiddy! Pill! Alloo!" Horses almost do it. Black driver with his eyes starting out of his head, "Leadin! Lee dear! Hi! Jiddy, Jiddy! Pill! Alloo! Lee!" They run up the bank, and go down again on the other side at a fearful pace. It is impossible to stop them, and at the bottom there is a deep hollow full of water. The coach rolls frightfully, the insides scream, the mud and water fly about us, the black driver dances like a madman. Suddenly we are all right by some extraordinary means, and stop to breathe. A black friend of the black driver is sitting on a fence. The black driver recognises him by twirling his head round and round like a harlequin, rolling his eyes, shrugging his shoulders, and grinning from ear to ear. He stops short, turns to me, and says, "We shall get you through, sir, like a fiddle, and hope a please you when we get you through, sir. Old 'ooman at home, sir," chuckling very much. "Outside gentleman, sir. He often remember old 'ooman at home, sir," grinning again. "Aye, aye, we'll take care of the old woman. Don't be afraid." The black driver grins again, but there is another hole, and beyond that another bank close before us. So he stops short, cries to the horses again,
Easy, easy den, ease, steady, high, jiddy, pill, ally, loo, but never lee, until we are reduced to the very last extremity, and are in the midst of difficulties, extrication from which appears to be all but impossible. And so we do the 10 miles or thereabouts in 2 hours and a half, breaking no bones, though bruising a great many, and in short getting through the distance like a fiddle. This singular kind of coaching terminates at Fredericksburg, whence there is a railway to Richmond. The tract of country through which it takes its course was once productive, but the soil has been exhausted by the system of employing a great amount of slave labour in forcing crops, without strengthening the land, and it is now little better than a sandy desert overgrown with trees. Dreary and uninteresting as its aspect is, I was glad to the heart to find anything on which one of the curses of this horrible institution had fallen, and had greater pleasure in contemplating the withered ground than the richest and most thriving cultivation in the same place could possibly have afforded me. In this district, as in all others where slavery sits brooding, I have frequently heard this admitted, even by those who are its warmest advocates, there is an air of ruin and decay abroad, which is inseparable from the system. The barns and outhouses are mouldering away, the sheds are patched and half roofless, the log cabins, built in Virginia with external chimneys made of clay or wood, are squalid in the last degree. There is no look of decent comfort anywhere. The miserable stations by the railway side, the great wild wood yards whence the engine is supplied with fuel, the negro children rolling on the ground before the cabin doors with dogs and pigs, the biped beasts of burden slinking past, gloom and dejection are upon them all. In the negro car belonging to the train in which we made this journey were a mother and her children who had just been purchased, the husband and father being left behind with their old owner. The children cried the whole way, and their mother was misery's picture. The champion of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, who had bought them, rode in the same train, and every time we stopped, got down to see that they were safe. The black in Sinbad's travels, with one eye in the middle of his forehead, which shone like a burning coal, was nature's aristocrat compared with this white gentleman. It was between 6 and 7 o'clock in the evening when we drove to the hotel, in front of which, and on the top of the broad flight of steps leading to the door, 2 or 3 citizens were balancing themselves on rocking chairs and smoking cigars. We found it a very large and elegant establishment, and were as well entertained as travellers need desire to be. The climate being a thirsty one, there was never, at any hour of the day, a scarcity of loungers in the spacious bar, or a cessation of the mixing of cool liquors. But they were a merrier people here, and had musical instruments playing to them o' nights, which it was a treat to hear again. The next day, and the next, we rode and walked about the town, which is delightfully situated on 8 hills overhanging James River, a sparkling stream, studded here and there with bright islands, or brawling over broken rocks. Although it was yet but the middle of March, the weather in this southern temperature was extremely warm. The peach trees and magnolias were in full bloom, and the trees were green. In a low ground among the hills, in a valley known as Bloody Run, from a terrible conflict with the Indians which once occurred there. It is a good place for such a struggle, and like every other spot I saw associated with any legend of that wild people now so rapidly fading from the earth, interested me very much. The city is the seat of the local parliament in Virginia, and in its shady legislative halls some orators were drowsily holding forth to the hot noonday. By dint of constant repetition, however, these constitutional sights had very little more interest for me than so many parochial vestries, and I was glad to exchange this one for a lounge in a well-arranged public library of some 10,000 volumes, and a visit to a tobacco manufactory, where the workmen are all slaves. I saw in this place the whole process of picking, rolling, pressing, drying, packing in casks, and branding. All the tobacco thus dealt with was in course of manufacture for chewing, and one would have supposed there was enough in that one storehouse to have filled even the comprehensive jaws of America. In this form the weed looks like the oil cake on which we fatten cattle, and even without reference to its consequences, is sufficiently uninviting. Many of the workmen appeared to be strong men, and it is hardly necessary to add that they were all labouring quietly then. After 2 o'clock in the day, they are allowed to sing, a certain number at a time. The hour striking while I was there, some 20 sang a hymn in parts, and sang it by no means ill, pursuing their work meanwhile. A bell rang as I was about to leave, and they all poured forth into a building on the opposite side of the street to dinner. I said several times that I should like to see them at their meal, but as the gentleman to whom I mentioned this desire appeared to be suddenly taken rather deaf, I did not pursue the request. Of their appearance I shall have something to say presently. On the following day I visited a plantation or farm of about 1,200 acres on the opposite bank of the river. Here again, although I went down to the owner of the estate, to "the quarter," as that part of it in which the slaves live is called, I was not invited to enter into any of their huts. All I saw of them was, that they were very crazy, wretched cabins, near to which groups of half-naked children basked in the sun or wallowed on the dusty ground. But I believe that this gentleman is a considerate and excellent master, who inherited his 50 slaves, and is neither a buyer nor a seller of human stock; and I am sure from my own observation and conviction that he is a kind-hearted, worthy man. The planter's house was an airy rustic dwelling, that brought Defoe's description of such places strongly to my recollection. The day was very warm, but the blinds being all closed, and the windows and doors set wide open, a shady coolness rustled through the rooms, which was exquisitely refreshing after the glare and heat without. Before the windows was an open piazza, where, in what they call the hot weather, whatever that may be, they sling hammocks, and drink and doze luxuriously. I do not know how their cool refections may taste within the hammocks, but, having experience, I can report that, out of them, the mounds of ices and bowls of mint julep and sherry cobbler they make in these latitudes, are refreshments never to be thought of afterwards in summer by those who would preserve contented minds. There are 2 bridges across the river. One belongs to the railroad, and the other, which is a very crazy affair, is the private property of some old lady in the neighbourhood, who levies tolls upon the townspeople. Crossing this bridge on my way back, I saw a notice painted on the gate, cautioning all persons to drive slowly, under a penalty, if the offender were a white man, of $5, if a negro, 15 stripes. The same decay and gloom that overhang the way by which it is approached, hover above the town of Richmond. There are pretty villas and cheerful houses in its streets, and nature smiles upon the country round. But jostling its handsome residents, like slavery itself going hand in hand with many lofty virtues, are deplorable tenements, fences unrepaired, walls crumbling into ruinous heaps. Hinting gloomily at things below the surface, these, and many other tokens of the same description, force themselves upon the notice, and are remembered with depressing influence, when livelier features are forgotten. To those who are happily unaccustomed to them, the countenances in the streets and neighbouring places, too, are shocking. All men who know that there are laws against instructing slaves, of which the pains and penalties greatly exceed in their amount the fines imposed on those who maim and torture them, must be prepared to find their faces very low in the scale of intellectual expression. But the darkness, not of skin, but mind, which meets the stranger's eye at every turn, the brutalizing and blotting out of all fairer characters traced by nature's hand, immeasurably outdo his worst belief. That travelled creation of the great satirist's brain, who, fresh from living among horses, peered from a high casement down upon his own kind, with trembling horror, was scarcely more repelled and daunted by the sight, than those who look upon some of these faces for the first time must surely be. I left the last of them behind me, in the person of a wretched drudge, who, after running to and fro all day till midnight, and moping in his stealthy winks of sleep upon the stairs between whiles, was washing the dark passages at 4 o'clock in the morning, and went upon my way with this grateful heart that I was not doomed to live where slavery was, and had never had my senses blunted to its wrongs and horrors in a slave-rocked cradle.
It had been my intention to proceed by James River and Chesapeake Bay to Baltimore; but one of the steamboats being absent from her station through some accident, and the means of conveyance being consequently rendered uncertain, we returned to Washington by the way we had come. There were 2 constables on board the steamboat, in pursuit of runaway slaves, and halting there again for one night, went on to Baltimore next afternoon. The most comfortable of all the hotels of which I had any experience in the United States, and they were not a few, is Barnum's, in that city, where the English traveller will find curtains to his bed, for the first and probably the last time in America (this is a disinterested remark, for I never use them), and where he will be likely to have enough water for washing himself, which is not at all a common case. This capital of the state of Maryland is a bustling, busy town, with a great deal of traffic of various kinds, and in particular of water commerce. That portion of the town which it most favours is none of the cleanest, it is true; but the upper part is of a very different character, and has many agreeable streets and public buildings. The Washington Monument, which is a handsome pillar with a statue on its summit, the Medical College, and the Battle Monument in memory of an engagement with the British at North Point, are the most conspicuous among them. There is a very good prison in this city, and the State Penitentiary is also among its institutions. In this latter establishment there were 2 curious cases. One was that of a young man who had been tried for the murder of his father. The evidence was entirely circumstantial, and was very conflicting and doubtful. Nor was it possible to assign any motive which could have tempted him to the commission of so tremendous a crime. He had been tried twice, and on the second occasion the jury felt so much hesitation in convicting him, that they found a verdict of manslaughter or murder in the 2nd degree, which it could not possibly be, as there had, beyond all doubt, been no quarrel or provocation, and if he were guilty at all, he was unquestionably guilty of murder in its broadest and worst signification. The remarkable feature in this case was, that if the unfortunate deceased were not really murdered by this own son of his, he must have been murdered by his own brother. The evidence lay in a most remarkable manner between those 2. On all the suspicious points the dead man's brother was the witness. All the explanations for the prisoner, some of them extremely plausible, went, by construction and inference, to inculcate him as plotting to fix the guilt upon his nephew. It must have been one of them, and the jury had to decide between 2 sets of suspicions, almost equally unnatural, unaccountable, and strange. The other case was that of a man who once went to a certain distiller's and stole a copper measure containing a quantity of liquor. He was pursued and taken with the property in his possession, and was sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment. On coming out of the jail, at the expiration of that term, he went back to the same distiller's, and stole the same copper measure containing the same quantity of liquor. There was not the slightest reason to suppose that the man wished to return to prison. Indeed, everything but the commission of the offence made directly against that assumption. There are only 2 ways of accounting for this extraordinary proceeding. One is, that after undergoing so much for this copper measure, he conceived he had established a sort of claim and right to it. The other, that, by dint of long thinking about it, had become a monomania with him, and had acquired a fascination which he found it impossible to resist, swelling from an earthly copper gallon into an ethereal golden vat. After remaining here a couple of days, I bound myself to a rigid adherence to the plan I had laid down so recently, and resolved to set forward on our western journey without any more delay. Accordingly, having reduced the luggage within the smallest possible compass, by sending back to New York to be afterwards forwarded to us in Canada so much of it as was not absolutely wanted, and having procured the necessary credentials to banking houses on the way, and having moreover looked for 2 evenings at the setting sun, with as well defined an idea of the country before us as if we had been going to travel into the very centre of that planet, we left Baltimore by another railway at 8:30 in the morning, and reached the town of York, some 60 miles off, by the early dinner time of the hotel which was the starting place of the four-horse coach, wherein we were to proceed to Harrisburg. This conveyance, the box of which I was fortunate enough to secure, had come down to meet us at the railroad station, and was as muddy and cumbersome as usual. As more passengers were waiting for us at the inn door, the coachman observed under his breath, in the usual self-communicative voice, looking the while at his mouldy harness as if it were to that he was addressing himself, "I expect we shall want the big coach." I could not help wondering within myself what the size of this big coach might be, and how many persons it might be designed to hold. For the vehicle, which was too small for our purpose, was something larger than 2 English heavy night coaches, and might have been the twin brother of a French diligence. My speculations were speedily set at rest, however, for as soon as we had dined, there came rumbling up the street, shaking its sides like a corpulent giant, a kind of barge on wheels. After much blundering and backing, it stopped at the door, rolling heavily from side to side when its other motion had ceased, as if it had taken cold in its damp stable, and between that and the having been required in its dropsical old age to move at any faster pace than a walk, were distressed by shortness of wind. "If here ain't the Harrisburg mail at last, and dreadful bright and smart to look at too!" cried an elderly gentleman in some excitement. "Darn my mother!" I don't know what the sensation of being darned may be, or whether the man's mother has a keener relish or disrelish of the process than anybody else; but if the endurance of this mysterious ceremony by the old lady in question had depended on the accuracy of her son's vision in respect to the abstract brightness and smartness of the Harrisburg mail, she would certainly have undergone its infliction. However, they booked 12 people inside, and the luggage, including such trifles as a large rocking chair and a good-sized dining table, being at length made fast upon the roof, we started off in great state. At the door of another hotel there was another passenger to be taken up. "Any room, sir?" cries the new passenger to the coachman. "Well, there's room enough," replies the coachman, without getting down or even looking at him. "There ain't no room at all, sir," bawls a gentleman inside; which another gentleman, also inside, confirms, by predicting that the attempt to introduce any more passengers "won't fit nohow." The new passenger, without any expression of anxiety, looks into the coach, and then looks up at the coachman. "Now how do you mean to fix it?" says he after a pause, "for I must go." The coachman employs himself in twisting the lash of his whip into a knot, and takes no more notice of the question, clearly signifying that it is anybody's business but his, and that the passengers would do well to fix it among themselves. In this state of things, matters seem to be approximating to a fit of another kind, when another inside passenger in a corner, who is nearly suffocated, cries faintly, "I'll get out." This is no matter of relief or self-congratulation to the driver, for his immovable philosophy is perfectly undisturbed by anything that happens in the coach. Of all things in the world, the coach would seem to be the very last upon his mind. The exchange is made, however, and then the passenger who has given up his seat makes a third upon the box, seating himself in what he calls the middle, that is, with half his person on my legs, and the other half on the driver's. "Go ahead, cap'n," cries the colonel who directs. "Go lang," cries the captain to his company, the horses, and away we go. We took up at a rural bar-room after we had gone a few miles. An intoxicated gentleman, who climbed upon the roof among the luggage, and subsequently slipping off without hurting himself, was seen in the distant perspective reeling back to the grog-shop where we had found him. We also parted with more of our freight at different times, so that when we came to change horses, I was again alone outside. The coachmen always change with the horses, and are usually as dirty as the coach. The first was dressed like a very shabby English baker; the second like a Russian peasant, for he wore a loose purple camlet robe, with a fur collar tied round his waist with a parti-coloured worsted sash, grey trousers, light blue gloves, and a cap of bearskin. It had by this time come on to rain very heavily, and there was a cold damp mist besides, which penetrated to the skin. I was glad to take advantage of a stoppage, and get down to stretch my legs, shake the water off my greatcoat, and swallow the usual anti-temperance recipe for keeping out the cold. When I mounted to my seat again, I observed a new parcel lying on the coach roof, which I took to be a rather large fiddle in a brown bag. In the course of a few miles, however, I discovered that It had a glazed cap at one end, and a pair of muddy shoes at the other; and further observation demonstrated it to be a small boy in a snuff-coloured coat, with his arms quite pinioned to his sides by deep forcing into his pockets. He was, I presume, a relative or friend of the coachman's, as he lay atop of the luggage with his face towards the rain; and except when a change of position brought his shoes in contact with my hat, he appeared to be asleep. At last, on some occasion of our stopping, this thing slowly upreared itself to the height of 3 feet 6, and fixing its eyes on me, observed in piping accents, with a complacent yawn, half quenched in an obliging air of friendly patronage: "Well now, stranger, I guess you find this almost like an English arternoon, hey?" The scenery, which had been tame enough at first, was, for the last 10 or 12 miles, beautiful. Our road wound through the pleasant valley of Susquehanna. The river, dotted with innumerable green islands, lay upon our right; and on the left, a steep ascent, craggy with broken rock, and dark with pine trees. The mist, wreathing itself into 100 fantastic shapes, moved solemnly upon the water; and the gloom of evening gave to all an air of mystery and silence which greatly enhanced its natural interest. We crossed this river by a wooden bridge, roofed and covered in on all sides, and nearly a mile in length. It was profoundly dark, perplexed with great beams, crossing and recrossing it at every possible angle; and through the broad chinks and crevices in the floor, the rapid river gleamed, far down below, like a legion of eyes. We had no lamps; and as the horses stumbled and floundered through this place, towards the distant speck of dying light, it seemed interminable. I really could not at first persuade myself, as we rumbled heavily on, filling the bridge with hollow noises, and I held down my head to save it from the rafters above, but that I was in a painful dream; for I have often dreamed of toiling through such places, and as often argued, even at the time, this cannot be reality. At length, however, we emerged upon the streets of Harrisburg, whose feeble lights, reflected dimly from the wet ground, did not shine out on a very cheerful city. We were soon established in a snug hotel, which, though smaller and far less splendid than many we put up at, is raised above them all in my remembrance by having for its landlord the most obliging, considerate, and gentlemanly person I ever had to deal with. As we were not to proceed upon our journey until the afternoon, I walked out, after breakfast the next morning, to look about me, and was duly shown a model prison on the solitary system, just erected, and as yet without an inmate. The trunk of an old tree, to which Harris, the first settler here, afterwards buried under it, was tied by hostile Indians, with his funeral pile about him, when he was saved by the timely appearance of a friendly party on the opposite shore of the river, the local legislature, for there was another of those bodies here again in full debate, and the other curiosities of the town. I was very much interested in looking over a number of treaties made from time to time with the poor Indians, signed by the different chiefs at the period of their ratification, and preserved in the office of the Secretary to the Commonwealth. These signatures, traced of course by their own hands, are rough drawings of the creatures or weapons they were called after. Thus the great turtle makes a crooked pen and ink outline of a great turtle; the buffalo sketches a buffalo; the war hatchet sets a rough image of that weapon for his mark. So with the arrow, the fish, the scalp, big canoe, and all of them. I could not but think, as I looked at these feeble and tremulous productions of hands which could draw the longest arrow to the head in a stout elkhorn bow, or split a bead or feather with a rifle ball, of Crabbe's musings over the parish register, and the irregular scratches made with a pen by men who would prolong a lengthy furrow straight from end to end. Nor could I help bestowing many sorrowful thoughts upon the simple warriors whose hands and hearts were set there in all truth and honesty, and who only learned in course of time, from white men, how to break their faith, and quibble out of forms and bonds. I wondered, too, how many times the credulous big turtle, or trusting little hatchet, had put his mark to treaties which were falsely read to him, and had signed away he knew not what, until it went and cast him loose upon the new possessors of the land, a savage indeed. Our host announced, before our early dinner, that some members of the legislative body proposed to do us the honour of calling. He had kindly yielded up to us his wife's own little parlour, and when I begged that he would show them in, I saw him look with painful apprehension at its pretty carpet, though being otherwise occupied at the time, the cause of his uneasiness did not occur to me. It certainly would have been more pleasant to all parties concerned, and would not, I think, have compromised their independence in any material degree, if some of these gentlemen had not only yielded to the prejudice in favour of spittoons, but had abandoned themselves for the moment even to the conventional absurdity of pocket handkerchiefs. It still continued to rain heavily, and when we went down to the Canal boat, for that was the mode of conveyance by which we were to proceed, after dinner, the weather was as unpromising and obstinately wet as one would desire to see. Nor was the sight of this canal boat, in which we were to spend 3 or 4 days, by any means a cheerful one, as it involved some uneasy speculations concerning the disposal of the passengers at night, and opened a wide field of inquiry touching the other domestic arrangements of the establishment, which was sufficiently disconcerting. However, there it was, a barge with a little house in it, viewed from the outside, and a caravan at a fair, viewed from within, the gentlemen being accommodated, as the spectators usually are, in one of those locomotive museums of penny wonders, and the ladies being partitioned off by a red curtain, after the manner of the dwarfs and the giants in the same establishments, whose private lives are passed in rather close exclusiveness. We sat here, looking silently at the row of little tables, which extended down both sides of the cabin, and listening to the rain as it dripped and pattered on the boat, and plashed with a dismal merriment in the water, until the arrival of the railway train, for whose final contribution to our stock of passengers our departure was alone deferred. It brought a great many boxes, which were bumped and tossed upon the roof, almost as painfully as if they had been deposited on one's own head, without the intervention of a porter's knot; and several damp gentlemen, whose clothes, on their drawing round the stove, began to steam again. No doubt it would have been a thought more comfortable, if the driving rain, which now poured down more soakingly than ever, had admitted of a window being opened, or if our number had been something less than 30. But there was scarcely time to think as much, when a train of 3 horses was attached to the tow rope, the boy upon the leader smacked his whip, the rudder creaked and groaned complainingly, and we had begun our journey. End of chapter 9.
Section 12 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. American Notes by Charles Dickens. Chapter 10. As it continued to rain most perseveringly, we all remained below. The damp gentlemen around the stove, gradually becoming mildewed by the action of the fire, and the dry gentlemen lying at full length upon the seats, or slumbering uneasily with their faces on the tables, or walking up and down the cabin, which it was barely possible for a man of the middle height to do, without making bald spots on his head by scraping it against the roof. At about 6 o'clock all the small tables were put together to form one long table, and everybody sat down to tea, coffee, bread, butter, salmon, shad, liver, steaks, potatoes, pickles, ham, chops, black puddings, and sausages. "Will you try," said my opposite neighbour, handing me a dish of potatoes, broken up in milk and butter, "will you try some of these fixings?" There are few words which perform such various duties as this word fix. It is the caelum quotum of the American vocabulary. You call upon a gentleman in a country town, and his help informs you that he is fixing himself just now, but will be down directly, by which you are to understand that he is dressing. You inquire on board a steamboat of a fellow passenger whether breakfast will be ready soon, and he tells you he should think so, for when he was last below they were fixing the tables, in other words, laying the cloth. You beg a porter to collect your luggage, and he entreats you not to be uneasy, and he'll fix it presently. And if you complain of indisposition, you are advised to have recourse to Dr. So-and-so, who will fix you in no time. One night I ordered a bottle of mulled wine at an hotel where I was staying, and waited a long time for it. At length it was put upon the table, with an apology from the landlord that he feared it wasn't fixed properly; and I recollect once, at a stage coach dinner, overhearing a very stern gentleman demand of a waiter who presented him with a plate of underdone roast beef, whether he called that "fixing God Almighty's victuals." There is no doubt that the meal, at which the invitation was tendered to me which has occasioned this digression, was disposed of somewhat ravenously, and that the gentlemen thrust the broad bladed knives and the two pronged forks further down in their throats than I ever saw the same weapons go before, except in the hands of a skilful juggler. But no man sat down until the ladies were seated, or omitted any little act of politeness which could contribute to their comfort. Nor did I ever once, on any occasion, anywhere, during my rambles in America, see a woman exposed to the slightest act of rudeness, incivility, or even inattention. By the time the meal was over, the rain, which seemed to have worn itself out by coming down so fast, was nearly over too, and it became feasible to go on deck, which was a great relief, notwithstanding it being a very small deck, and being rendered still smaller by the luggage, which was heaped together in the middle under a tarpaulin covering, leaving on either side a path so narrow that it became a science to walk to and fro without tumbling overboard into the Canal. It was somewhat embarrassing at first, too, to have to duck nimbly every 5 minutes whenever the man at the helm cried "Bridge!" and sometimes, when the cry was "Low bridge!" to lie down nearly flat. But custom familiarises one to anything, and there were so many bridges that it took a very short time to get used to this. As night came on, and we drew in sight of the first range of hills, which are the outposts of the Alleghany mountains, the scenery, which had been uninteresting hitherto, became more bold and striking. The wet ground reeked and smoked after the heavy fall of rain, and the croaking of the frogs, whose noise in these parts is almost incredible, sounded as though a million of fairy teams with bells were travelling through the air, and keeping pace with us. The night was cloudy yet, but moonlit too, and when we crossed the Susquehanna River, over which there is an extraordinary wooden bridge with two galleries, one above the other, so that even there two boat teams meeting may pass without confusion, it was wild and grand. I have mentioned my having been in some uncertainty and doubt at first relative to the sleeping arrangements on board this boat. I remained in the same vague state of mind until 10 o'clock or thereabouts, when, going below, I found suspended on either side of the cabin 3 long tiers of hanging bookshelves, designed apparently for volumes of the small octavo size. Looking with greater attention at these contrivances, wondering to find such literary preparations in such a place, I descried on each shelf a sort of microscopic sheet and blanket. Then I began dimly to comprehend that the passengers were the library, and that they were to be arranged edgewise on these shelves till morning. I was assisted to this conclusion by seeing some of them gathered around the master of the boat, at one of the tables, drawing lots with all the anxieties and passions of gamesters depicted in their countenances; while others, with small pieces of cardboard in their hands, were groping among the shelves in search of numbers corresponding with those they had drawn. As soon as any gentleman found his number, he took possession of it by immediately undressing himself and crawling into bed. The rapidity with which an agitated gambler subsided into a snoring slumberer was one of the most singular effects I have ever witnessed. As to the ladies, they were already abed, behind the red curtain, which was carefully drawn and pinned up the centre, though as every cough or sneeze or whisper behind this curtain was perfectly audible before it, we had still a lively consciousness of their society. The politeness of the person in authority had secured to me a shelf in a nook near the red curtain, in some degree removed from the great body of sleepers, to which place I retired, with many acknowledgments to him for his attention. I found it, on after measurement, just the width of an ordinary sheet of Bath post letter paper, and I was at first in some uncertainty as to the best means of getting into it; but the shelf being a bottom one, I finally determined on lying upon the floor, rolling gently in, and stopping immediately I touched the mattress, and remaining for the night with that side uppermost, whatever it might be. Luckily I came upon my back at exactly the right moment. I was much alarmed on looking upward to see by the shape of this half yard of sacking, which his weight had bent into an exceedingly tight bag, that there was a very heavy gentleman above me, whom the slender cords seemed quite incapable of holding. and I could not help reflecting upon the grief of my wife and family in the event of his coming down in the night. But as I would not have got up again without a severe bodily struggle, which might have alarmed the ladies, and as I had nowhere to go to, even if I had, I shut my eyes upon the danger, and remained there. One of two remarkable circumstances is indisputably a fact, with reference to that class of society who travel in these boats. Either they carry their restlessness to such a pitch that they never sleep at all, or they expectorate in dreams, which would be a remarkable mingling of the real and ideal. All night long, and every night on this canal, there was a perfect storm and tempest of spitting, and once my coat being in the very centre of the hurricane sustained by 5 gentlemen, which moved vertically, strictly carrying out Reid's theory of the law of the storms, I was fain the next morning to lay it on the deck, and rub it down with fair water before it was in a condition to be worn again. Between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning we got up, and some of us went on deck to give them an opportunity of taking the shelves down, while others, the morning being very cold, crowded around the rusty stove, cherishing the newly kindled fire, and filling the grate with those voluntary contributions of which they had been so liberal all night. The washing accommodations were primitive. There was a tin ladle chained to the deck, with which every gentleman who thought it necessary to cleanse himself (many were superior to this weakness) fished the dirty water out of the canal, and poured it into a tin basin, secured in like manner. There was also a jack towel, and, hanging up before a little looking glass in the bar, in the immediate vicinity of the bread and cheese and biscuits, were a public comb and hair brush. At 8 o'clock, the shelves being taken down and put away, and the tables joined together, everybody sat down to the tea, coffee, bread, butter, salmon, shad, liver, steak, potatoes, pickles, ham, chops, black puddings, and sausages, all over again. Some were fond of compounding this variety, and having it all on their plates at once. As each gentleman got through his own personal amount of tea, coffee, bread, butter, salmon, shad, liver, steak, potatoes, pickles, ham, chops, black puddings, and sausages, he rose up and walked off. When everybody had done with everything, the fragments were cleared away, and one of the waiters, appearing anew in the character of a barber, shaved such of the company as desired to be shaved, while the remainder looked on, or yawned over their newspapers. Dinner was breakfast again, without the tea and coffee, and supper and breakfast were identical. There was a man on board this boat, with a light, fresh coloured face, and a pepper and salt suit of clothes, who was the most inquisitive fellow that can possibly be imagined. He never spoke otherwise than interrogatively. He was an embodied inquiry. Sitting down or standing up, still or moving, walking the deck or taking his meals, there he was, with a great note of interrogation in each eye, 2 in his cocked ears, 2 more in his turned up nose and chin, at least half a dozen more about the corners of his mouth, and the largest one of all in his hair, which was brushed pertly off his forehead in a flaxen clump. Every button in his clothes said, "Eh? What's that? Did you speak? Say that again, will you?" He was always wide awake, like the enchanted bride who drove her husband frantic; always restless; always thirsting for answers; perpetually seeking and never finding. There never was such a curious man. I wore a fur greatcoat at that time, and before we were well clear of the wharf, he questioned me concerning it, and its price, and where I had bought it, and when, and what fur it was, and what it weighed, and what it cost. Then he took notice of my watch, and asked me what that cost, and whether it was a French watch, and whether I got it, and how I got it, and whether I had bought it or had given me, and how it went, and where the keyhole was, and when I wound it, every night or every morning, and whether I ever forgot to wind it at all, and if I did, what then? Where had I been to last, and where was I going next, and where was I going after that, and had I seen the President, and what did he say, and what did I say, and what did he say that I was said that? Eh? Lor now, do tell. Finding that nothing would satisfy him, I evaded his questions after the first score or two, and in particular pleaded ignorance respecting the name of the fur whereof the coat was made. I am unable to say whether this was the reason, but that coat fascinated him afterwards. He usually kept close behind me as I walked, and moved as I moved, that he might look at it the better; and he frequently dived into narrow places after me at the risk of his life, that he might have the satisfaction of passing his hand up the back and rubbing it the wrong way. We had another odd specimen on board of a different kind. This was a thin-faced, spare-figured man of middle age and stature, dressed in a dusty, drabbish-coloured suit, such as I never saw before. He was perfectly quiet during the first part of the journey. Indeed, I don't remember having so much as seen him until he was brought out by circumstances, as great men often are. The conjunction of events which made him famous happened briefly thus. The canal extends to the foot of the mountain, and there of course it stops, the passengers being conveyed across it by land carriage, and taken on afterwards by another canal boat, the counterpart of the first, which awaits them on the other side. There are two canal lines of passage boats. One is called the Express, and one, a cheaper one, the Pioneer. The Pioneer gets first to the mountain, and waits for the express people to come up, both sets of passengers being conveyed across it at the same time. We were the express company, but when we had crossed the mountain, and had come to the second boat, the proprietors took it into their heads to draft all the Pioneers into it likewise, so that we were 45 at least, and the accession of passengers was not at all of that kind which improved the prospect of sleeping at night. Our people grumbled at this, as people do in such cases, but suffered the boat to be towed off with the whole freight aboard nevertheless, and away we went down the canal. At home I should have protested lustily, but being a foreigner here, I held my peace. Not so this passenger. He cleft a path among the people on deck. We were nearly all on deck, and without addressing anybody whomsoever, soliloquized as follows: "This may suit you, this may, but it don't suit me. This may be all very well with Down Easters and men of Boston raising, but it won't suit my figure nohow, and no two ways about that. And so I tell you, now, I'm from the brown forests of Mississippi, I am, and when the sun shines on me it does shine a little. It don't glimmer where I live, the sun don't. No, I'm a brown forester, I am. I ain't a Johnny cake. There are no smooth skins where I live. We're rough men there. Rather, if Down Easters and men of Boston raising like this, I'm glad of it. But I'm none of that raising nor of that breed. No, this company wants a little fixing, it does. I'm the wrong sort of man for 'em, I am. They won't like me, they won't. This is a piling it up a little too mountainous, this is." At the end of every one of these short sentences he turned upon his heel and walked the other way, checking himself abruptly when he had finished another short sentence, and turning back again. It is impossible for me to say what terrific meaning was hidden in the words of this brown forester, but I knew that the other passengers looked on in a sort of admiring horror, and that presently the boat was put back to the wharf, and as many of the Pioneers as could be coaxed or bullied into going away were got rid of. When we started again, some of the boldest spirits on board made bold to say to the obvious occasion of this improvement to our prospects, "Much obliged to you, sir," whereupon the brown forester, waving his hand and still walking up and down as before, replied, "No, you ain't. You're none of my raising. You may act for yourselves, you may. I have pinted out the way. Down Easters and Johnny cakes can follow it if they please. I ain't a Johnny cake, I ain't. I'm from the brown forests of the Mississippi, I am," and so on as before. He was unanimously voted one of the tables for his bed at night. There is a great contest for the tables, in consideration for his public services, and he had the warmest corner by the stove throughout the rest of the journey. But I never could find out that he did anything except sit there, nor did I hear him speak again until, in the midst of the bustle and turmoil of getting the luggage ashore in the dark at Pittsburg, I stumbled over him as he sat smoking a cigar on the cabin steps, and heard him muttering to himself with a short laugh of defiance, "I ain't a Johnny cake, I ain't. I'm from the brown forests of the Mississippi, I am, damme." I'm inclined to argue from this that he had never left off saying so, but I could not make an affidavit of that part of the story, if required to do so by my Queen and country. We have not reached Pittsburg yet, however, in the order of our narrative. I may go on to remark that breakfast was perhaps the least desirable meal of the day, as in addition to the many savoury odours arising from the edibles already mentioned, there were whiffs of gin, whiskey, brandy, and rum, from the little bar hard by, and a decided seasoning of stale tobacco. Many of the gentlemen passengers were far from particular in respect of their linen, which was in some cases as yellow as the little rivulets that had trickled from the corners of their mouths in chewing, and dried there. nor was the atmosphere quite free from zephyr whisperings of the 30 beds which had just been cleared away, and of which we were further and more pressingly reminded by the occasional appearance on the tablecloth of a kind of game not mentioned in the bill of fare. And yet, despite these oddities, and even they had, for me at least, a humour of their own, there was much in this mode of travel which I heartily enjoyed at the time, and look back upon with great pleasure. Even the running up, bare-necked at 5 o'clock in the morning, from the tainted cabin to the dirty deck, scooping up the ice water, plunging one's head into it, and drawing it out, all fresh and glowing with the cold, was a good thing. The fast, brisk walk upon the towing path, between that time and breakfast, when every vein and artery seemed to tingle with health, the exquisite beauty of the opening day, when light came gleaming off from everything, the lazy motion of the boat when one lay idly on the deck, looking through, rather than at, the deep blue sky, the gliding on at night, so noiselessly, past frowning hills, sullen with dark trees, and sometimes angry in one red burning spot high up, where unseen men lay crouching around a fire, the shining out of the bright stars undisturbed by noise of wheels or steam, or any other sound than the limpid rippling of the water as the boat went on, all these were pure delights. Then there were new settlements, and detached log cabins, and frame houses, full of interest for strangers from an old country, cabins with simple ovens outside made of clay, and lodgings for the pigs nearly as good as many of the human quarters. Broken windows patched with worn out hats, old clothes, old boards, fragments of blankets and paper, and homemade dressers standing in the open air without the door, whereon was ranged the household store, not hard to count, of earthen jars and pots. The eye was pained to see the stumps of great trees thickly strewn in every field of wheat, and seldom to lose the eternal swamp and dull morass with hundreds of rotten trunks and twisted branches steeped in its unwholesome water. It was quite sad and oppressive to come upon great tracts where settlers had been burning down the trees, and where their wounded bodies lay about like those of murdered creatures, while here and there some charred and blackened giant reared aloft two withered arms, and seemed to call down curses on his foes. Sometimes at night the way wound through some lonely gorge, like a mountain pass in Scotland, shining and coldly glittering in the light of the moon, and so closed in by high steeple hills all around, that there seemed to be no egress save through the narrower path by which we had come, until one rugged hillside seemed to open, and shutting out the moonlight as we passed into its gloomy throat, wrapped our new course in shade and darkness. We had left Harrisburg on Friday. On Sunday morning we arrived at the foot of the mountain, which is crossed by the railroad. There are 10 inclined planes, 5 ascending and 5 descending. The carriages are dragged up the former, and let slowly down the latter, by means of stationary engines, the comparatively level spaces between being traversed sometimes by horse and sometimes by engine power, as the case demands. Occasionally the rails are laid upon the extreme verge of a giddy precipice, and looking from the carriage window, the traveller gazes sheer down, without a stone or scrap of fence between, into the mountain depths below. The journey is very carefully made, however, only 2 carriages travelling together, and while proper precautions are taken, is not to be dreaded for its dangers. It was very pretty travelling thus, at a rapid pace, along the heights of the mountain in a keen wind, to look down into a valley full of light and softness, catching glimpses through the tree tops of scattered cabins, children running to the doors, dogs bursting out to bark, whom we could see without hearing, terrified pigs scampering homewards, families sitting out in their rude gardens, cows gazing upward with a stupid indifference, men in their shirt sleeves looking on at their unfinished houses, planning out tomorrow's work, and we riding onward, high above them like a whirlwind. It was amusing, too, when we had dined and rattled down a steep pass, having no other moving power than the weight of the carriages themselves, to see the engine released, long after us, come buzzing down alone like a great insect, its back of green and gold so shining in the sun, that if it had spread a pair of wings and soared away, no one would have had occasion, as I fancied, for the least surprise. But it stopped short of us in a very businesslike manner when we reached the canal, and before we left the wharf, went panting up this hill again, with the passengers who had waited our arrival for the means of traversing the road by which we had come. On the morning evening, furnace fires and clanking hammers on the banks of the canal warned us that we approached the termination of this part of our journey. After going through another dreamy place, a long aqueduct across the Alleghany River, which was stranger than the bridge at Harrisburg, being a vast, low, wooden chamber full of water, we emerged upon that ugly confusion of backs of buildings, and crazy galleries and stairs, which always abuts on water, whether it be river, sea, canal, or ditch, and we're at Pittsburg. Pittsburg is like Birmingham in England. At least its townspeople say so. Setting aside the streets, the shops, the houses, wagons, factories, public buildings, and population, perhaps it may be. It certainly has the great quantity of smoke hanging about it, and it is famous for its iron works. Besides the prison to which I have already referred, this town contains a pretty arsenal and other institutions. It is very beautifully situated on the Alleghany River, over which there are 2 bridges, and the villas of the wealthier citizens sprinkled about the high grounds in the neighbourhood are pretty enough. We lodged at a most excellent hotel, and were admirably served. As usual, it was full of boarders, was very large, and had a broad colonnade to every story of the house. We tarried here 3 days. Our next point was Cincinnati, and this was a steamboat journey, and western steamboats usually blow up at 1 or 2 a week in the season. It was advisable to collect opinions in reference to the comparative safety of the vessels bound that way, then lying in the river. One called the Messenger was the best recommended. She had been advertised to start positively every day for a fortnight or so, and had not gone yet, nor did her captain seem to have any very fixed intention on the subject. But this is the custom, for if the law were to bind down a free and independent citizen to keep his word with the public, what would become of the liberty of the subject? Besides, it is in a way of trade, and if passengers be decoyed in the way of trade, and people be inconvenienced in the way of trade, what man, who is a sharp tradesman himself, shall say we must put a stop to this? Impressed by the deep solemnity of the public announcement, I, being then ignorant of these usages, was for hurrying on board in a breathless state immediately, but perceiving private and confidential information that the boat would certainly not start until Friday, April the 1st, we made ourselves very comfortable in the meanwhile, and went on board at noon that day. End of chapter 10. Recording by Rick Cornwall.
Section 13 of American Notes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Notes by Charles Dickens, Chapter 11. From Pittsburg to Cincinnati in a Western Steamboat. Cincinnati. The Messenger was one among a crowd of high-pressure steamboats clustered together by a wharf side, which, looked down upon from the rising ground that forms the landing place, and backed by the lofty bank on the opposite side of the river, appeared no larger than so many floating models. She had some 40 passengers on board, exclusive of the poorer persons on the lower deck, and, in half an hour, or less, proceeded on her way. We had, for ourselves, a tiny stateroom with 2 berths in it, opening out of the ladies' cabin. There was, undoubtedly, something satisfactory in this location, inasmuch as it was in the stern, and we had been a great many times very gravely recommended to keep as far aft as possible, because the steamboats generally blew up forward. Nor was this an unnecessary caution, as the occurrence and circumstances of more than one such fatality during our stay sufficiently testified. Apart from this source of self-congratulation, it was an unspeakable relief to have any place, no matter how confined, where one could be alone, and as the row of little chambers of which this was one had each a second glass door besides that in the ladies' cabin, which opened on a narrow gallery outside the vessel, where the other passengers seldom came, and where one could sit in peace and gaze upon the shifting prospect, we took possession of our new quarters with much pleasure. If the native packets I have already described be unlike anything we are in the habit of seeing on water, These western vessels are still more foreign to all ideas we are accustomed to entertain of boats. I hardly know what to liken them to, or how to describe them. In the first place, they have no mast, cordage, tackle, rigging, or other such boat-like gear, nor have they anything in their shape at all calculated to remind one of a boat's head, stem, sides, or keel. Except that they are in the water and display a couple of paddle boxes, they might be intended, for anything that appears to the contrary, to perform some unknown service, high and dry, upon a mountain top. There is no visible deck even. Nothing but a long, black, ugly roof covered with burned-out feathery sparks, above which towers 2 iron chimneys, and a horse escape valve, and a glass steerage house. Then, in order as the eye descends towards the water, are the sides, doors, and windows of the staterooms, jumbled as oddly together as though they formed a small street, built by the varying tastes of a dozen men. The whole is supported on beams and pillars, resting on a dirty barge but a few inches above the water's edge, and in the narrow space between this upper structure and this barge's deck are the furnace fires and machinery, open at the sides to every wind that blows and every storm of rain that drives along its path. Passing one of these boats at night and seeing the great body of fire, exposed as I have just described, that rages and roars beneath the frail pile of painted wood, the machinery, not warded off or guarded in any way, but doing its work in the midst of the crowd of idlers and emigrants and children who throng the lower deck, under the management, too, of reckless men whose acquaintance with its mysteries may have been of 6 months' standing, one feels directly that the wonder is, not that there should be so many fatal accidents, but that any journey should be safely made. Within, there is one long, narrow cabin the whole length of the boat, from which the staterooms open on both sides. A small portion of it at the stern is partitioned off for the ladies, and the bar is at the opposite extreme. There is a long table down the center, and at either end a stove. The washing apparatus is forward, on the deck. It is a little better than on board the Canal boat, but not much. In all modes of traveling, the American customs with reference to the means of personal cleanliness and wholesome ablution are extremely negligent and filthy, and I strongly incline to the belief that a considerable amount of illness is referable to this cause. We are to be on board the Messenger 3 days, arriving at Cincinnati, barring accidents, on Monday morning. There are 3 meals a day, breakfast at 7, dinner at 12:30, supper about 6. At each there are a great many small dishes and plates upon the table, with very little in them, so that although there is every appearance of a mighty spread, there is seldom really more than a joint, except for those who fancy slices of beetroot, shreds of dried beef, complicated entanglements of yellow pickle, maize, Indian corn, apple sauce, and pumpkin. Some people fancy all these little dainties together, and sweet preserves besides, by way of relish to their roast pig. They are generally those dyspeptic ladies and gentlemen who eat unheard of quantities of hot cornbread, almost as good for the digestion as a kneaded pincushion, for breakfast and for supper. Those who do not observe this custom, and who help themselves several times instead, usually suck their knives and forks meditatively until they have decided what to take next, then pull them out of their mouths, put them in the dish, help themselves, and fall to work again. At dinner there is nothing to drink upon the table but great jugs full of cold water. Nobody says anything, at any meal, to anybody. All the passengers are very dismal, and seem to have tremendous secrets weighing on their minds. There is no conversation, no laughter, no cheerfulness, no sociality, except in spitting, and that is done in silent fellowship round the stove when the meal is over. Every man sits down, dull and languid, swallows his fare as if breakfasts, dinners, and suppers were necessities of nature never to be coupled with recreation or enjoyment, and having bolted his food in gloomy silence, bolts himself in the same state. But for these animal observances, you might suppose the whole male portion of the company to be the melancholy ghosts of departed bookkeepers, who had fallen dead at the desk, such is their weary air of business and calculation. Undertakers on duty would be sprightly beside them, and the collation of funeral-baked meats, in comparison with these meals, would be a sparkling festivity. The people are all alike, too. There is no diversity of character. They travel about on the same errands, say and do the same things in exactly the same manner, and follow the same dull, cheerless round. All down the long table there is scarcely a man who is in anything different from his neighbor. It is quite a relief to have, sitting opposite, that little girl of 15 with a loquacious chin, who, to do her justice, acts up to it, and fully identifies nature's handwriting, for of all the small chatterboxes that ever invaded the repose of drowsy ladies' cabin, she is the first and foremost. The beautiful girl, who sits a little beyond her, farther down the table there, married the young man with the dark whiskers who sits beyond her, only last month. They are going to settle in the very far west, where he has lived 4 years, but where she has never been. They were both overturned in a stagecoach the other day, a bad omen anywhere else where overturns are not so common, and his head, which bears the marks of a recent wound, is bound up still. She was hurt, too, at the same time, and lay insensible for some days, bright as her eyes are now. Further down still sits a man who is going some miles beyond their place of destination to improve a newly discovered copper mine. He carries the village, that is to be, with him, a few frame cottages and an apparatus for smelting the copper. He carries its people, too. They are partly American and partly Irish, and herd together on the lower deck, where they amused themselves last evening till the night was pretty far advanced, by alternately firing off pistols and singing hymns. They, and the very few who have been left at the table 20 minutes, rise and go away. We do so too, and passing through our little stateroom, resume our seats in the quiet gallery without. A fine broad river always, but in some parts much wider than in others, and then there is usually a green island, covered with trees, dividing it into 2 streams. Occasionally we stop for a few minutes, maybe to take in wood, maybe for passengers, at some small town or village. I ought to say city, for every place is a city here. But the banks are for the most part deep solitudes, overgrown with trees, which, hereabouts, are already in leaf and very green. For miles and miles and miles, these solitudes are unbroken by any sign of human life or trace of human footstep, nor is anything seen to move about them but the blue jay, whose color is so bright and yet so delicate that it looks like a flying flower. At lengthened intervals, a log cabin, with its little space of cleared land about it, nestles under a rising ground and sends its thread of blue smoke curling up into the sky. It stands in the corner of a poor field of wheat, which is full of great unsightly stumps, like earthy butcher's blocks. Sometimes the ground is only just now cleared, the felled trees lying yet upon the soil, and the log house only this morning begun. As we pass this clearing, the settler leans on his axe or hammer and looks wistfully at the people from the world. The children creep out of the temporary hut, which is like a gypsy tent upon the ground, and clap their hands and shout. The dog only glances round at us, and then looks up into his master's face again, as if he were rendered uneasy by any suspension of the common business, and had nothing more to do with pleasurers. And still there is the same eternal foreground. The river has washed away its banks, and stately trees have fallen down into the stream. Some have been there so long that they are mere dried, grisly skeletons. Some have just toppled over, and having earth yet about their roots, are bathing their green heads in the river, and putting forth new shoots and branches. Some are almost sliding down as you look at them, and some were drowned so long ago that their bleached arms start out from the middle of the current and seem to try to grasp the boat and drag it under water. Through such a scene as this, the unwieldy machine takes its hoarse, sullen way, venting, at every revolution of the paddles, a loud, high-pressure blast, enough, one would think, to waken up the host of Indians who lie buried in a great mound yonder, so old that mighty oaks and other forest trees have stuck their roots into its earth, and so high that it is a hill, even among the hills that nature planted round it. The very river, as though it shared one's feelings of compassion for the extinct tribes who lived so pleasantly here, in their blessed ignorance of white existence, hundreds of years ago, steals out of its way to ripple near this mound, and there are few places where the Ohio sparkles more brightly than in the Big Grave Creek. All this I see as I sit in the little stern gallery mentioned just now. Evening slowly steals upon the landscape and changes it before me when we stop to set some immigrants ashore. 5 men, as many women, and a little girl. All their worldly goods are a bag, a large chest, and an old chair, one old, high-backed, rush-bottomed chair, a solitary settler in itself. They are rowed ashore in the boat, while the vessel stands a little off awaiting its return, the water being shallow. They are landed at the foot of a high bank, on the summit of which are a few log cabins, attainable only by a long, winding path. It is growing dusk, but the sun is very red and shines in the water and on some of the treetops like fire. The men get out of the boat first, help out the women, take out the bag, the chest, the chair, bid the rowers good-bye, and shove the boat off for them. At the first splash of oars in the water, the oldest woman in the party sits down in the old chair, close to the water's edge, without speaking a word. None of the others sit down, though the chest is large enough for many seats. They all stand where they landed, as if stricken into stone, and look after the boat. So they remain, quite still and silent, the old woman and her old chair, in the center of the bag and chest upon the shore, without anybody heeding them, all eyes fixed upon the boat. It comes alongside, is made fast, the men jump on board, the engine is put in motion, and we go hoarsely on again. There they stand yet, without the motion of a hand. I can see them through my glass, where, in the distance and increasing darkness, there are mere specks to the eye, lingering there still, the old woman in the old chair, and all the rest about her, not stirring in the least degree. And thus I slowly lose them. The night is dark, and we proceed within a shadow of the wooded bank, which makes it darker. After gliding past the somber maze of boughs for a long time, we come upon an open space where the tall trees are burning. The shape of every branch and twig is expressed in a deep red glow, and as the light wind stirs and ruffles it, they seem to vegetate in fire. It is such a sight as we read of in legends of enchanted forests, saving that it is sad to see these noble works wasting away so awfully, alone, and to think how many years must come and go before the magic that created them will rear their like upon this ground again. But the time will come, and when, in their changed ashes, the growth of centuries unborn has struck its roots, the restless men of distant ages will repair to these again unpeopled solitudes, and their fellows in cities far away that slumber now, perhaps, beneath the rolling sea, will read in language strange to any ear in being now, but very old to them, of primeval forests where the axe was never heard and where the jungled ground was never trodden by a human foot. Midnight and sleep blot out these scenes and thoughts, and when the morning shines again, it gilds the housetops of a lively city, before whose broad paved wharf the boat is moored, with other boats and flags and moving wheels, and hum of men around it, as though there were not a solitary or silent rood of ground within the compass of 1,000 miles. Cincinnati is a beautiful city, cheerful, thriving, and animated. I have not often seen a place that commends itself so favorably and pleasantly to a stranger at the first glance as this does, with its clean houses of red and white, its well-paved roads, and footways of bright tile. Nor does it become less prepossessing on a closer acquaintance. The streets are broad and airy, the shops extremely good, the private residences remarkable for their elegance and neatness. There is something of invention and fancy in the varying styles of these latter erections, which, after the dull company of the steamboat, is perfectly delightful, as conveying an assurance that there are such qualities still in existence. The disposition to ornament these pretty villas and render them attractive leads to the culture of trees and flowers and the laying out of well-kept gardens, the sight of which, to those who walk along the streets, is inexpressibly refreshing and agreeable. I was quite charmed by the appearance of the town, and its adjoining suburb of Mount Auburn, from which the city, lying in an amphitheatre of hills, forms a picture of remarkable beauty and is seen to great advantage. There happened to be a great temperance convention held here on the day after our arrival, and as the order of march brought the procession under the windows of the hotel in which we lodged, when they started in the morning, I had a good opportunity of seeing it. It comprised several thousand men, the members of various Washington Auxiliary Temperance Societies, and was marshaled by officers on horseback, who cantered briskly up and down the line, with scarves and ribbons of bright colors fluttering out behind them gaily. There were bands of music, too, and banners out of number, and it was a fresh, holiday-looking concourse altogether. I was particularly pleased to see the Irishmen, who formed a distinct society among themselves, and mustered very strong with their green scarves, carrying their national harp and their portrait of Father Matthew high above the people's heads. They looked as jolly and good-humoured as ever, and working, here, the hardest for their living and doing any kind of sturdy labour that came in their way, were the most independent fellows there, I thought. The banners were very well painted and flaunted down the street famously. There was the smiting of the rock and the gushing forth of the waters, and there was a temperate man with considerable of a hatchet, as the standard-bearer would probably have said, aiming a deadly blow at a serpent which was apparently about to spring upon him from the top of a barrel of spirits. But the chief feature of this part of the show was a huge allegorical device, borne among the ship's carpenters, on one side whereof the steamboat Alcohol was represented bursting her boilers and exploding with a great crash, while upon the other the good ship Temperance sailed away with a fair wind to the heart's content of the captain, crew, and passengers. After going round the town, the procession repaired to a certain appointed place, where, as the printed program set forth, it would be received by the children of different free schools, singing temperance songs. I was prevented from getting there in time to hear these little warblers, or to report upon this novel kind of vocal entertainment, novel at least to me, but I found in a large open space each society gathered round its own banners and listening in silent attention to its own orator. The speeches, judging from the little I could hear of them, were certainly adapted to the occasion, as having that degree of relationship to cold water which wet blankets may claim, but the whole thing was the conduct and appearance of the audience throughout the day, and that was admirable and full of promise. Cincinnati is honorably famous for its free schools, of which it has so many that no person's child among its population can, by possibility, want the means of education, which are extended, upon an average, to 4,000 pupils annually. I was only present in one of these establishments during the hours of instruction. In the boys' department, which was full of little urchins, varying in their age, I should say, from 6 years old to 10 or 12, the master offered to institute an extemporary examination of the pupils in algebra, a proposal which, as I was by no means confident in my ability to detect mistakes in that science, I declined with some alarm. In the girls' school, reading was proposed, and as I felt tolerably equal to that art, I expressed my willingness to hear a class. Books were distributed accordingly, and some half-dozen girls relieved each other in reading paragraphs from English history. But it seemed to be a dry compilation, infinitely above their powers, and when they had blundered through 3 or 4 dreary passages concerning the Treaty of Amiens and other thrilling topics of the same nature, obviously without comprehending 10 words, I expressed myself quite satisfied. It is very possible that they only mounted to this exalted stave in the ladder of learning for the astonishment of a visitor, and that at other times they keep upon its lower rounds, but I should have been much better pleased and satisfied if I had heard them exercised in simpler lessons which they understood. As in every other place I visited, the judges here were gentlemen of high character and attainments. I was in one of the courts for a few minutes and found it like those to which I have already referred. A nuisance cause was trying, there were not many spectators, and the witnesses, counsel, and jury formed a sort of family circle sufficiently jocose and snug. The society with which I mingled was intelligent, courteous, and agreeable. The inhabitants of Cincinnati are proud of their city as one of the most interesting in America, and with good reason, for beautiful and thriving as it is now, and containing, as it does, a population of 50,000 souls, but 52 years have passed away since the ground on which it stands, bought at that time for a few dollars, was a wild wood, and its citizens were but a handful of dwellers in scattered log huts upon the river's shore. End of chapter 11. Recording by Tom Crawford, Cool, California, USA.